Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, but will there be any? That's my question. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS Round 4, where I'm going to be your hosting, Castronecro. And today is, of course, the Day 2. And considering I'm also joined alongside with Salty on this Day 2, as I mentioned, Salty, Day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks. You think any teams can bounce back who are still down in the dirt?
I mean, tough question, to be honest. Comeback is never easy, but there certainly is a potential opportunity. For a couple of names, of course. Bloodrose Esports, maybe X-Pac, but then with so many good names in the lower half of the table, I'm not really sure, man. Especially with the teams in the upper half doing so well, it's going to be a tough job.
You forgot to mention Velocity Gaming and Hyderabad Hydras. Even these teams are sort of on that struggling phase. You never know. A bounce back might just be on the horizon. Speaking about the bounce back, though, Team X-Pac, one of the biggest upsets so far.
Exactly. I mean, we just saw in round 3, we just saw in the previous rounds as well, what their true potential is, right? What they can actually do inside the lobbies. And inside this round, it just felt like yesterday was not their day. If this is their day so far, I'm pretty sure in 3 games they can bounce back with like 50 points, 60 points in 3 games. It's not going to be difficult, but they need to come with the right mentality. And it's not just X-Pac, as well. Even Bloodrose, as a matter of fact, they're not playing that aggressive game that we know of.
I mean, I genuinely think so. Bloodrose is trying their best to go aggressive inside the games. Just the problem is that the execution is sort of lacking, because considering even new round teams are sort of doing a great analysis, they're doing a fantastic job in doing their VOD reviews. And Bloodrose, they're just struggling a little bit inside this factor. But what do you think?
Exactly, that's my point, right? I mean, they are not playing their, obviously, the natural game, right? And to actually bring back their consistent performances, they will have to return back to their roots. And it's not just Bloodrose as well. You see the lobby has strengthened up so much. Right at the tippity top, you've got teams like Autobots, you've got teams like GlitchX Reborn, who are also sort of underdog names, but they have played their natural routes. They have played their natural game, and they are succeeding. That's why.
Speaking about the natural stuff, the big numbers that are currently on your screens, even these are quite natural. 2 crore rupees on the line, ladies and gentlemen, from which the champion team will be getting 75 lakhs. The second spot will be getting 37,50,000. That's a lot of money.
That's definitely a lot of money, and I would like to back some of that as well. But sadly, I'm not a player. Even you are not a player as well. You used to be a professional player. I mean, doesn't really make sense, but we are on the right end of the mic at least at this point. You've got a lot of prize money, especially on the special awards. The MVP of the BGIS, the Rising Star. This is something which I'm going to be looking out for, because the Rising Star, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a new player who's going to surprise us all.
I mean, right now, one thing is for sure, all these new teams that are joining in, they're quite lucky to have such a big prize pool in their hands. When I used to be a professional, the prize pool was not even anywhere close. These are some massive numbers. Speaking about the MVP of the BGIS too, just getting 4 lakhs to himself. That means even finishes will be valued so much. And speaking about the finishes, right, considering with how the groups are looking like today as well, as usual, we're going to kick things off with Group B today, considering yesterday they started off on Vikendi. And I think so teams should be a little bit more settled down now, as they're going to kick things off in Erangel.
Day 2 has always been the day where every team sort of comes up with a much more aggressive note. They will come up with like reinforced vigor. And I'm expecting a lot of collisions. I'm expecting a lot of different stuff from yesterday. We've seen day 1 is where you show discipline. You want to start off good. It's more like a test match, right? You want to start, you want to get to a good start. And then when the final day comes in, you pull the rabbit out of the hat. That is when you can shift the points table how it has been already established in day 1.
Hey, you know what? Speaking about the days now, we also need to look at how the tournament's been functioning dominating throughout this entire time. BGIS, ladies and gentlemen, we started things off from the grind where 256 teams were over there, but only top 64 teams were able to move forward. Round 1, in-game qualifiers, 2,048 teams joined alongside inside the round 2 as well. The teams were cut down a quarter, but then round 3 was quite intense as well, where 16 teams moved down to the lower brackets, but now we're currently inside the round 4.
Exactly, 64 teams right now. And of course, the qualification to the lower brackets and to the semi-finals is pretty interesting. This is what we have right in front of us. Top 4 teams from every single group, they qualify to the semi-finals directly, right? The remaining 48 teams move to the lower bracket, which means, Necro, only one thing, that nobody is getting eliminated.
That's for sure. As you mentioned, no one's going to be eliminated. The remaining 48 teams down to lower brackets, but top 16 have a direct shot at the semifinals, and even this is going to be creating a lot more pressure. Speaking about the pressure right now, the teams that are definitely on the latter half of the board that are going to be having a lot of pressure, especially X-Spark is one of those names that have been performing so phenomenally well, but then when it matters the most, X-Spark wasn't able to get any points.
It does happen, sometimes, especially in a tournament which is this long, especially when the competition is dragged on. Sometimes consistency becomes a very difficult part of the game. I think it's probably the most important part of the game right now. X-Spark, they've definitely seen their high points. They've definitely acquired more than 100 points in certain days as well. But it's always been the case, right, where consistency matters, X-Spark might just falter. But once again, just taking nothing away from them, I'm pretty sure, like on today's day, they still have the matches. They still have 2 matches of Erangel and Miramar, especially Sanhok as well. And they might just be able to make a comeback. And speaking of comebacks, I think if that does not really work out, the lower brackets will be the trenches of hell. We already know about that, but, well, we'll just figure out how that works out.
Ladies and gentlemen, speaking about the comebacks, how are you going to establish that comeback? Using these points distribution. As we know, the first spot getting 15 points, the second spot getting 12 points, the third spot getting 10 points, and then the most important part of the graphic, which is going to be each finish equals 1 point. This is what really motivates the teams to go all out aggressive inside the game and get those extra bit of points here and there. Quite a lot of teams, including Gen X FM that we saw in the previous round, they made that comeback just completely behalf of those finish points.
Exactly, that is what includes a variety, right? That is what includes a sense of aggressiveness as well. And I'm pretty sure there are multiple teams, be it Blind, be it Gladiators, they will be looking at that finish point marker as well and try to establish as much control on the lobby as they potentially can. But speaking of today's schedule, we've got Erangel, Miramar and Sanhok for the first group. That is going to be group number 2. And of course, then we'll move on to the other group, which is group number 1.
Exactly. A and B is sort of the group that we're calling them over here. And considering group A is going to be kicking things off today on Vikendi. Speaking about Group A, there's one big upset even in that group. CK, 0 points so far inside the overall standings. One of the biggest upsets, or maybe the biggest upset so far inside BGIS.
I mean, when a team actually gets 0 points from 3 games, you don't really know what's happening, right? Every single time they're just being picked off, and we've seen their drop collisions, right? We've seen that they're landing in the middle of nowhere, and nothing is going out right. And you can't really blame a team for getting 0 points. It's just been unfortunate, to be honest. And I mean, to be honest, we've seen comebacks. We've seen even Gen X FM, just like you mentioned. They were the ones who were almost at the latter half, almost at the last position on the overall standings, but they mounted a brilliant comeback. So if that is possible, I'm pretty sure for CK as well, something good is on the line.
But generally, for the teams that have been doing already pretty good inside the entire competition, for them, all they need to do is just pin that spot down in the top 4. And speaking about the teams that are doing quite phenomenal so far, Autobots, Blind Esports has to be one of those as well. Blood Rose Esports on the latter half of the board, but GlitchX Reborn, definitely a big, astonishing moment for all of us.
Exactly, and I was sort of expecting GlitchX Reborn is sort of a name we have seen in the past when we've seen the performances, but the kind of improvements that they've shown over the period of time, I feel GlitchX Reborn, they definitely deserve that position. But I mean, there is one team that I'm actually looking out for, and that's going to be Hyderabad Hydras, Necro. I think you were a big fan of this team. You saw their comeback in the previous rounds, and this time around, do you think that's possible?
Generally, I think it's going to be a little tough, but considering they've got a second chance anyways in the lower bracket, so mounting a comeback is not going to be that necessary. It's completely okay. Yeah, it's understandable. You'll be dragged down to the trenches. You will be dragged down all the way beneath the hell. Still, you got to make a comeback, you got to make a bounce back. It is what it is. But speaking about the overall standings, as I mentioned, the teams that are in the top 4, Gladiator Esports, they made a comeback in that last game of Erangel yesterday.
And I almost kind of felt like that was always going to happen. You know, Gladiator Esports is a team who knows how to convert like big number chicken dinners, and that was just one of those games. I'm pretty sure today as well we're going to see something of that sort. But on the second page of the overall scoreboard, where all the interesting things lies, I mean, you've got so many big names. You've got Velocity, you've got Stellar Titans, you've got Road to Glory, 4 Troublemaker, as a matter of fact. This team is doing so much good. Just look at this, right? They've got 11 finish points from their games, but just 2 position points, right? This team knows how to actually take the fights. This team knows how to wipe off the other teams. But when it actually comes to surviving until the late game stage, that is where they have been faltering. If behind the scenes, maybe inside the boardroom, they were like, all right, fine, this is where our rotations went wrong. If they can actually do the homework and come back today, hopefully they'll have a good time.
11 finished points, and yeah, positioning points are definitely quite low, but focusing too much on the elimination points can actually not be too good, and that's a prime example for that. Speaking about the elimination point and even the positioning point, Team X Spark, they're not being seen anywhere over there in that chart. Even the team that's right, but underneath them, even they are not able to perform. But genuinely, I think, speaking of the comebacks, I think Velocity Gaming might just make a comeback in the top 4, and even Team X Spark do stand a chance.
I mean, Team X-Park and Grind1 Esports, these are the bottom 2 teams in the overall standings. For them, the job is simple. Just try and get at least 2 chicken dinners today. Out of the 3 games that they play, if they do not land a top 3 finish in every single game that they play, I don't think they have a chance, especially with the kind of competition that the top teams are bringing up. I really feel that is going to be their mantra for today.
That is true, but ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The first game of the day is going to be on our screens. The Erangel is what we're going to kick things off with, as the plane's going to hit the skies once again. And the plane flat path starting all the way from Zarki towards Milta Power. This plane flat path is quite decent, unless if you want to go somewhere towards Gatka, Quarry, Fairpier, then it's going to be out of reach, but still a decent plane flat path, nothing taken away.
I mean, for sure, it can be decent in some way, you know, especially for teams dropping in the northern hemisphere of the, especially in the northern hemisphere of the map itself. Even for teams dropping towards the Asnaya Polyana as well. But speaking of decent, what do you do for teams who are dropping towards the military base island? What do they do? How do they go there? Just try and take an intermediate vehicle, and that is where, Necro, I'm pretty sure a lot of these intermediate collisions are going to be. Speaking of intermediate collisions, day 2, the day of early game battles.
That is true. Early game battles, teams are going to be so desperate to get those points, especially on the latter half of the board. Stellar Titans as well is one of those teams that is not doing too phenomenal. And then another team is 4 Strangers that is not doing too good for themselves. BR Titans is currently doing quite decent for themselves in the overall standings. But speaking of the overall standings too, right? In general, with how things are going to be looking like for them in the future lines, we never know. Glitchix Reborn, yeah, it's understandable. Yesterday they managed to get themselves in the top 4, but maybe today this can be their downfall. Anything can happen.
Anything can potentially happen, to be honest. But so far, I just want to find out if VLT as well as Glitchix Reborn, they would be taking that early game battle. Right now, VLT, I think they are trying to move towards Stauber and trying to take that intermediate vehicle, move towards Kamishki. But Glitchix Reborn, I think like they've spotted them. They might just have the opportunity of trying to take them down in the early game stage. But Necro, nobody, absolutely nobody moving towards the military base island.
Exactly. Speaking about the military base island, considering the circle is sort of over there too, but once again, it's going to be a little bit too tough for the circle to actually move down south towards the military island, so it's really tough to say. But speaking about the teams that are still in the Asnaya Polyana side, we do see Stellar Titans over there. And considering with how Stellar Titans are going to be looting up in the Asnaya Polyana region, let's see how they're going to figure out a rotation pathway. Maybe in the initial phases, they won't really need to move, but maybe in the future lines, they might just move.
Speaking of the circle as well, right, I think this circle will cause a lot of trouble, especially for the team to try and make a decision. Where do you end up in?
With the iron sight, going for those shots that far away, this man's got bolts of steel, that's for sure.
He's just trying to unsettle the opposition. He has barely like 16 bullets in his chamber. Just wants to just cause some problems to DMW. Just try and unsettle them in the early stages of the game. But I'm pretty sure that's not even going to connect.
I'm just trying to look out for the players of Gladiators. I don't see them anywhere on the map. And yeah, they're slowly and steadily sailing their way through on the military island. They're still in the parachute phase of the game. They've popped their parachutes quite early inside the game, and now they're slowly and steadily starting to move in towards the military base. It might just be an extreme possible extent for them, but let's see how things might just look like for them in the future lines. And speaking about DMW, one thing is for sure, this team's going to be the one to take control of the military base.
Yeah, and I like this split as well. kind of moving towards Nova Open. Some of them are actually moving towards military bases where they will find it completely open. But look at this, Blind Esports are right off the get-go. They know, as a matter of fact, that Blood Rose is going to come in, and they know that that initial battle is going to happen. I think Blind Esports has been one of the reasons why Blood Rose could not establish their domination, and once again, an early elimination, and he's going to do that.
Oh no, this just pans him out of the game. This is not the way Blood Rose Esports wanted to have a good start. But now Blind Esports, they just completely dismantled them like that. They dismantled their motivation to play good today.
I mean, this was actually pretty devastating for Blood Rose, to be honest. We were trying to speak about the fact that Blood Rose Esports and their natural game did not really come out. And one of the main reasons for this has been Blind, because Blind always figured out a way to take them out in the early game stages. Blood Rose could never participate in the end game fights with all of their 4 men alive. And this time as well, I think IGL is the man who's been picked off. So a 3-man squad, it's going to be extremely tough for them.
If you remember yesterday, Blood Rose was the one who dropped inside school, and this time, Blind Esports was the one to pull something weird off. In the games in general, Blood Rose Esports now getting pounced on by the players of Blind Esports. This is for the first time I've seen a team make such a bold push inside a city. That too, not even having a lot of information against the foes in Blood Rose Esports. Might just be in a big world of trouble. Viper's position's compromised, but still is trying to hold on to some off angles. Getting flashed up, so many utilities to try and dodge on, and now 3 players, they're going to make a push happen at the same time. No way he's going to be able to fight back, and even Viper OP, he gets devoured. What's going on with the players of Blood Rose Esports? Yesterday, Blood Rose was the one who dropped collision against the players of Blind Esports, and this time, Blind Esports, they're not going to let him go.
I'm just going to say one thing, Necro, to Blood Rose Esports especially.
Karma.
Just welcome to the big leagues, man. This is the big leagues, and Blind Esports, they're just showing them what they've got. Of course, Harshu has got
so many
position, but he missed all of those shots. He missed the entirety of that magazine, and now I think he's got to pay the price for it.
So many shots missed from that guy, Harshu. Oh, he's not going to be too happy. Now he's also catching a bit too much damage. You said welcome to the big leagues. I would like to say this is karma, my friends. Yesterday, they tried to take a drop collision against the players of Blind Esports, and this time, Blind Esports, they're just trying to take him out of the game. Ronnie's already pulled out his pin. They're actually going for the pin. They want to melee the last guy from Blood Rose, and that's what they've done. No, not exactly melee, but at least eliminate that entire team from the game. What is going on? Blind Esports.
They finished him off with the pan itself.
They did?
Yeah. They literally finished him off with a pan to the head.
Oh my god.
Blind Esports. What do you guys have for breakfast?
I've got no clue. But Blind Esports today, they're here to take down some of the big names, that's for sure. Nothing's going to be stopping them. This will be the exact Blind that we saw back in the day in Grind, if you remember.
Yep.
And I'm down to see their domination even in the future lines. This is how they kick things off inside the fight, as Manya was able to get the opening. Knuckle instantly able to secure the pan finish, and then Manya once again just pushes up against Pasha OP, shuts him down. Blind Esports, this relentless aggression, this ruthless aggression that they showcased. And this was the last guy, Harshu. Oh my god, he threw the pan onto his head. That is utter disrespect.
What? Oh my goodness. Blind Esports, have some mercy on Blood Rose. This is the early game stage, and you can't do him so dirty. This is ridiculous. This is ludicrous, Necro. And, you know, to be honest, Blood Rose Esports, they didn't even stand a chance to fight. They were so dismantled. They were so disintegrated. They couldn't really take the fight as a unit. And I think at this point, especially the way Erangel games have been panning out, Blood Rose Esports as well as Blind, if they are in the same lobby, Blood Rose has to take this early fight. Their drop locations are pretty close. And they have to come prepared with the mentality that, alright, we'll have to take this fight against Blind. How do we go about it? If you do not have that plan, Blind will eat you up alive just like they did in this game.
That is true. Speak about eating alive, and right now we've got Autobots too making a move. Yesterday, this team was devouring competition left, right, and center. Without any issues, without any troubles. The players of Autobots are just now sailing away inside the center of the circle. At least that's what's going to be their main goal. But as I mentioned, guys, the only reason why Blind Esports hunted down Blood Rose was because yesterday Blood Rose dropped on top of school and the
Yeah.
apartments, and Blind Esports were dethroned, or not exactly dethroned, were just kicked out of their own house. And this time, today, Blind Esports eliminated the players of Blood Rose in their own house.
Karma. Just like you said. This is karmic extraction coming in from Blind Esports, and it's just not going to be limited to Blood Rose, I guess. When they actually proceed forward, when they take their movements as well, I'm pretty sure there are multiple teams who have a bounty on top of their head, especially for Blind Esports, and I'm pretty sure they'll hunt them down one by one. But for now, let's just focus on the Circle and on the other teams. And the Circle so far has sort of been decent, has sort of been merciful. Majority of the teams are inside it, as we have a look on our screens as well. Multiple teams have taken to the military base island as well. But as soon as I say that, the Circle sort of takes a hard trip back to the mainland. Here we go. All of you guys had to get onto your vehicles and come back.
Blind Esports once again in a prime spot, looking pretty good, comfortable.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Towards that school area. If they do want, they can move and try and close on in towards that potato hill. But if they do want to. Or else they can just stay in those apartments, have those high grounds to play around with. Also a solid cover to play with. For now, speaking of another team, VLT, Velocity Gaming on our screens. And this man has managed to get his hands on MG3, one of the best guns you can get outside of those drops. And considering without Velocity Gaming, they will need to try and deal with the threat. Let's see what they can try and pull off inside the games. BR Titans already starting things off on an aggressive note against the players of Psych. And already Sirvi gets eliminated.
That's one experienced player out of the picture as well for Team Psych. This is not good news. BR Titans, their position on the overall standings actually looks pretty decent. They've taken fights fearlessly, and it seems like once again they're doing a similar job as well. They've spotted the players of Psych, and Psych literally just wants to run away from the picture. They do not want to take that fight. It was a mid-rotation clash where one of the players were actually taken down, and BR Titans did not waste any time to put additional pressure on them. And look at what it has done. Team Psych, they are completely dismantled. They're dethroned from that rotation path. And right now, all they want is just pure shelter.
Team Psych on a move. Want to feel a little bit more safe, actually. Yesterday, one of the guys was able to pull off some nice clutches. Will he be able to do that? Repeat that once again?
It was sad.
Yep. But if the situation does ask for it, he needs to pop off once again. Speaking about the latecomers inside the circles, DMW, Gladiator Esports, as usual, the teams do like to go down south inside the military base. They do tend to move for a late rotation inside the game, too.
Yeah.
And that's what the players of Gladiator Esports are going to try to pull off once again. They do not even have an intention of moving in the circle just yet. You can still see Destro and Justin down south.
I mean, this is what Gladiators do, right? I mean, they will be in that edge of the circle. They will try and play till the late game stage, and then of course try and survive until the late game stage. They always try to preserve their numbers, Necro, and this passive approach has sort of paid them dividends.
That is true. Another team in front of us, and Road to Glory.
We spoke about this team.
Yeah, we did. It's on the latter half. They need to perform desperately.
11 finish points, 2 placement points. You mentioned it, that they need to focus on the rotations as well. And it seems like this team has been going in for those early finishes, trying to go in for that early battle. But in turn, they've just kept on losing numbers.
Another airdrop on the board. It's going to be the Groza this time with a couple of upgrades if the teams do want to move on forward and take those. Blind Esports, as usual, just eyeing out the surroundings. They've got a decent amount of control inside the circle so far and would like to go for that informational play. But I like the fact that they're not really overextending. They've got every single player in their sights. They know where each other are, even if there is going to be like a big push coming towards them. The cover fire is going to be there for every single player.
And Blind Esports have got their backs covered, just like you mentioned. Like, they will try and hold on to this school area because this is such a nice area, to be honest. They know that this is a central circle. It's not going to be extremely weird, and they won't have to make those quick rotations as well. So it is really good to try and set up that defensive fortress. Try and set up those crossfire situations when no team can actually pass through.
Autobots has a really solid position. Look at them.
Yeah, right at the smack center.
Yeah, almost in the smack center. And Crores going for that bolt action. You do not really see this that often. Did spot out a vehicle in the front lines. Was not able to land any shots. It's understandable. It's a bolt action sniper. So it's quite tough.
You can't diss a bolt action sniper rifle like that.
It's tough to connect headshots. Yeah, it is quite satisfying to get eliminations from that, but it's quite tough to connect your shots in the first place.
Oh.
Like Saad might just be in a big world of trouble. He's catching a bit too much hurt, and yes, this time, Saad is not going to be the clutcher man anymore. He is the one who gets taken down first. And then 4 troublemakers, they're here to make a lot more trouble against the foes. System tossing out some utilities against the foes. Yalas from the side of Spy. He's trying to make a little bit more desperate push against him. But still, I like the fact that 4 troublemakers, they are in a really good and an advantageous spot inside this compound. I do not understand what this push was from Psych.
Exactly, they were just looking to try and get themselves some sort of shelter. They're trying to be completely scrambled on the map, and now they are being completely pincered down. 4 troublemakers. Brilliant move from them, but they've lost a player in the process, and problems don't seem to end for them because DMW have arrived as well.
DMW, a team from the military base, is now finally here to get a couple of more elimination points and have a good start. They want a little starter inside the lobby. And they want to kickstart things on a fantastic note. 4 troublemakers might just be the one who can fall prey to the players of DMW. And that's what happens. A perfect nade tossed in from Hitler. Finds the opening. But still Handrage. He's just watching his team get dismantled like that. And Handrage is still in the back lines. Well, he could have striked down at least 1 or 2 players if he wanted to.
It's not really possible. 4 players from DMW just looking like absolute predators hunting down players from inside that compound. There's no way Handrage can actually try and engage and survive out of that situation.
Listen, those guys were distracted on the guy who was inside the house. They had no clue that Handrage is outside. If Handrage would have even managed to sneak in 1 elimination or 1 knockout, that could have been a big difference maker. It's going to put your opponents in a big state of discomfort, and they wouldn't know how to adapt on the fly.
100% agreed with that, of course, but, well, he must have thought of something else, and it seems like now he has been spotted in Monarch. He spotted him. He's calling for reinforcements as well this time. He has got that shotgun as well. He doesn't even need that devotee. I mean, he did find that line of sight and beautiful usage of the M4 to actually completely take down the other team.
This is what I was exactly talking about. Is it better to die like this or help your teammate die?
Oh, you're a man who actually loves to go down fighting, huh?
Yeah, of course. I mean, he's not able to pull off anything anyways while trying to make that play.
Yeah.
You might as well try to help your teammates out. At least you stand 1% chance, maybe. At least that 1% is over there.
Why don't you live by these learnings when we actually play? Why do you always sacrifice my life when we are playing together?
Yeah, because it's always better to let a noob die before you, and then you can try and make the conversion. It's called baiting, my friend. It's smart baiting.
Never playing with you. Ever. Again. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're hearing this, I'm never playing with Necro ever again. But look at this. Velocity Gaming. They're trying to crash their buggies. This is absolute fast and furious happening in front of our screens.
Velocity Gaming and their opponents in a really awkward kerfuffle that's going on. Glitchix Reborn too, a team that's doing phenomenally in the overall standings. And Velocity Gaming, they're able to conquer this beast. If they're able to tame this beast, things can be really good in the overall standings for them. And Glitchix Reborn is one of those teams that will try to play things a little bit more cautiously, a little bit more cleverly.
What?
And that's what they've started to pull off. Velocity Gaming, they find the opening inside this fight. Pulls out the MG3 now. Punk, he's got the advantage inside the fight already. His team's going to be looking good. If the players of Glitchix Reborn do want to continue this fight in the future lines, this will not pan out well for them, and that's why they're on a move.
Oh, I'm pretty sure Glitchx Reborn would not want to continue. That was a crazy attempt from them. 2 players from Glitchx Reborn wanted to converge upon Punk, but Punk still reigned supreme, and the other player had to move out of the situation. Speaking of moving out of the situation, look at this. I'm pretty sure Joker has to move out of this situation because 4 players from Team X-Park are starting to converge upon him.
Joker's been a one-man squad for the players of Hyderabad Hydros. He has been trying to challenge those 1-on-4s. He's trying to be the playmaker for that team. And Hyderabad Hydros is usually one of those teams that likes to play a little bit safe, cautious, and passive. And speaking about playing passive, this time 2 teams definitely not playing too passive.
What?
It's going to be in the name of Velocity Gaming, and they start to get pieced apart, ripped apart, slowly and steadily. And that's it. You blink it and you miss it. Velocity Gaming already out of the lobby. Gladiator Esports just doing some light work, but Team Spark, they want to go forward for this third party.
Absolutely, they wouldn't want to But that fight was just so weird. Amidst all the smoke clouds, it was just vehicular collisions, player dropping, and multiple bodies hitting the deck just as soon as possible. It's still 2 players who are being knocked out, but DMW entered the picture, but beautiful stuff from Delta.
Delta PJ able to find that opening knockout once again against the foes. DMW might just be put in a big state of discomfort, but still, it doesn't matter. It was just 2 players they needed to take care of, and that's what they do. But now Team X Spark up against the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Humanoid is already softened up. Team X Spark, they sort of do have the advantage inside the fight. They've got the wrist to play with. Hyderabad Hydras, they need pinpoint accuracy when it comes to the utilities, but no, instead it's going to be Sarang who finds that opening in a perfect manner. Humanoid still behind the tree. Second net sails in. Sarang, he finds the second guy too. Hyderabad Hydras, they're getting ripped apart limb by limb.
Absolutely limb by limb. Team X Spark, they're hitting the right spots at the right time, and Hyderabad Hydras, I'm pretty sure there's just 1 guy left at this point. Team X Spark, they're taking off, they're picking up where they left last day as well. But look at this, BR Titans, even they are under some heavy fire from Blind Esports, but it seems like they've hit back.
Indeed they have. BR Titans have lost out on 1 fellow. Now even the confirmation follows up. This is not a great start for Blind Esports. Oh, the shotgun's in the front. All they need to do is just aim in the general direction and keep on spamming. And the victory is going to hit the floor for the players of Blind Esports.
8 finishes Necro for Blind, and this team is looking ruthless. BR Titans could not breathe in front of them. As soon as the return fire came in, Manya was like, alright, I've got a good position. I'm going to spam my DBS. I'm going to spam my shotgun. And that's it. But look at the circle. Autobots are right at the dead center with so much chaos happening, so much battle happening all across the blue zone. Autobots at the dead center. They're like, all right, fine. We're just going to chill.
Yeah, they're sort of like the meditators around the chaos. When there's apocalypse going on, everyone's just fighting around the streets. Autobots is like, no, we're just going to sit in our houses, play some games, chill out. Let everything go on around us. We do not really care. Let it be chaos.
Oh, yeah, for sure. But will that actually work, though? It seems like Autobots, they are pulling their triggers, especially when it's actually required, and some of the knocks were confirmed.
Let's speak about getting those knocks confirmed. Even GlitchX Reborn, they only had 2 players inside this game, and even they're starting to get picked off. And also completely eliminated, wiped off from the game as well. That's not the ideal start they wanted to have, but DMC making a push happen against Blind Esports. Knuckle was found, but they've lost out on 2 players in return. Blind Esports already in a big advantage, and the man straight up just runs him over. The last guy, not even standing a chance to stay alive, but Blind Esports, they've got a third party to worry about. And even over here, Autobots, their compound is being challenged by troublemakers.
Oh yes, for sure, but they've actually found one.
What a
Missed
spray.
Beautiful stuff right there, and now he's got the confirmation as well. Man advantage for Autobots, and they might just be able to retain this compound. TMZ getting picked apart left, right, and center. This did not really make any sense to try and challenge them. We knew this was an open area. Autobots pretty wise in their decision making to actually fall back. They're not committing bodies in a way where they lose their man advantage, Necro.
Autobots trying to play a little safe in that situation. Also, having that defensive stance in the fight.
Yep.
Blind Esports getting pushed on by another team in the front lines. This is not a great news. Road to glory. This team's been looking quite desperate for any of the points they can get their hands on. And Blind Esports might just be the elimination points they're desperately searching for. The man gets ran over. A perfect fight through the smoke. 1 more to go in the name of Marnia. The IGL, he needs to go nuclear inside this situation. Can he pull off an insane clutch? That's my question. The return knockouts are there. The trades are, of course, on the board. But Road to Glory, they need to make happen a miraculous play. Still 1 more man to go. Road to Glory almost on the verge of getting picked apart as well. Marnia, the last glimmer of hope. The last man who can try and pull the strings together, but no, even he gets dealt with. Road to Glory, they're going to be the one to tame the players of Blind Esports.
The Kingslayers in this game, Road to Glory, mention it exactly the way they want to. It seems like they are paving their path to glory as well. But Autobots, who can dethrone this team? Right at the smack center, they've got this crazy compound to work with, and we've seen multiple teams pull off chicken dinners from this. If the circle does not betray them, Necro, up until the last stage, I'm pretty sure nobody will be able to dethrone the kings of the circle, Autobots Esports.
Yeah, but how can X-Spark make it in? That's my question. They're in a big, tricky spot right now. In the back line still. And even this team is quite desperate for the points. They're on the latter half of the board in the second half position.
Oh, yeah.
They are in the second last position, if I'm not wrong, on the 15th spot in the overall standings. And already Sarang's being found by Autobots. Team X Spark, they need to approach a little bit more carefully, more cautiously, but how can they make that happen? Now teams also starting to close in onto that only hard cover that's left inside the circle. Even Road to Glory, they get their hands on that compound. Mr. Spray still outside. This man's Spray's been on point even yesterday and even today. And Autobots gonna make some miraculous stuff happen inside the game. Already the nades are starting to sell in. Skrillex, he's able to find so many openings. He's able to find those 2 knockouts from the opponents.
Oh, look at this. Multiple teams just converging upon Autobots because you mentioned it rightly. This is the only piece of hard cover that is inside the circle, and Autobots, they are not capable of handling this pressure. Even though they are still surviving, they've just lost a player in terms of a knockout, but they've taken down so many finishes on the back of this aggression which is coming directed towards them. And this is such a lovely hold.
This team wasn't even engaging in the fights. All the teams are just straight up colliding against them.
Exactly.
And the elimination points are just being served to them. If you remember, as I said, a team that's holding the compound will always have an edge, a team that's trying to breach in. And that's what's happening. The team that's holding the compound, which is Autobots, will always have an edge over the teams that will try to breach in that compound. So all they need to do is just play a little bit more safe and play a little bit more defensive.
But look at the situation right now. You've got Road to Glory, you've got Troublemakers as well who are trying to convert. They've got some compounds for themselves.
Oh.
Team X-Spark wanted to use this collision as sort of a distraction for Autobots and wanted to close in the distance, but they could not do much. Pukar has been knocked out courtesy to that vehicle explosion, and now it's only Aditya. It's so much responsibility. I think this game is done and dusted for them.
An elimination point found. And Road to Glory, a Rose TWT, still around the foes. Oh, this man's just shrouded himself in the smoke, hoping that no one's going to be suspecting him, that he's over there. But usually a smoke is also supposed to be an indication that there might just be someone lying around in that direction. But let's see if a Rose is going to be spotted out or not. Road to Glory, they at least need to survive inside the top 3, right? A decent positioning point with decent elimination points. It can be a good, consistent starter for you.
Definitely, and they need that. They don't have a lot of position points to actually work with, but finally they are inside the top 5. But it seems like it's going to be difficult to dethrone Autobots. Still now the circle is having a mercy on them. And just feel the silence, Necro. All of a sudden, everything just dies down.
Calm before the storm. That's what we call it. Everyone's just waiting for the next circle shift to come into play. And Autobots, they sniff out one player in the front lines through the smoke. The Spam's going to find some connections. But still, Road to Glory, they're on the path to find a perfect redemption inside the games. Autobots, they're not going to let that happen anytime soon. Even another one of those teams is now starting to get picked off that was right next to them. Troublemakers, not able to stay alive for that long. But at least they might just make it inside the top 3. There's a chance. Team X Spark in the front lines, slowly and steadily trying to creep and crawl their way up. They've created a smoke pathway for themselves. But the players of Autobots, they're just mowing down the lawn.
Exactly, and this is exactly what Team X-Spark did, right? They saw the collision happening between TMZ as well as Road to Glory, and they knew that this is our opportunity. They laid down smokes, tried to close in the distance, and X-Spark just want to hold the edge. They just want to hold the edge lines of the zone so that they're not forced out. They don't want to play in for the chicken dinner. They just want to get those 12 placement points. But look at this, Autobot, they are mowing down the lawn just like you mentioned. Nobody is being given any sort of breathing room whatsoever.
Shotgun pulled out in that corner. Makes a lot of sense in the close ranges. You need that shotgun. And as soon as you go for the spam, at least the Palettes is going to find some connection, and that's what happened. Road to Glory, they survived that duel against the players of Troublemakers, but now they've got another trouble that they need to take care of. It's next to impossible. A 1v4, that too, a team having a compound control, that's next to impossible to do so. Unless if you're going to be God yourself. But then we've got the Team X-Spark who have managed to make it inside the top 2, and they already find a fantastic opening against Autobots. This is a great find, but it's next to impossible to convert into a chicken dinner. They need to move out in the open. Even the circle's not supporting them. Autobots, they've got this game served on a silver platter.
Absolutely. They don't even have any more smokes left as well. Team X-Spark, they wanted to create that smoke trail up until the compounds, but they wasted every single one. And Autobots, they designated a player individually to mark Team X-Spark so that they cannot converge upon their compound. Beautifully done. As soon as the knock was secured, that instant trade-off was there, but Aditya still finds another one. But a 1v4, he needs to pull out an Akshat from yesterday, Necro.
No, even Akshat cannot do anything in this situation. You do not even have any type of cover to play with.
Yeah.
And now even the Wall of Death is going to start to move in for the backlines. What Aditya can do is just give away his life to the BGMI gods and accept his fate. He knows that there's nothing can be done, nothing can be pulled off in this area. And that's it. Autobot Stormy picking things up in a fantastic note.
Troublemakers as well. Even they racked up a lot of points. I'm not really sure exactly how many finish points they racked up, but I think Troublemakers and these three teams you mentioned, Xbox as well as Road to Glory, they are moving up the ladder. But what about Autobots? They were at the top and they are now establishing that lead up top.
Maybe they're going to be on the first half of the maybe they're going to be on the first spot in the overall standings. You never know. That can be possible. We saw so many close contentions where they're inside the top 3.
But Blind Esports, they had a lot of finishes. They
That
were
is
at the
true.
very top. They had somewhere about like 12 to 13 finishes before they got eliminated. So I'm pretty sure like they are already well set. You know, it's going to be a tough competition at the very top.
You know, this just builds a lot of suspense for the overall standings, that's for sure, Salty. But the teams that we wanted to see or make a bounce back in this game, they have started to do so. Velocity Gaming too, they tried their best to sort of convert those fights in their court, but it was a little bit too tough for them. They tried their best to sort of win those fights. Too tough when you've got so many foes lying around.
Exactly, and this was such an awkward mid-game, to be honest. Every team just going in for the vehicle collisions. We saw what happened between GDR as well as Velocity, right? The fight was so awkward, and all of a sudden, Velocity just got wiped off.
Exactly. Velocity Gaming, they definitely got wiped off. But ladies and gentlemen, as you guys all know, the first game is now done. But don't go anywhere. It's time for us to push to a short break. You guys can definitely go ahead and refill on your popcorn because the post-game stats will be there after this short break.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो कैब मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, बीजीएमआई की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं बीजीएमआई की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने!
खत्म कर दो।
Now, look, I understand you guys like watching the games as well, but even the advertisements, they're quite important. Even in the breaks, you guys saw a video, a segment now is being showcased, BGMI Kiboli, and all you guys need to do in that video is make sure to go back once again towards the advertisement and try and look out for some Easter eggs, right, Johnny?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, because everyone keeps asking that they want some UC in their account. Well, this is how you get a lot of UC in your account. If you spot out Easter eggs, you post it online, tag Crafton India Esports, and also hashtag BGMI Kiboli. That is the hashtag that needs to be utilized. And if you spot a lot of Easter eggs, there is a high possibility that you will have some UC dropping. Have you spotted a few?
No, man, I'm trying my best. It's a little bit too tough. But you know what? Maybe I'm going to go back once again from the YouTube feed and then try and spot out a couple of more Easter eggs. But speaking of that, you guys can also move on forward and try and do that. But now it's time to speak about the games as well. The highlights will be rolling up soon forward in the screens. And speaking about the highlights, this is how the action really kicked off. Revenge taken from Blind Esports.
Yeah, I mean, we call this revenge or something else. I mean, Blind Esports, they have just been absolutely phenomenal. And I think we noticed this yesterday as well. They were sitting on the first page of the leaderboard, quite incredible with their performances, and that is exactly what they're up to today. It was just the fact that Blood Rose Esports was on the receiving end of things.
Did you see the last guy getting panned? He threw the pan to his head. Perfect throw. This is why we call these guys some of the most experienced teams, right?
That is why the mechanic was added. I mean, it's quite unfortunate it took almost like a long time for us to see that on broadcast, but hey, that is why that mechanic was added in the game.
Exactly, and speaking about the mechanics too, this DMW fight that we saw in front of us, even that was quite an interesting one.
Yeah.
Gladiator Esports too, trying to chime inside the fight, unfortunately getting third party by DMW. It was a little bit of an unfortunate affair for these guys, but one thing is for sure, I'm quite impressed by Team X-Spark.
This was my favorite moment of the game. Manya just got into the personal space of the players of BR Vintage over there and just was speaking to them. Hey guys, listen, I have a message for you. Bam, bam, you're out. Both the players just going down and just two pumps, and it was quite incredible. But we all know, Necro, I mean, this has been a conversation about aggressive teams. I mean, there are only so many fights that you can win, and even for Blind Esports in this game, there was a limit.
Yeah, for a lot of the teams that were doing quite good in the first half of the board, they haven't really had a good start. BR Titans, as you mentioned, then even Glitchix Reborn is another one of those teams that is not able to have a good start. But then, as we all know, day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, and this is where the comebacks are now starting to get established. Even Team X-Spark having a decent game. Velocity Gaming too, they're sort of trying their best to get in the groove, but Autobots, I mean, this team was already in the first half of the board, but they just get a chicken dinner, maybe propel themselves on the first spot in the overall standings.
I mean, right now, exactly. I mean, right now, even if we talk about comebacks, it has to be in the sense of teams qualifying directly for the semifinals, because that is what a lot of the teams are looking forward to. And for Autobots to be in a position where they don't really have to worry about going into the lower bracket or being eliminated from the tournament entirely is actually going to be a very big deal. I mean, it is an underdog team after all, making it into the semifinals, which is the top 32 out of, imagine, tens of thousands of teams that started. You make it into the top 32. That itself is such a big achievement. But at the end of the day, we know the grand finals, the top 16 is the goal.
And once again, to let you know that only 3 more games are left in their hands. Not even 3. One of those were already being played, which was the previous game of Erangel. Now you've only got 2 more games for this Group B, so you got to make it count. Every single shot that you give inside the game, you got to make them count. Mr. Spray from Autobots, I do not know what this guy has for dinner, for breakfast. I don't know what he does, but he's just so precise with his sprays.
Yeah, I think he's been spending a little too much time with Salty. I mean, just getting hyped up for his matches, getting prepped for the games. And even yesterday, remember that opening 3 knocks that he secured on the map of Vikendi. That was so incredible, and that is how this team started off their day. Unfortunately for them, during mid-game fights, they were getting picked off, but still, they were putting up decent numbers on the board. Today, I think it's just them carrying on with that momentum, and if they continue and be consistent throughout the entirety of the day, I think I do agree with you. I think by the end of the last game of Sanhok, they are going to be in the top 4 for sure.
I mean, Autobots has always been one of those teams that has showcased so much potential from the start. I still remember looking at this team from such a long time, but then another team that sort of looked like could have been that shaky Tigers inside this entire lobby was Glitchix Reborn. Yesterday they had a fantastic start, but today they're sort of not really having that good start. What do you think? What can be the future lines for this team?
I mean, Glitchix Reborn, the thing this team lacks, just like all of the undergods, is experience. And another thing that comes with experience is the ability to be consistent inside of the matches, realize what is happening on the leaderboard and how you need to play your future games. You can't really drop into every single match with a similar mindset. You have to reanalyze your situations, but some things never change, like Blind Esports and their aggression.
And Blind Esports, Manya is going to be the MVP of the previous game, ladies and gentlemen, with 4 finishes and the finish contribution of 28.45 actually. And then Joker 2 is going to be there from the side of Blind Esports. This team kicked things off on a fantastic note, on a complete aggressive note, but then Autobots 2, they started to roll out for the action.
Yeah.
And then even Team X-Spark, unfortunately for them, they could not even stand a chance to win that game. They were out in the open. Autobots, they had the only hardcover to play with. Genuinely, I think Autobots, they had this game served in a silver platter, but still they did a fantastic job in defending that compound.
I wouldn't say it was served on a silver platter. I mean, every single time you have to earn a position inside of the game or fight for any control, you do have to, in fact, indeed fight for it. And Autobots, they fought their heart out. Look at that, 12 eliminations inside of the match, 15 placement points, 27. That's a brilliant game coming in from this team. So, I mean, kudos to them. They're off to a great start. X-Spark on the other side, I mean, X-Spark, you have to give props to them. And 2 individuals surviving till the Extreme League stages, making it to the top 2, was actually quite incredible. Talk about the surprising results. I have to say, Troublemakers. They were in the top 4. They have no eliminations. They have just 8 points, but still, Troublemakers for the first time, I feel like, playing for survival. And it's a little bit weird to see them play like this.
And not just that, even Blood Rose Esports, 0 points accumulated from that game. Once again, Blood Rose Esports not really having a good start for themselves, but they've still got 2 more games left in their hands. And taking a look at the overall standings, the top 4 is in front of us. DMW, Gladiator Esports, Blind Esports, and Autobots, they have taken over the players of Blind Esports and conquered the throne.
And I mean, right off the bat, we have an interesting comparison in front of us within the first 2 teams. I mean, the exact opposite approach compared to each other. Autobots, a team that's focused on placement points, compared a little bit less compared to Blind Esports, because look at that, 44 position points for Autobots, just 26 finishes. Blind on the other side, 46 eliminations, about to hit that half century that everyone keeps talking about. Only 21 placement points, and they do not care that they don't have any placement points right now.
And not just that, to breach inside the top 8, you need more than 30 points. This is a big cutoff right here, Johnny. More than 30 points you need to be inside the top 8. So top 4 is even more difficult. But yeah, there's not that big of a difference between the top 4 and the top 8. It's understandable. But still, I'm saying, if you need a breach inside, if you're one of those teams that is all the way in the latter half of the board, all the way somewhere in the bottom 3, which is Blood Rose Esports, they need to perform their hearts out right now. They need to have some godlike games.
I mean, they'll basically have to win the next 2 matches. If they can't do that, then Blood Rose Esports. So Blood Rose, Troublemakers, Grind 1, even Hyderabad Hydras. I think if the next match, if Miramar, they fail to win the game, then they are basically out, because there's absolutely no way you break into the top 4 from Sanhok. But again, at this point, can we really blame them? I mean, there's no real stress upon these teams. We talked about it yesterday. You're not really going home if you are outside the top 4. The worst that's going to happen is you will move to the lower bracket. That's
exactly. And speaking about the lower brackets, right, it's going to be a little bit tough. We understand only top 16 teams will be moving on forward from 64.
I did calculate the odds. It is like, if everyone is on the same page, it is 25% possibility of making it.
That's still a decent odds, right?
Yeah.
Considering if you're able to perform pretty nicely. And 25%, that means you will get a fair shot at the semifinals itself.
No, that means there's a 75% chance you fail.
There is 75%, but I'm still saying having 25% in your hands is
not
still
great
a fair
odds,
shot. I understand, but it's better than having 10% or 5%, right? For a lot of the teams, they have made a comeback happen from those many odds. Speaking about Hyderabad Hydras too, the only reason why they're able to qualify over here is because they were able to bounce back from those odds.
Yeah, but you can't do that again and again. No, that is the reason a comeback is always going to be a hype moment, because it's so rare to witness. It's like a hat trick of chicken dinners. It does not happen that often, and whenever it happens, whenever you are the one pulling it off, you're always going to be happy. But again, it's very rare to see those moments, so it's advisable to not be in those shoes again and again. I don't know why you want to be in a pressurable situation, have that extra bit of mental stress inside of the game. It's better to avoid it, but still, I mean, it's we should be glad about the fact that teams like DMW are playing well. Yeah, Autobots, like, it feels like pretty much they've already secured that semi-final positions for themselves, because I think we have noticed this during the previous round of the tournament as well. Once you cross that 65-70 point marker, it's very difficult to get kicked out of the top 4.
It is pretty difficult. But Johnny, all I was trying to say is that you might as well grab any of the chances you can get. Because at this point in time, teams are not really having a lot of chances anyways to directly have a shot in the semifinals.
I mean, it's the same as odds to making it to the semifinals that there is right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You might as well have another shot of trying to make it. Right now, teams, I don't know what's going on. A lot of the teams that we expected to perform are not able to perform. And I genuinely think so. Those teams will probably perform in the lower brackets.
Yeah, that is also there, but you realize, like, during the lower bracket, it's going to be desperate moments, as you just said. Like, a lot of these teams are going to make a few changes in their play styles. And because of that, it's basically what we saw in round 1 all over again, where you don't really know what's happening and what the other teams have prepped, and you're stepping into uncharted territory.
That'll be really fun, though. Speaking about stepping inside the uncharted territory, for us, it'll be fun, but that's what we like, right? We're here to give a lot of entertainment to all the audience that's currently watching, and even these players are doing a great job in putting up a lot of the numbers for the audience, too. But speaking about putting up those numbers, right? Putting up those numbers in the lower brackets is going to be a little bit more difficult, considering you will be down in the dirt. You will have so much pressure on you. One shot inside the official tournament, if you make it over here in the top 16, you will be there in the semifinals with the rest 32 teams.
I mean, you will be there, but it'll be so difficult to get through the lower bracket. I mean, you can't really imagine. It's going to be a tough position to be in, but again, second possibility, like a little bit of a safety cushion to work with. It is always going to be better to making it to the semifinals. I mean, that's all I've been saying right now. The top 4 should be an easier position for a lot of these teams to be in, especially the bigger names, as we keep talking about them. X-Park right now, I think after what happened yesterday, they have the sleeping beast has woken up a little bit. And because of that, I mean, we are seeing them prioritize their position inside of the game a little bit more. We are seeing those survival instincts sort of kick in at the right time. But still, the climb is going to be tough. I mean, the top 8, the team on the 8th position sitting on that 30-point marker. Then there's X-Park, the team right below them with 26 points. So they just need 4 points from this game if they want to move into the top 8. But the other teams are also going to be playing. It is quite interesting. I mean, because if X-Park have a similar run into this game, then we might just see them bounce into the top 4 straight away. And Velocity Gaming also stand up similar probabilities. This game of Miramar is actually important for everyone on the second page of the leaderboard.
Not just that, GlitchX, Reborn, BR Tines too, they're over here to fight for the survival.
Yeah.
They need to make it inside the top 4 as well. GlitchX, Reborn, their spots being stolen away by some of the teams that have closed in now. Even Troublemakers, they're sort of close to that top 4. It's not that tough to breach inside, but it's tough to sustain. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. The match number 2 of the day is on our screens, and also the match 5th for this Group B, as the plane flat path's going to be starting all the way from Los Egos towards Torre Muda. This plane flat path is perfect.
Yeah, it's perfect for Miramar. I mean, diagonal dissection of the map. You have all your major drop locations available to you. Maybe El Pozo is a little bit too far away, but still, I mean, you can glide as close as possible. I mean, Crater Field Hills is going to be available. You can drop towards Monte Nuevo, move up north from there, and try and take control of that El Pozo. But let's see how this game is going to go. Whenever you have an even flight path like this in Miramar, one thing is for sure, a lot of notorious ideas start to pop up in a lot of these newer teams.
And not just that, maybe you can drop towards Campo Militar. No one likes to go over there.
See, I mean, we used to say no one likes to go to ruins.
Look, I mean, it was still in the starting phase of the tournament, though, Johnny, considering teams were just completely unknown and they did not know each other at all. But still, teams wanted to have a little bit more safer spots, so they used to drop in the extreme outskirts. But let's be honest now, I highly doubt Campo Militar is going to be taken by anyone.
Oh, there's one team.
Which?
Velocity.
No, they like to go towards Cruz del Valle.
I think it is going to be a 4-man split drop up north. Campo Militar, Torre Amuda.
No. That they like to go towards Cruz del Valle or maybe Torre Amuda, somewhere down the line over there. But Campo Militar is completely uncontested. If the teams do want to go for it, they can. I have seen Velocity Gaming. That's what they like to do, and it's where they are.
They're heading towards Torre Amuda.
As I said, the valley towards Torre Amuda. There will be a little split.
Why can't you ever admit that you were wrong, Necro? That is
Johnny, you can go back on the stream and listen to that's what I have said. I have said they like to go towards Cruz del Valle and Torre Amuda. I will show you in the VOD. But you know what? Speaking about the Planet Esports side too, they've dropped inside water treatment. Now, this is quite an interesting adjustment that they've brought up inside the game. I really want to see how they can try and move on forward.
Is that grind 1 up north all the way? I mean, it's going to be quite interesting to see if they actually push forward for that early fight. I mean, parachutes definitely would have been spotted by either of these sides. And there is an opportunity for both of these teams to actually move up north for Velocity Gaming. Grind 1 just dropping down south or moving down south after the initial loot is done. and then try to pick up an early fight in that position. Velocity can try to gatekeep considering they are on that northeastern edge of the zone. But all of a sudden, I mean, the deadliest team in the lobby right now has no one around them. Blind Esports, we know they play from that Crater Fields La Cobriera position. And there is no one, absolutely no one towards that northwestern half. I wonder what sort of a mind game will this play against Blind Esports. What do you think is going to happen to them?
I'm not sure. Blind Esports, they're quite good at scouting places, so I highly doubt it's going to be any issues for them anyways. And that's what they're doing so far. They're having some smooth rotations on the board. And speaking about this replay too, oh man, Orlo. He wanted to go for the man who was trying to glide towards his position. That's quite evil. Let him have a peaceful time in the mid-air.
I mean, too long of a distance with UMP and Ironside, to be honest. I mean, it's going to be very difficult to connect those shots. Maybe, like, I think even with a scope would have been better, or a Winchester actually could have helped in a position like that, which is a viable option to sort of utilize on this map of Miramar. But unfortunately, you not always get what you want in life. So, another case of that happening towards the players of Autobots. But look at this, Hyderabad Hydras. I mean, we hardly see them be a part of these early drop clashes this time around. 4 troublemakers causing a lot of trouble, but Hand Rage is going to be the man dropping to his knees first.
Not a good start for that team, but Hyderabad Hydras, they're looking quite bloodthirsty. They know they've got the wake-up call now, and they need to get as many points as possible, as quick as possible, and that's what they're trying to pull off over here, ladies and gentlemen. Already got 2 elimination points secured. Hyderabad Hydras, they're off to a fantastic start.
And this fight is happening between Power Grid and Ladriela, just in the middle of nowhere. And Hyderabad Hydras, I think, are going to be quite happy with these early 2 finishes that they've managed to secure. But are they looking for more? Because with how they're moving on the map, it feels like they're looking to hunt down the players of 4 troublemakers one by one.
4 troublemakers.
1 man on top of that hill as well.
Yeah, and still, 1 man is bleeding out to his death. Oh, I like this bait that they brought up. They let him survive for at least a couple of more seconds to lure his teammates towards him in the hope of getting that man back upon his feet. But now here we go. The chase begins. System is starting to get chased down. The entirety of Hyderabad Hydras, they're on a hunt. This time, Hyderabad Hydras realizes you might as well go in because you're not going to get eliminated from the tournament anyways.
Yeah, this is just evil, man. I mean, as you mentioned, the bait, they left him on his knees, knocked out, went away from it, and as soon as System thought it was an easy revive for him to secure, they can bring their boy back into the game. Hyderabad Hydras, they instantly decided like that's not what they want. Went back, finished off both the individuals, and now 4 troublemakers, they're down to their last man. It's Narcine. Has the M249 to work with, but also a 1v4 that he has to pull. It's going to be extremely difficult for them. Did they see the parachute drop over here? I mean, with how they're approaching, it feels like they know where Narcine is.
They're searching for the compounds. They know the general vicinity where he is. But still, they're not going to start to search these compounds. And Narcine, he's managed to find 3 utilities, 3 frag grenades. This can be a game changer. Hyderabad Hydra is on a move, wanting to find that last foe that's lying around. Do they have any clue that he's still in the left lines in that building? And yeah, now they're going to start to approach that building too. They're getting in their vehicles, slowly and steadily approaching that compound maybe. But I guess Narcine is going to get out of harm's free, no issues.
Well, we'll still have to wait. I mean, as this execution squad is looking to move away, and yeah, in fact, Hyderabad Hydras, they do let the man live for a few more moments inside of the game. There's another interesting aspect to this entire fiasco, and that is there's a cluster of teams present towards the southwestern part of the map. So there is a possibility one of those squads, while moving inside the zone, might just hear all of this commotion and
oh no,
they might become a part of the action as well. Tap shots from the M249, equipped with the 6X.
Oh no, this is not a good sign.
Given away his position. It is all done. I think that has to be the early exit handed to Troublemaker.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras, they're probably going to make the push happen now. This is not the way. You should have kicked things off inside the fight, Narcine. You should have went for a confirmed knockout at least, but now this man screwed up massively. No chance for him to bounce back inside the fight. The entirety of Hyderabad Hydras, they're now going to look forward to collapse onto this guy. A Nade tossed in the front lines. Narcy now looking for to fall back in this one. He's got no other option anyways. He wants to isolate the duels against the players of Hyderabad Hydras, but it's next to impossible to do so.
Yeah.
All the 4 players, they will be looking for a breach in that same direction. Narson's got his hands on the DBS. We'll be looking for to pop a couple of players open, but it's going to be a little tough. 1v4 to pull off sounds next to impossible unless he's going to be able to pull off some miraculous plays. It makes a lot of sense. Narson moves out, finds that initial connection. 2 more players. That's no way.
I mean, it wasn't even an option for him to survive. There was no option for him to survive in that situation. As you mentioned, 1v4. And with all 4 players already knocking on the doors of this factory, there is nowhere left to run, nowhere left to hide. Hyderabad Hydra secure the first squad wipe of the game without losing a single individual. And it was a brilliant way with how they isolated those fights as well. Especially the bait on system. The third finish that they got was actually quite brilliant. And Narson towards the end, don't know why that decision was made for him to take those shots. Absolutely no need for him to do that. He could have actually looked for a few first aids and just tried to survive till the late game, I mean. We have seen that actually being pulled. Ultron was the man who pulled it off on Miramar, where his three of his teammates got picked off in the earlier stages, and he did in fact manage to survive in the previous stages of the round.
Where did that buggy go? It just disappeared.
Yeah, the quicksand sort of claimed it.
It teleported. That's a Goku buggy right there.
What buggy?
Goku buggy. It can teleport.
Oh, instant transmission.
Yeah, it can teleport.
Oh,
You need to
that's
get that for the victory.
such a good feature to have.
No, it's a broken feature to have. No, to not even do that. Imagine you can just teleport wherever you want inside the map. You see, okay, there's some enemies in the front, just
All
teleport.
of us, when we saw that happen in DBZ, all of us wanted to do that. Let's be honest about it.
That is true. We all used to just like keep our 2 fingers on our head and
Yeah.
be like, yeah, teleport. Why am I not teleporting? Oh no.
Doesn't
But
work
this,
in real life.
this airdrop, it's on top of the house. How do you get it?
Teleporting buggy.
Oh, some good parkour moves from Aditya. Nice. This man's the new Spider-Man. Aditya Parker.
Aditya Parker. I mean, but unfortunately for him, is the map of Miramar nowhere to swing.
That is true. He's got a couple of towers right in between.
Yeah. What is he going to do? Just hang in between them like a target? Ooh, it's X Park. I mean, you never know. They can actually pull it off. Just stay in the middle of nowhere. They are in the center of the zone.
Oh, Stellar Titans. They've got a stellar positioning inside the game. So much high ground to play with, so much more information wrapped up too. Autobots moving in the front. Stellar Titans going for those shots. The M44X is there. It's tough to get any type of knockouts in that distance. I do not even know why Stellar Titans is going for that spray. They're just wasting bullets at this point.
I was just about to say that, like, the distance is a little bit too much to connect the spray accurately with the 4X. I mean, if you had a 6X equipped, maybe you could have done that. So there's this thing players used to do back in the days where you would park a buggy stray right next to it, like you would scroll between the tires, and then you would try to spray down at long distances. So it helps with the accuracy quite a lot. But I mean, even with that move, it was still going to be a little too difficult. So I think the objective in that position from Stellar Titans was just to take that vehicle out of position. And once you've taken that mobility aspect away from the players, they are stuck in the middle of nowhere, then you can try and pick off one individual from the distance. Maybe that is what they were thinking. But also, Necro, I mean, due to the fact that the Sanhok has started off on a very slow pace, we have a massive cluster of teams building up on that southwestern corner of the circle.
Johnny, I just want to see someone use that glider. I want to see someone use a glider. It's been a while. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been a while, but it's too risky. You and I both know what happens.
Listen, teams know already that they're not going to get eliminated anyways.
You're talking about the grind, right? When it happened.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was incredible, man. It was fun.
I mean, teams know anyways that they're not going to be eliminated. So maybe a direct delivery inside the circle from the top.
It's gonna be hunting season for whoever does it. Like they're gonna be the ones hunted.
That is true.
Game of duck hunt then. But they're the ducks. Everyone is just trying to pick off that 1 point.
Speaking about the point, we've got one of the best weapons inside the game, the MG3. What are your thoughts on this one? Dude, I think so this is legitimately the best weapon the game has to offer right now.
I mean, depends on how you like to play the game, right? I mean, a lot of
I'm an assaulter.
you are, yeah, you are an assaulter. I'm a man who likes to stay away from a lot of people, just like in real life. So I like to use those bolt actions, those DMRs. I like to take engagements from a distance. I'm gonna be in the back line.
I don't think so. You like to stay away from people. You like to stay away from certain people.
Oh, I just
You gotta
like to stay
rephrase
alone.
that. No. That's not true.
That is true.
Staying alone is literally you in your room and no one else. You're not even talking to anyone else. That's just called staying alone. Completely staying alone.
Potato.
No, for now though. Psy, once again, Team Psych. For them, the votes just keep on continuing.
I mean, they got psyched last game as well.
Yeah.
Even in this game, Glitch Reborn this time, they have their position. And the players of Psych are actually quite far away from each other, so even regrouping is going to be extremely difficult for them. But Glitch Reborn, they get distracted all of a sudden, focusing on the players of Hyderabad Hydras. And how did Sirvi get knocked out? From where?
There was one guy from GlitchX Reborn in the back lines who created that off angle, but then Joker Top Key just stole that elimination point away. This is cruel.
Yeah, that is cruel. Psych, they get sandwiched now between Hyderabad Hydras and the players of Glitch Reborn. And as we were talking about it, the players were in a 2-1-1 split. Now it's a 2-1 split because Sirvi is picked off. It's just Adi along with the rest of his two teams. Oh, and a third team shows up. If this fight is not settled between Glitch Reborn, Hyderabad Hydras, and the players of DMW Esports, then Psych is basically done in this game. They have nowhere to go. They are on the edge of the zone as well. They can't even push further in.
Not just that, somewhere else on the map though. Even Gladiator Esports is up against the players of BR Titans, and they've already found that opening. And this is what I was exactly talking about. BR Titans down to a 3-man squad against the players of Gladiator Esports. Gladiators clearly do have the advantage inside this fight. I highly doubt they would want to keep on pressing up against the players of BR Titans. Autobots in front of us. And now they're starting to roll out. These guys have always been getting that good positioning inside the circle, but this time they're in the edge. Let's see how much of a good positioning they can acquire from this spot.
I mean, another interesting thing to note right now is when we had a look at the zone a few moments ago, as we were talking about it, a cluster was forming towards the southwestern side. Northwestern part of the map on the other side, northwestern quadrant entirely, is completely abandoned. There's not a single team there, not even Blind Esports.
Troublemakers for now, though, stepping in unknown territory. They were taking a couple of shots. There's one team right next to them. Not a good position. Team Psych, they might just be yoinked. And Team Psych, Atlas in the front lines, just tossing out so many utilities, going for that confirmation. Not able to get his hands onto that one, though. But still, Saad, he's way too close to a threat.
And it just feels bad for Team Psych, surrounded from every single direction. Earlier we noticed there were like 4 teams around them. And now 5th one shows up out of nowhere. But still, I mean, amidst all of these chaos, they have protected themselves quite nicely. They have secured like 1 elimination till now in the game. And I think if they just keep their heads down, there will eventually come a time which is, well, in the next 30 seconds that all of these teams will fight among themselves. But Atlas, the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he is carrying it to the best of his abilities. Goes ahead, secures a knock against the players of Hyderabad Hydras. Joker Top G down on his knees, but Syed is right next to him to go for a revive.
Oh, what a blow that was to his face. This is going to hurt him. Team Psych, as I mentioned, on the verge of getting yoinked. And right now, Atlas still knocked out in the hope of his teammates might just get the resurrection back up. Stellar Titans in a fight against the players of Gladiators. Titans versus the Gladiators. Who can come out on top?
That is a difficult question to answer, by the way.
Yeah, exactly. Legit. These Gladiators are supposed to be strong as hell. Titans, they're massive.
Yeah.
Who can win it? But still, I guess Titans can just crush Gladiators because they're so massive.
Yeah, true.
So I would say Titans are still supposed to have the advantage in this fight. You speak of it as fictionally, but if you speak of it in a logical point of view, things might just be a little bit different. Yeah, the nades are being tossed in. Turrets are also being found from both sides. Stellar Titans, they've lost out on one player, and the other player still knocked out of the back lines. 2 of the players are being knocked out still. And Stellar Titans Are they going to bounce back from this fight? This is what I want to know. Gladiator Esports slowly and steadily starting to close on the distance. And the last guy, he gets sniffed out and eliminated from the game. But now another Titans in a big wall of trouble. Velocity gaining, pouncing on top of the opportunity. BR Titans on the receiving lines. Killer still inside the house. He's getting bounced on by Punk. But even somewhere else, his teammate gets dealt with. Last man to go. Killer's is trying his best to fight back. UMP45 pulled out. But even he gets taken out of the game. Velocity Gaming, they're lining up the opponents.
I mean, both these big teams made quick work of the opposition, but none of them got away scot-free. Gladiators lost one of their players. Velocity have dropped one of their players as well in this fight. But the interesting thing, I want to focus on that Stellar Titan versus Gladiators fight. Stellar Titans were the ones who found the first opening in that entire situation, but the mistake that was made was all the three of the players from the side of Stellar Titans were just huddled up together, and Gladiators with just 2 nades secured 3 knocks. Then the last man was left standing, and Gladiators, they realized in a close quarters position, when you know you have to clean up a building, what do? Shotguns. 2 men equipped with the DBS just ran in like a team of SWAT and just, well, swatted out the opposition basically.
Team Psych.
They're still there. How?
Saad is still behind that single vehicle. And now this nade's going to be tossed to perfection. Almost I thought it was. But somehow Team Psych is still alive. No. One thing is for sure, they've got the gods with them. GlitchX Reborn. Some good utility tossed out. Hyderabad Hydras Joker Topsy goes down this time. Hyderabad Hydras, they need to get this main man back up on his feet. But another man follows up the fray. GlitchX Reborn, they're doing a fantastic job in bouncing back in this fight. Joker Top G confirmed. And now slowly and steadily, Ralph 2 starting to close in against his opponent. This nade might just be the perfect one. And yeah, it blows every single last player alive from that team.
What has happened to Glitch Reborn after the last game? I think they're quite upset with everyone in the lobby, destroying the players of Hyderabad Hydras and punishing every single mistake from their side. And at Psych, they might be their next targets. Spray committed from Duke misses everything on that moving US. But I want to talk about that previous fight. Joker Top G, he sees his opposition run across the ridge, equipped with a nade, and has the opportunity to just counter push him as well. Fails to do that, and even before that, you hear him running towards you.
GlitchX Reborn, they're not going to let go off the tracks against the players of Psych, but I like the movement that came into play. Team Psych, they left that one guy still in the shack, and the other guy left with the vehicle, making the opponents think that they've already left.
Psych, all of a sudden, Necro, look at the radar. They are in the prime spot in the zone.
Glitch knows that there's still one more guy. This team. That's a good spot. Some good game sense being showcased. I don't exactly know how they were able to predict that Saad is still there, but this is going to be for the best of them. Now Roman tossing out another nade. Saad, he moves out in the nick of time. What's going on? This guy's dodging nades left, right, and center. He's definitely got a lot of things with him, but Saad peeks out that pre-fire around the corner, shuts down the man. This man has already pulled off 1 clutch yesterday on the same map, and he's looking forward to make the history once again.
And a miracle is definitely going to be needed for the side of Psych if they want to survive that entire fight. But Autobots on the other side do not survive in this game anymore. We're down to 8 teams, 22 players alive. And I think Gladiators are going to be the next squad to be kicked off. Because look at the radar, X-Park, they have all 4 players standing. There's a good straight line formation to gatekeep the edge. And Gladiators are pinned on the lower ground with a wall of death pushing from the back. Justin, I believe, is the last player surviving. And X-Park, they will make quick work of both the teams. The players of BR Titans and also Gladiators at the same time. They can finish them off, secure these points, move towards the edge of the zone, and then protect their position from there on.
Team X-Park starting to breach in from the southern side. Sarang finds that one guy. Unfortunately, Johnny, he's like one little cute man trying to go inside the circle.
Easy, easy finish.
You're just cruel, dude.
It was easy. I mean, you can't really do that a lot from that position. X-Park has the high ground. They have the info. The only thing that's deterring X-Park from being aggressive on the players of Gladiators is the blue zone. That's it.
Wall of Death 2 is now starting to close in. Soon enough, the next circle shift will be in front of us in GlitchX Reborn. They seem like they're in the prime spot. It's just stage 5 and we're down to 6 teams.
Yeah.
This time, a lot of the quick work's being done by these big names, including Hyderabad Hydras a while ago, but they're not really inside the game anymore. But GlitchX Reborn, they found themselves on the edge of the circle. They still need to take care of the backlines.
And look at where the teams actually went out. A lot of these teams got picked off exiting the city of Hacienda.
exiting. Some of the teams try to exit. Some of the teams try to make the rotation.
So teams that landed on the northern part of the map are the ones, like two of the teams have actually protected their numbers. One is Velocity, and look at where the players of Grind1 Esports are, in fact. Just straight up north, and it's two of them still in the blue. Are they there, or did they get picked off? I think they got picked off, yeah.
Velocity Gaming, they've got 3 players, Gazzy, Immortal, and Punk. Interesting. They're quite close to Saad. Psych. And he wants to stay alive desperately. And speak of Saad, just behind that hut, still having his fingers crossed, hoping no one's going to be pouncing on top of him. But Johnny, one thing is for sure, this end game will be just the top dogs hitting each other left, right, and center to find that chicken dinner.
And I think we know the top contenders for this match.
Velocity Gaming, Team X, Spark, Glitch X, Reborn, and then Blind Esports.
Yeah.
These guys.
Oh, it's a clash of the titans in this match, Necro. I mean, because Glitch X Reborn, let's not forget, they started the day in the top 4 as well. X-Pac, their momentum today looks quite strong. Velocity Gaming also looking to bounce back. And do I need to say anything about Blind Esports?
They're happy in the strongest, or at least one of the strongest inside BGIS so far. Gladiator, yeah, Gladiator Esports could have also been one of those.
True.
But
We
unfortunately,
expected that.
Yeah, but unfortunately, Delta PG not able to survive for that long, not able to pull off that first aid in the nick of time. But it's completely fine now. We've got the top 4 teams fighting for the supremacy. Team X Spark up against the players of VLT. Team X Spark looking to toss out some return nades, looking forward to return that favor against the players of Velocity, but they also need to take care of the sidelines. And Glitch X Reborn might just be looking forward to find that perfect opportunity.
Blind Esports a little too willy-nilly with their push. Knuckle was the only man who was sent forward, and Roman from the side of Glitch Reborn did spot him out. The damage from the nade was good to push him back, but then as soon as he went to secure that finish, he was pushed back in the corner.
Oh, Team X Spark, they're rolling out like the gangsters, and they're here to take down Velocity Gaming. Immortal knocked out as well. Last man to go, Punk, and even he gets devoured, dismantled. Velocity Gaming out of the game within a couple of seconds, within a matter of seconds, and now we've got the top 3 teams alive.
Everyone from the side of X-Pac in that fight just set up Sarang for success. They drove their vehicles around the players of Velocity, distracting them, and Sarang just went and picked off 3 players and ended Velocity's misery in this game. But now, the top 3, X-Pac with all 4 players, Blind with 3 remaining, and Glitch Reborn with all 4 players. A 4v4v3 situation in this match developing towards the conclusion as Blind and Glitch are about to collide against each other. Blind, they have control of the circle. X-Pac is out of the zone. Glitch, they have some control to work with, but still being on the lower ground, that is going to be a tough position to come back from.
I'm a big fan of the spread the players of Blind Esports have. A really good one. And considering Blind Esports know that they've also got the circle to them, they've started to blow out their vehicles now to use it as a hard cover for the future. Glitch X Reborn can be the team to have such a big advantage inside the fight. They've got all the 4 players also inside the circles. The team that they desperately need to care for is going to be Team X Spark. That will be trying their best to breach an in from the northern side, from the front side.
Let's see. X-Pac, they're pushing for the depth. Glitch, see them dropping in. One by one, the 4 vehicles move out. And now X-Pac actually is trying to fight for the control. But all of a sudden, have they walked into a trap right in the middle of Glitch and Blind Esports. Utility being dropped upon them. Deterring push any further. And Roman from the flank as well actually can add a lot of pressure. But the nade putting Aditya to his knees. Pukar, he is going to be put down as well. So X-Pac all of a sudden are down to their last 2 players surviving.
That nade from Duke was the opener. And now the players of Glitch X Reborn, they're here to put a full stop to the story of Team X Spark. They do not want any sparks inside the game anymore. They're here to extinguish all of those. And some spam through the smoke's going to find the initial elimination. Roman still trying to push on up. And that's what they're going to try to pull off now. The S12 kit pulled out in the close range. The shotgun's, of course, going to give them the most amount of advantage. And yeah, that's it. The players of Glitch X Reborn, they do come out on top, but then the players of Blind Esports, they bounce on top of that opportunity. They know it's the best time. It's the high time to challenge this third party. That's what they're trying to pull off. Glitch X Reborn, they've got the last 2 players alive, and now even scratch that, they've got just 1 man alive inside these final few moments. It's going to be Ralph against the 3 players, or at least against the 2 players of Blind Esports. Joker, he's going to make that push happen to the front lines, and that's it. Glitch X Reborn, they get dealt with, and Blind Esports is the one to secure the victory inside the second game.
Did not even have to take that work to secure the win. They just waited for the players of Xbox and Glitch to collide, and as soon as that happened, they, as you said, I mean, they realized it was the perfect time for them to chime in. Glitch was completely distracted and finishing on the players of Xbox, and Blind just came in from their blind spot and took them out. An easy, clinical, very technical finish to this game. But that is why I think this was like quite interesting to see the final fight as well. I mean, between the top 3 teams of this match. All right, the top 4, we'll include Velocity in this as well.
Velocity Gaming, even they desperately needed any points that they can get in their hands, right? And even Team Xbox, speaking about them, yeah, top 2, that's top 3. I mean, that's a decent finish. That's a decent outing. But considering with how this team was able to get that chicken dinner, that means they're once again back on the first spot in the overall standings, because in the previous game, Autobots, they took it away from them.
Yeah, Autobots did take away that win, but now for Xbox to actually straight up jump to the semifinals, they will have to secure the last map as well. I mean, they are going to be dropping in the game of Sanhok next, and if they can secure a top 3 finish, maybe by the end of things, they're going to be in the top 4, right on that 4th spot.
Still a decent amount of teams, ladies and gentlemen, need to make that comeback happen inside the top 4. And as we all know, top 4 is the way to go. A direct shot at the semifinals. If you find yourself anywhere slacking around on the second half of the board, maybe those chances and hopes will be extinguished. But still, if you do find yourself in the second half of the board, at least you will be qualifying for the lower brackets. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़े से सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़े चली आती है, और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो चक दे
खत्म कर दो
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Quite an exciting day ahead of us, and still one match remains for the second group of the quarterfinals. It's Super Johnny joined by Salty alongside with me, and with the last game all set up for this group. Salty, what do you have to say about the teams before we jump into the action?
To be honest, whenever there's like a Sanhok map at the end of every single group, I am so excited. I love to see Sanhoks, to be honest, right at the end, because so many twists and turn happens.
Yeah, I mean, Sanhok is always going to be one of those crazy games where you will see unexpected things. But we also saw kind of a lot of unexpected fights in this map of Miramar. Let's have a look at the highlights once again, by the way, as we say that. Because, first of all, I mean, we started off with an awkward moment, an awkward clash between four troublemakers and Hyderabad Hydras, where Hyderabad Hydras just picked off bit by bit the entirety of the opposition, just picked them apart, every single player. And then that was that one little, we call it a mistake or an intentional mistake.
I mean, see, Narsen wanted to actually take revenge. That's the motto, right? That name is four troublemakers.
Yeah.
Now, when you take three troublemakers out of the picture, what does the last troublemaker do? He creates troubles for the others. But, well, it just kind of backfired in that one plan, you know, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, I think his intentions were clear. He wanted to just take the tires off of that Urus, but did not really work out for him that well. And this fight as well, I mean, Gladiators versus the Titans, kind of a discussion between me and Necro as to who is stronger, and I do agree with him. Titans definitely are going to be the stronger of the two. If it was an actual Gladiators versus Titans fight, but no. This is a game of BGMI. In this one, Gladiators are the deadly team of the bunch.
I mean, Necro has his personal bias towards Titans because he kind of shares similar characteristics that way, but we'll just focus on GlitchX Reborn right now. What a comeback it has been, or what a performance it has been from this team. 11 finishes till the end of the game and a second position to actually work with. This team, being an underdog, they're solidifying the position inside the top 4, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, they started the day off as well in the, I think they were in the top 5 when the day began as well, and now I think it's just about maintaining it, and with the other teams just climbing up the rankings the way they are, I think it's better that you start getting a little bit more serious about the action, getting a little bit more serious about the fight, if you want to see yourself move into the semifinals directly. If your intentions, I mean, at the start of this stage were, alright, we're going to test the waters, we're going to see what strategies the other teams are building up to, and if we can actually counter them, and you know for a fact that you're heading towards that lower bracket, and that is what you are already prepared for, then might as well just chill, take a little bit easy, have a little bit easier time inside of the matches, enjoy the action, and see what the other teams are doing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure nobody's enjoying the action. This is as high pressure, high intense as it gets. And one of the fights which actually kind of grew out was the X-Park fight with GlitchX Reborn as well. Right, that fight sort of dictated the fact that, alright, Blind Esports, they were practically backseating in that trifecta. They're like, alright guys, you guys fight it out. I'm just going to chime in, especially when it matters. And it was a good attempt from GlitchX, to be honest, the fact they took down Team X-Park one by one. But they just completely forgot about the fact that there is another team in the picture.
Yeah, and it was quite interesting, as you mentioned, they forgot about Blind because they saw Knuckle a few moments ago. He came up front, I think it was Roman who he clashed up against. Roman threw a nade, dropped Knuckle down to 50 HP, and then Roman for some reason thought he could take that individual 1v1, suppressing fire from Blind. Glitch falls back, Blind, they take a spectator seat and just watch. Alright guys, you guys settle your differences first, then we'll see what we have to do. And it was actually the smarter move, but X-Park, I mean, kudos to them. They are being extremely consistent to the end velocity as well. With this game, I think both these teams will be quite close to the top 5 or the top 6.
But the question remains, is consistency what gets you from the trenches back into the top 4? I mean, me and Necro were having this discussion that for X-Park and another team, Grind 1 Esports, who were practically at the bottom at the start of the day, they needed like the podium finish every single time with multiple finishes to their name if they wanted to actually climb back. Now, consistency has come back in X-Park and their gameplay. But in terms of the finish numbers, I think it's lacking on both VLT and X-Park. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, I do agree with that because we have seen seen these teams drop big numbers in the past, but it is lacking in comparison to their own past performance.
Yeah.
It's not in comparison to the rest of the teams. I mean, still, if you are finishing in the top 5, it is assumable that your team walks away with like 6 or 7 eliminations. That already puts you in a decent position. I mean, in the top 3, if you have finishing on the 3rd position with 7 eliminations, get you 17 points. That is considered a good game by a lot of these teams.
Considered a good game by a lot of these teams, and Sarang has been having a good game in this one as well with 5 finishes and 62.5 finish contribution. I'm really big fan of numbers at this point. I'll try and break it down for you. 62.5. I think he's got 9 finishes for the overall team.
His team has gotten 9.
Yeah, X-Park, they have a total of 9 finishes.
And that's still a good number. I mean, 19 points, that means for Team X-Park. If you guys don't see it right now, Salty is just fixing his hair, being absolutely cool. The number cruncher.
I mean, see, mathematics was always considered like a very attractive trait among...
Was it?
I think so. I mean, in the previous days, mathematicians used to be scientists, but we'll have this conversation later on. For now, though, we've got we've got 5 players who are actually good at their game, the game of BGMI. And it seems like 2 players, we've got 2 players from Blind, of course, and then we've got 2 players from GlitchX Reborn, and Sarang at the very top, just carrying that mantle for Team X-Park every single game.
Yeah, I mean, Sarang was, as I said during the match as well, these 5 eliminations, yeah, he has them on his name, but a huge props for that actually goes to his teammate, and especially the fight against Velocity Gaming, where the entirety of X-Park just set him up for success. But look at this now, Blind Esports ending the game with 24 points, and then you have Glitch Reborn, who apparently were the most aggressive team in this matchup, 23 points. But there's one thing that has just caught my eye.
Yeah.
That is Hyderabad Hydras on the 6th position. 10 eliminations, 1 placement points. It seems like this team has made it a habit of making comebacks on the last day.
I mean, making comebacks on the last day is definitely possible for Hyderabad Hydras, but I think right now it's just way too late. You know, the 5th match of this group is like almost done and dusted.
Yeah.
Now they just have 1 more game to go. And you might remember we were having this conversation if teams like Velocity, X-Park, even Hyderabad Hydras as a matter of fact, will they be able to climb up? My question is, considering the fact that both Blind, Autobots, as well as GlitchX Reborn, 3 teams from the top 4, they're having a fantastic day. They're having a phenomenal day as well. They are going to retain that position. Gladiators as well, I mean, decent with the 10 points, 12 points which they're acquiring from every single game. Is there really a vacuum which is being created inside the top 4?
There is, because, I mean, even just after the previous game, we saw the first team on the sub 70 point marker, then you have team in the 60s. Then you have team in the 40s, late 40s, and then it's just 36 to 30 was the difference from 4th to the 8th position.
Yeah.
So with that sort of a stark contrast between the top 2 and the rest of the lobby, I mean, you have to say, like, if Sanhok goes even like mediocre for Autobots and Blind, they are pretty much secured. They have pretty much secured that top 2 finish, top 2 position for themselves. It's just that 3rd and the 4th spot that is up for contention. And even in that, I mean, Gladiators, they need to wake up. They need to realize, like, all right, we have worked so hard yesterday to bring ourselves into the top 3, into the top 4. And now we can't just get kicked out, because even from the previous match, I think Glitch Reborn might have swapped positions with Gladiators now in the overall rankings. And Gladiators, we will have X-Park, Velocity just on their tails.
Maybe Hyderabad Hydras as well.
Hyderabad Hydras, not really. Hyderabad Hydras were a little bit too low on the rankings. I think they had like 19 points.
All right. But we'll actually find out. And you actually pointed out this team very perfectly, Gladiator Esports. Now, they've sort of made it a habit to make a comeback on the last game of the day. Yesterday also, they kind of put like a big map at the end to kind of secure that spot inside the top 4. I'm not really sure if that's going to happen, but Sanhok, anything can happen. And the way we know Gladiators, when they actually go aggressive, even though they're like a passive team, they like to play from the edges. When they go aggressive, they can convert those big numbers. And a 30 bomb is like a walk in the park for them.
I mean, it is a walk in the park, but that only happens with them where there's something on the line, like something massive. Like, imagine this was the grand finals and winning would get them 75 lakh rupees. That is when Gladiators would have woken up today and they would have been like, all right, it's time to get us some money. But not today. I mean, today they know, I mean, if they make it to the top 4, there's going to be obviously a celebration because semifinals is already in the bag. If they do not make it into the top 4, then instead of a celebration, there'll be like a team meeting happening after the games are done. Like, all right, guys, this is what we need to work on. These are our flaws, and this is what we need to fix before we head to the low bracket. Because low bracket is still there for everyone.
Exactly. And that sort of adds the safety cushion, I think. I mean, the fact that nobody is getting eliminated. Now imagine the stakes between round 3 and round 4. Round 3, you get eliminated if you're not in the top 4. You basically have to pray if you're like inside the top 5 practically. But round 4, everybody actually qualifies for the lower bracket. Now we've been talking about the fact that the lower brackets are like the trenches of hell and everything. But does it like add sort of a safety cushion?
I mean, it does add a little bit of a safety cushion. There's a little, there's a sense of mental peace and calm. You know, you don't really have to tire yourself. You don't really have to strain your head just sitting in a corner like, why am I not performing? This will cost me a lot. And I mean, you can sort of focus on the fact that, okay, we played a few bad games, but now we have the opportunity to improve. We have the opportunity to bring ourselves back. On the other side, though, we talk about winning things and doing things and resulting in getting a few stuff. I noticed we were talking about that BGMI ki boli getting UC, and you were, what were you doing? Were you looking for Easter eggs?
I mean, I was looking for Easter eggs, to be honest. But I think apart from mathematics, you know, my analytical brain kind of is like pretty weak. So I was like trying to spot out what the Easter eggs were. But I couldn't really figure out. That's the point, right? And I'm pretty sure there might be somebody in the audience who've got that Sherlock eyes, to be honest, because that's what is really important.
Yeah, UC being given out.
Oh,
we also want a lot of things for ourselves, so we are also looking for it. But you guys also keep doing that while you're at it, enjoying the matches in the middle of nowhere. I mean, there's always going to be dull moments, but not in the next map, because the next map, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be Sanhok, which is going to be starting soon. Alright, Salty, pick a winner for Sanhok.
Gladiator Esports.
Are you sure?
Yes. I mean, had there been Necro in your position, he would have just said that I had just cursed Gladiator Esports, to be honest. That's what he does every single time when I'm on the desk, just completely flames me. But to be honest, I've sort of taken it up. I think I'm like a blessing for teams right now.
I think Blood Rose Esports have been struggling for a while, but considering this is the last game, I'll just go for Blood Rose Esports.
Well, we'll just find out as the map of Sanhok, the tropical islands, are getting dolled up, ladies and gentlemen, and the flight takes up to the skies. Now, this is where things get interesting. Johnny, we are going to find us the top 4 from this group, and it seems like majority of the teams, they are looking heated up.
I mean, it is going to be quite heated up. We just set it up all for them. Last game of the day, last game of round 4. Do what it takes. I mean, a lot of teams, as we mentioned, right on the verge of the top 4, and if they make it through, an easy entry into the semi-finals. If they fail, a difficult, a tough task, a Herculean task of making it back through the lower bracket. But as we start off the game, look at that. Right off the bat, 3 teams dropping towards that Camp Alpha Island. We know one of them is going to be Blind, and Blind usually go for that hilltop drop. I mean, they have challenged a lot of teams in the past, but this time Camp Alpha is going to be in their control, and there's someone just right in their house.
I think
Blind won't take it kindly to them.
I think it's Stellar Titans. Yes, it is Stellar Titans. Now, this is where things get interesting. Right off the get-go, we have a fight, and Stellar Titans, they lose bodies.
Yeah, right off the bat, as you mentioned, they're losing bodies. Zanisik will be the first man to drop. And we saw one of the players, I think Clever, he did not even have a weapon in his hands. He was running around in the open with nothing but a machete. Blind Esports now, working with a man advantage. Can they win this fight? I mean, it should not be too difficult, but look at the feed. Hyderabad Hydras. Ultron is going to be picked off, not a start that the Hydras were expecting. They're getting drop clashed in Camp Pong out of all places, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Quite an awkward start to Sanhok.
Everybody is chopping fruits at this point. Everybody is chopping vegetables. By fruits and vegetables, I mean players, by the way. Ultron, we just saw him getting picked off, but it seems like Blind Esports as well. They're on the move. They're not actually afraid in trying to close in the distance, Johnny.
Yeah, they are going for a very aggressive push, but the problem is the young man on the other side of the door now has a DBS, so you're going to have to knock him down either with a nade or he's trying to make a stun play in this position. Will it work? Clever was blinded for a few seconds, but from the flank, while the distraction was there from Manya, the other players from the side of Blind Esports just run in towards Stellar Titans, and within a matter of seconds, the Titans have been pushed into the depths of Tartarus yet again for the second time in history.
For the second time in history. And with that, I think their hopes of reaching to the semi-finals directly is crushed. We'll come back in the lower brackets, of course. But let's just switch focus. Let's just get back to the fight between Hyderabad Hydras and 4 Troublemakers. Now, this is where things get interesting. 4 Troublemakers, it seems like it's sort of going to be a revenge arc for them.
I mean, it can be a revenge arc, but this is the problem with having a safety cushion. When teams have safety cushion, this is what happens. No one really cares like what the impact of their moves are gonna be, but talk about impact, and it feels like golden hand rage. It is this man, I'm pretty sure, who gave the call. Guys, Hyderabad Hydras, they put me down in the last match. I want to take my revenge, but while all of that was happening, one of his teammates is going to be burned alive. He survives with a sliver of HP. He's still on his feet. Just needs a first aid to bring himself back into a fighting position, but not allowed that opportunity. Hyderabad Hydras, Joker Top G, in fact, leading from the front lines. A brilliant nade to secure the opening knock. If he gets one more, then Hyderabad Hydras, they will have an opportunity to go for an aggressive push indoors and wipe out the players from 4 Troublemaker yet again for the second time in the day.
Johnny, meanwhile, all of this fight is happening. I think another fight has actually brew up inside of Camp Alpha. The Finnish feed is going absolutely frenzy, and it's Blood Rose Esports. You mentioned this team, and it seems like they are falling apart.
Why are you doing this to me, man?
It's been like a tradition at our desk. It's just pulling each other's legs and doing this fun banter. And with that being said, yes, your team just got eliminated. So it's fine. You're not holding the devices. You just prayed for their success, I guess.
I mean, I was praying for their success, but it turns out my prayers were just stolen by Blind Esports. It's like the lives of the opposition. They pretty much cleared up the entire Camp Alpha Island. 2 teams wiped out by Blind Esports.
It's not just the Camp Alpha Island. Blind Esports, they've pretty much cleared up Blood Rose and their entire run inside round 4, to be honest.
Yeah.
Every single time Blood Rose, they drop out of anywhere, they just place Blind Esports out of nowhere. In the map of Erangel, in the map of Sanhok, these 2 teams, every single time they will duke it out, and Blind Esports will wipe the floor with the opposition.
It seems like a little bit of a personal situation between the 2 teams. A personal vendetta against Blood Rose Esports from the side of Blind. And wasn't even a long extended fight. Blind, they got 1 man knocked out. They brought him back, and apart from that, it was just Blood Rose and their players falling like petals from a rose.
And also a good performance there from Nakul as well. I think that was a dance.
Yeah, but we are not in a dance show.
Why not? I mean, if
It's
you
not Nach Baliye is salty.
So what? I mean, don't you see in football, once they score a goal, they celebrate?
Yeah, they do, but in football, you're not shooting your opposition in the face.
Just like Syed did to his opposition right now. Golden Hand Raid just got slapped to his knees. And this is good stuff from Hyderabad Hydras. In spite of losing their man early, it seems like they have sort of resettled back into this particular fight. And they're putting a lot of pressure, and the flank is coming, Johnny.
I don't know how this fight is happening, because Hyderabad Hydras was the team with the man disadvantage, and yet they were moving like it's them with all 4 players and 4 Troublemakers, which is 3. And now Hyderabad Hydras are going to pay for it, as 2 more players have been knocked out. They're down to their last surviving player, and 4 Troublemaker. As soon as they have this revive back, this last player back on his feet, they're going to look to finish off this last individual as well. As Hyderabad Hydras, they're going to be wiped out from this game. Oh, they have his position. Just a pre-fire, a precautionary measure, while the other players have their DBSs ready. Pinned out in the corner. Syed, he's going to be executed. Takes down 1, but that is it.
I mean, with so many bullets coming at you, it's basically like a machine gun just trying to rip you apart from every single direction. He had no opportunity to actually survive.
A frame of reference how quick this game is going. The blue zone is not even there yet completely. Like, it's still approaching the first circle. And we have 3 teams completely wiped out.
Are you actually surprised? We've seen Sanhok this way, and I told you, right, when the final game of the group comes down to a Sanhok game, I am always excited, because this exactly is the situation.
Also, look at how fun this game is going to be. Velocity Gaming got drop clashed in Kampong. They have lost 3 players. They're down to, well, they lost 1 player. They picked off 2 from the other side, and they're down to 3 players as well. They're running into another sort of an awkward position, just a little bit north of Cave towards area, I believe. But apart from that, the drop clash that happened between Hyderabad Hydras and the players from the side of 4 Troublemakers towards Sami. Sami drop clashes are rare. Camp Alpha, 2 players wiped out. Extremely rare. No drop clashes in Paradise Resort and Bootcamp. And no one in Painan and Ruins.
Exactly. Now, this is surprising, right? I mean, Painan being left completely open, nobody dropping there, might just be the fact that the flight path was just directly on top of Painan as well. But Paradise Resort being completely open and completely left alone, that is something which is definitely surprising. But speaking of that particular fight, it is in front of our screens right now. Velocity Gaming. They've lost a player early on, but they still have the opportunity. Now, for Velocity Gaming, this is high stakes. They have to win this fight and have to win multiple in front of them.
I mean, multiple fights heading their way, but they have sort of set it up for themselves. 3 players. Okay, the split on the map. Punk on the flank. Jazzy as well hiding behind the tree. It's just Immortal being on the other side of the ridge that can cause them trouble. And DMW is a team that you can't really take them lightly. Spray being committed by Jazzy to start things off. Secures 2 knocks and equalizes the numbers, but instantly is going to be traded out. Devotee indoors. Hitler on the backlines as well, hiding behind that shack. Velocity, it's a 2v2 for them. What a brilliant way to start things off.
Wants to go for the flank bunk, but I'm not really sure if this is the right idea. A lot of time will be taken up. And I think Hitler's position was sort of anonymous, which is one of the reasons why Velocity Gaming did not want to converge upon them. They still might just do it on top of Devotee as well, but Punk finds the angle and gets another knock, and now Hitler is down. It's all down to Devotee right now.
Velocity realized that as soon as they dropped 2 players and the players from the side of DMW secured that trade, they would look to go for a revive, thinking that Velocity would not be there with all 4 players because they saw one man. He was alone. No, his teammates nowhere to be seen. And Punk, outsmarting the opposition, just secures that extra knock. Now, DMW, they're down to their last player. This is just a massive outplay from the side of Velocity. And this is going to pay them extra dividends. Now, they just have to finish off that one man, a squad wipe in their hands, and 4 points secured in the early stage of the game. From this position onwards, they can just play for placement.
They can just play for placements, to be honest, but have to be extremely careful to just stay extremely clean in this particular fight. Devotee does have the DBS, and his entire objective will be to take down at least 1 player from Velocity with him while he actually goes down. Of course, the positive trade will be there. Shots being taken. Devotee does get the first knock.
Oh, that was a brilliant angle, but he needs to be careful as well. The Molotov is going to delay the players of Velocity from pushing into these compounds only for a few seconds. And Devotee now taking the aggressive front in this fight, pushes outside the shack. Immortal in the backlines with a DBS of his own. Devotee needs to be careful there. Shots can be connected from the gap between the shacks as well, and that is exactly what has happened. His HP is down to around 30%. 2 players up front. 6 bullets left in the chamber. Takes down 1, but the last man is going to get him.
He almost was on the verge of taking down the last player, Immortal, but saves the day for Velocity Gaming. I mentioned they have to be extremely clean, and that came down to a wire, Johnny. And I think Devotee did a very good job in isolating those fights. Getting that first knock and then leaving the compound because he knew like he was a soft target. A lot of utility is going to fly in. He exited that compound, trying and force them into that particular fight. And using the vehicle as sort of a piece of cover, going in from the one side, getting that first knock, coming from the other side as well. Pretty basic, pretty fundamental, but when you actually see that being executed, it's brilliant. And then of course Punk with that brilliant move right at the start of it all. Just kind of like a chess piece.
Yeah, it was a brilliant fight from both these teams. I mean, props to either sides in this one. First of all, Jazzy for securing that opening double knock for his team. Then Punk with the flank as well, a brilliant play securing the 3rd player, and then they instantly just finished them off, making sure that the opposition had no way of bringing their numbers back even if they lost this fight. They almost lost it as well. It was just the fact that as soon as Devotee was pushing between those shacks, should have realized that, of course, there's going to be a man sitting between the 2 buildings, man in the back as well. And there was going to be a crossfire set up for him. He took that extra bit of damage. Even with the DBS, he was able to take down Immortal, but it was eventually bound to fall. Had he connected that headshot right on top of Punk, maybe things could have gone either way, but still, I mean, as I say, 1v1, it's completely 50-50. I mean, HP bars are going to decide your fate and nothing else.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, never really comes to my end. It's not like 50-50 for me, but look at this.
This is what happens to us usually.
Yeah, just absolutely no clue where the opposition is, just trying to spray him down. Does damage him quite a lot, but could not secure the knock. That's a little detrimental.
See, if you have time to aim at the guy, aim it right on top of their head. Don't know why he was going for those body shots at the distance. Actually, would have been an easy knock for them to secure. But Grind 1 Esports, I mean, let's talk about them. I mean, they started off yesterday in a very awkward manner. And even today is not really working out too well for them. The previous game of Miramar, we thought like dropping towards the northern side would give them an easy entry into the zone. Did not really happen even in this game. They are on that eastern edge, quite isolated, but out of nowhere, the troublemakers are there. Velocity is pushing for their compounds, not compounds, but their positions. And I mean, Grind 1, the only thing they have working for them is the fact that troublemakers have gotten a little distracted for the next few moments by the players of Velocity, and Grind 1 can utilize this opportunity to actually make a getaway, which is, I believe, what they're doing, moving up north ever so slightly. But troublemakers against Velocity in a 4v3. This is going to be a fun fight to watch.
Fun fight to watch if it actually happens, but Velocity, they sort of disengage. I think Immortal just had a view of what the players from Troublemakers were doing. They also could sense the engines firing up as well when Troublemakers moved in with the US. So I think Velocity did take the right decision. Look at this, of course, reinforcements are going to come in as well for TMZ. They are trying to regroup as well. But the only problem is for VLT, if they want to enter inside the further circles, they will have to take that longer rotation right up north, because look at this, right? They knew, as a matter of fact, that Grind 1 Esports were there. There are multiple teams in that vicinity as well. But just as I speak of taking rotations, it seems like the circle is like, all right, boys, just chill. The circle is right on top of him.
I mean, gives them an opportunity to take a chill pill in this matchup, but not for the teams towards that southwestern edge where the players of Autobots glitch. We see 4 Troublemaker moving on for the exact same position as well. There are the players of ER Titans also pushing for that southwestern edge, so it's going to be extremely chaotic for all of these teams, because as soon as you exit bootcamp, you do not have a lot of cover to work with till you reach Paradise Resort. But Xpac caught out by 4 troublemakers. No, troublemakers. It's just troublemakers that has managed to caught off Xpac. Sarang does get the trade in. It's a 3v3, but what a nade from Adil.
Wow. This is precise, to be honest. Team Xpac getting hit by an absolute truck. But Aditya does have that flank distance, and he has found a trade once again. Basically a 2v2 at this point, but I'm pretty sure the kind of distance there is between the two teams, both of them are going to come back into their full forces. But speaking of full forces, that just makes this fight even more interesting, because I'm pretty sure nobody's going away from here.
I mean, no one's walking away. Well, one team is going to walk away, because troublemakers, always, like always, they're going to look to cause a little bit more trouble for the other teams in the game. And this time, their target are going to be the players from Xpac. And Xpac, we know, with the kind of momentum they have and how they've been playing the matches, backing off right now is not going to be an option. They're knocking right on the verge of that top 4. It's the wide split from Xpac that I'm actually worried about. Troublemakers, they can just run into a trap. The smokes are not set up properly to cross this road. This nade was brilliant, and the trade from Dreams was even better.
I felt like the first knock was the best one out of all, because Optimus coming out of his vehicle, disembarking and instantly spotting and being so stable in that spray. I felt like that was like a technical brilliance from this man, and Troublemakers, they're doing such a good job. But as soon as we say this, Team Psych from the backlines, and they hit Team Xpac where it exactly hurts.
Out of nowhere, Psych shows up, and well, Xpac, as you mentioned, they do get psyched for a little while, but Saad backing off does give them breathing room to work with. An individual from the side of Xpac is going to be brought back into the fight, and Xpac is going to be prepared to deal with the sandwich.
But I think this just is going to work against Xpac, to be honest. They felt that knock. They are going to come back from that knock as well, but now the entire mentality is going to be shifted. They will have to sort of split their focus from not just Troublemakers to Team Psych as well. And meanwhile, Team Psych were like, all right, fine, that one knock was enough. We just wanted to disturb you a little bit, and then we're going to back off. They just tickled them from behind, and they're like, all right, fine, bye-bye, see ya.
I mean, they poke the bear and they walk away. Not a lot of teams have been able to do that, but Troublemakers, look at them. I thought they were going to take the aggressive stance in this fight, and till now they're waiting for Xpac to actually make mistakes. Dreams is trying to bait the players of Troublemakers in giving away their position. I mean, just running in one room.
I think he's trying to troll.
Why?
I don't know. It's Dreams. He can do anything.
True.
This man can pull off anything that he wants. I mean, I kind of feel like Team Xpac, even though their kind of 2-2 split has been given out, that information has been passed, I think that Team Xpac must be feeling that TMZ will be forcing that particular fight towards Dreams, and Pokar and Aditya might just be able to strike them from the blind eye, from the blind spot. But I don't think that's going to happen, especially with the circle forming right on top of them. These two teams are going to be inside this massive deadlock for even longer time.
I mean, deadlock is going to be there, but still 2 players of X-Pac are on the other side of the safe area. So that is something that will have them worried. Whereas on the other side, the entirety of Troublemakers is inside the zone. That is the advantage for them. But let's Reborn, look at them. 3 games in a row. The zone predictions are working out quite nicely for them. In the previous game, they were able to make it to the top 2 with a high number of eliminations, and I think they can pull off a similar move in this game of Sanhok as well. But we'll talk about that later, because ladies and gentlemen, finally it's happening. Blind Esports are up against a team that at least lives up to their capabilities in terms of causing trouble for other teams, for Troublemakers. Fight is about to break out between these 2 squads on the eastern edge of the circle.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be an interesting fight. But how does Blind react to it? Taking their vehicles, trying to create a distraction. And I love this. Ronnie wants to close in the distance, being an absolute snake. We get to see some reptiles after a pretty long time, but it seems like he has decided to switch forms. Now he's a human backup once again.
I mean, he's trying to crawl, trying to keep his head down so that the opposition does not really have an opportunity to take him off. But look at this, X-Pac realizing, as I mentioned, the position of Troublemakers was the prime spot to be in if you wanted to play from the edge. And X-Pac, they have a brilliant opening to work with, but from the distance, they are going to be dropped to their knees as well. As TMZ, they find a brilliant angle, and the trade is going to be brought in. But X-Pac running indoors with a shotgun, still losing out on Sarang, but the opposition is there with a sliver of HP. And X-Pac, they find Adil as well. It's just going to be Optimus. And is he going to turn himself into Optimus Prime to survive? The answer is a simple no. But as soon as TMZ end things with X-Pac, the lads from the side of Grind 1 Esports show up out of nowhere to wrap things up. They get 2 finishes, but they're going to be so happy. Oh, they get 3.
They rack up 3 finishes from this particular fight. Majority of Team X-Pac were actually chimed up by this team itself. I mean, Troublemakers did a fantastic job, Optimus, in that situation. They were still playing trade-offs, but it seems like Grind 1 Esports, their timing was pure perfect. And I kind of felt like the Grind 1, we talked about it as well. They were lying in the background for a pretty long time. They were playing the edges, and they were playing like a sneaky little snake right behind X-Pac and this team. And they were just waiting for that opportunity to pounce.
In that fiasco, Grind 1 Esports are the actual winners, because both those teams are going to be pretty upset with what happened. X-Pac, because they put in all the hard work, and in the end, it was the third party from the side of Grind 1 that was also responsible for their demise. And of course, Troublemakers are going to be upset. Their points got stolen from them. But now, Grind 1 Esports, what is their next move going to look like? Because the zone has taken a massive westward shift. And again, let's Reborn. The prime spot is theirs. They have concrete cover to work with. In terms of that shack, I mean, not concrete, it's made of hay.
Yeah, kind of.
Bamboo,
but I think one team that's also going to benefit is possibly Team Psych as well. They've got a nice position. Of course, they are outside the circle, but they're on the open end of the blue zone right now. And with Team VLT just approaching right in front of them, might just be able to rack up a couple of finishes and then switch focus towards Glitch X and the compounds which they hold. But once again, look at this particular fight. Adil, Optimus, and all of these players from Troublemakers, they were on the positive side of this trade. Brilliant movement. They actually found the final piece of the jigsaw as well. X-Pac was eventually eliminated by them. But then look at this. Of course, just chiming in. They did not really get that time to celebrate. It was like a money in the bank chime in. Right at the end of the fight, I am going to announce myself the winner, and that's what Grind 1 did.
Props to Optimus. I mean, a brilliant outplay over there in the final 1v2, but TMZ lost 1 point in that fight, and X-Pac, well, X-Pac lost 2 because they had opportunity to finish off the players from the side of TMZ. But talk about finishing off players, and it feels like Grind Esports is their turn of having their players being finished off, as the push towards the zone does not really work out, and Autobot suffering a similar fate at the hands of the Gladiators. A close quarters combat between the two teams, and Gladiators very quick in wrapping things up. All 4 finishes in the bag. Autobots out of the game.
All of a sudden, it just turns into an absolute bloodbath. Multiple teams, multiple players just falling in. Look at this, Grind 1 Esports. Another opportunity to pounce on Destro, and he finally finds that knock for himself. But the job is not done. Man has to run towards the final play zone as well. But what about Gladiators? Their position is sort of in the mix of things right now. They are not inside concrete cover. They don't really have their entirety of the team to play with. They entered this fight aggressively, but at what cost, Johnny?
I mean, they have lost one player. Destro completely picked off. Delta, he can still be brought back into the action, but I think from here on out, the best case scenario for Gladiators, they're going to be praying for a top 3 finish, and it can actually work out if Psych just go ahead and wipe out the teams, clean up that eastern edge first, and then maybe focus on the other teams. And of course, Blind is on that western front as well. It is Psych against the players of Road to Glory, and for the first time, we are seeing Road to Glory survive to the later stages of the game. I mean, the first game of today was quite decent, but still, I mean, overall, this team, they're having a tough time in the quarterfinals.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, their glory is sort of pretty distant at this point. Maybe in the lower brackets they'll find this themselves a true glory. But speaking about glory, it seems like even Blind Esports walking inside the smoke, but also inside a lot of bullets. Their bodies just hit the deck out of nowhere. Knuckles still managing to survive, but look at them being peppered from multiple directions.
Either Blind is just running in completely blind, or 4 troublemakers, their blind shots are connecting on the opposition quite nicely, because I mean, as you mentioned, it was just spray after spray, clip after clip, completely committed towards the players of Blind. And I believe Blind Esports, they have been kicked back to the lobby. The last player also getting finished off, and Gladiators, they're going to be so happy with that. A chunk of the competition, one of the toughest contenders have been picked off. But now, Glitch Reborn, a team that has been on a phenomenal run throughout the day, yet again finds themselves knocking on the door of the chicken dinner win. But Psych is there to pick off, well, Ralph was the man from the side of Glitch, who just got picked off. Sirvi, the last man surviving, he's going to be kicked back to the lobby. Glitch Reborn, though, this time they're just there with 3 eliminations.
3 eliminations, but they have the positive end of the circle, and they're making so good use of it. Roman takes down Delta, and I felt like Sirvi could have actually been a tag team partner for Gladiators in that situation. They're taking down Glitch Reborn, but all of a sudden that zone advantage and that map control is just paying them dividends. And from the backlines, 4 troublemakers, even though it's like 1 troublemakers at this point, but they never disappoint.
I mean, the troublemakers are going to cause trouble. Doesn't matter if there are 4 of them or just 1. The question right now does become, though, who wins the game? Will it be Gladiators or the players of Glitch Reborn? Because 4 troublemakers, they're going to be kicked out of the contention. And now Gladiators running into a 2v3 situation.
Wow.
Make it a 2v2 as quickly as possible. Not a lot of utility to work with. 2 Molotovs, 3 Molotovs on the players combined, and a Nade to work with. Delta lining up the Nade. The Molotov from the side of Glitch Reborn falls a bit short on the other side of the rock. But the Nade from Gladiators does connect. And Shogun looking to go for the push with a shotgun in his hand. Delta knocked out down to that 1v2. Secures the damage, but the knock is going to fail. And Glitch Reborn finally secure a chicken dinner, for which I mean, well-deserved win for Glitch Reborn. They've been trying throughout the day, and finally they have it in the last game.
I mean, well-deserved, but what an effort from Gladiators as well. Just look at from where they actually came from. I mean, blessings, of course, are working out, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, just props.
Congratulations, Salty. Correct prediction.
Oh, hey, Blood Rose Esports, how's that going, by the way?
I mean, it feels very nice to be on the other end of the spectrum.
We'll continue this off broadcast. This is going to be our feud, which will be discussed about it. But getting back inside the game, Glitch X Reborn, I think they kind of pulled a rabbit out of Team Soul's hat, because Team Soul was the team who sort of predicted every single circle the last time they played. And this time as well, Glitch X Reborn, what have they been studying? How have they been predicting the circle so well?
As you mentioned, I mean, Team Soul from the other group, of course, were the ones who were like the kings of the zone. This time, I think Glitch Reborn just watched yesterday's Team Soul's matches, because this was the map rotation for Team Soul in the games, right? And they just saw what they were doing. They were like, all right, we're going to do the same thing. And they did exactly that, and it worked out. That's it.
Why break a plan when it actually works, right? That is the job. But well done from this team, and even for 4 troublemakers, their position was also pretty good.
But now the only question is, are they in the top 4? Are they outside the top 4? We're going to find the answer, but after this very short break.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझेगे नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला सेकंड लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
हो ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
Be prepared for the fury. साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने! खत्म कर दो!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS 2023. Of course, the first group, they have finished their games and the results are going to be out in just a short while. But before we actually proceed to the results, I just wanted to tell you that there is an Indian faction that is getting added to Road to Valor, and that game is now pretty interesting to play. Just go out there, download that game on your devices and enjoy it. I mean, I'm pretty sure we are going to enjoy it off the broadcast as well. But coming back into this game itself, what are your thoughts? I mean, first of all, my pick, Gladiator Esports, they did phenomenally well.
I understand your pick did quite good, but I want to speak about the teams that were not able to qualify inside the top four, and some of the big names too, that their lifeline depended on this last game of Sanhok. I'm speaking about Hyderabad Hydras, I'm speaking about Stellar Titans, I'm speaking about X-Spark. Even they were not able to qualify inside the game, and even a couple of more teams, if I'm not wrong, they still had a shot to make it inside the top four, but unfortunately not there. One team still in quite a shaky spot has to be DMW. We don't know if they're still in the top four or not.
I mean, definitely. And we're going to find it out, especially when the results are out. But Hyderabad Hydras in this particular fight, it seemed like they tried a lot, Necro. They tried a lot of different things, but they just could not succeed against Troublemakers.
That is true. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras getting eliminated this early inside the game definitely is going to be shaking them so much. For Troublemakers, though, they needed to have a desperate good game. They were somewhere inside the top 5, if I'm not wrong, in the overall standings, right? So that this type of a boost, this type of an early elimination is going to give them a really good standing in the overall standings.
Yeah, and you were mentioning about DMW as well, right? DMW, this game was actually pretty interesting for them. They did get picked off by X-Pac and their brilliance, but the last man, Devotee, he tried so hard. He actually tried so hard to pull up that 1v3, and he was pretty close. But then, of course, he was just getting picked off. The numbers advantage was definitely theirs. X-Pac, as a matter of fact, they tried a lot, but an unfortunate third party. I shouldn't really say unfortunate. Grind one, they timed the third party to perfection.
Just imagine this, right? Even for DMW, the top 4 is in contention. Have they really made it? A big question mark for all of us on all of our faces. Now, Salty, what do you think? So have DMW actually made it or not? Because this last game, they got eliminated quite early with not a lot of points.
Nah, I mean, I'm not really sure, to be honest. DMW, the performance has been consistent, but the fact that they will be inside the top 4, especially that there are so many teams who are being consistent. Even Gladiators, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, they made a bounce back.
From this last game, they are going to make a bounce back. Blind as well, they are also in the mix.
So let's break down the top 4. GlitchX Reborn definitely there.
100%.
Blind Esports definitely there. Gladiator Esports is definitely there.
Autobots
is definitely there. That means that's the top 4. We just cracked it down, ladies and gentlemen. We cracked the code to the Matrix.
Exactly. We just cracked the code. We are the scientists right now, ladies and gentlemen. But speaking of the scientists, this man, CV, he's going to cause so much problems to GlitchX Reborn. Taking that man out was crucial. And I almost felt like, Necro, that sort of handed the chicken dinner to Gladiators because they had the numbers advantage. But then, of course, from the backlines, there was like 4 troublemakers. Yeah, we are going to create some troubles for you. Gladiators, they just kept losing bodies.
But genuinely, though, this last fight was quite nice. I don't understand what these players of GlitchX Reborn have had for the dinner or the breakfast, but these guys are definitely doing a phenomenal job. And even in the previous game of Miramar, these guys were playing quite phenomenal. Now, in the game of Sanhok, these guys are sort of continuing that consistent momentum. I really want to see what this team's got in the future lines because they will be seen in the semifinals directly now.
Yeah, they definitely will be seen. And to be honest, I think I'll just answer your question. It's not the food, it's the good night's sleep. GlitchX Reborn, they had a pretty good night's sleep. They had a pretty good night's sleep. And why? Because they were in the top 4 already yesterday. They were like, all right, guys, chill. We've been doing the right job. Let's just get a good night's sleep. Let's just, wake up fresh tomorrow in the morning. They just had their little warm-up and they were like, all right, guys, we are fine. We are chill right now. And what a consistent performance they've shown. Miramar, great game. Sanhok, great game as well. Perfectly secured.
That's all you need is stay inside the top 4, right? And this is why I pinpointed a finger on DMW. This team was doing quite good, too, in the first half of the board, but now that the last game has sort of slipped out from their hand, still the top 4 is in contention. It's going to be really close, but the teams that we sort of nitpicked a while ago, Autobots, Gladiator Esports, even one more team that was sort of there in the first spot in the overall standings that were doing quite consistent throughout the entire day, they will stand a chance over there. But still that 4th spot, I'm still a little bit in doubt.
Exactly. I mean, that again comes down to the number of points that there is, right? It's not just that. I mean, for sure, we've kind of cracked down the top 4, but it seems like only the top 3 will be well settled. The 4th spot is always going to be in somewhat like a dicey situation. There will be teams who are pretty close by, and they will try to kind of jab at you. So I'm not really sure what the difference is going to be if there are some other teams in the mix who can also contest for that 4th spot. I mean, at this point, we're just talking about the teams who have performed exceptionally well in certain games. We're sort of not taking into account the consistent performances, which also sometimes build up to a really big total. I
never know.
Exactly, exactly. That's my point. You never really know. So, I mean, no matter how much we actually crunch down numbers, no matter how much I try to be like the mathematician of the group as well, it's just never really going to be a proper prediction, to be honest.
But I genuinely think the teams that we nitpicked might just be the true one because GlitchX Reborn, the consistent performance in the previous team game should put them in the top 4. That's for sure. Autobots, they have been doing good throughout the entire group, so they should be somewhere in the top 4 as well. Blind Esports, no questions, no doubt on that. Gladiator Esports, that final game should be a bounce back. So I think so the top 4, we've already got them out, but considering all the other teams are going to move down forward to the lower brackets, Salty, if you're their coach, would you like to give them some special words because now they're going to be moving down to the lower brackets?
To be honest, first of all, I think that the lower brackets are not really a safe cushion. It's not really a safe place, to be honest. So basically the concept of the lower brackets is only 16 teams are going to qualify out of the 64. It's basically the same thing. You have to be inside the top 4 and teams are going to play ruthless in that situation. I'm not really sure if being in the lower brackets is going to be ideal for these teams, but eventually if you find yourself in one of these, I think the mantra would be to just try and go aggressive, dude. Don't try and experiment at all. You should not play anything out of your natural game, and especially all these big names, they've got that aggressive nature in them. For teams like X-Park, let's just put out X-Park.
Yeah.
Let's just take off Velocity Gaming as well. Let's just pick off Hyderabad Hydras. All of these teams, they've sort of got that aggressive note. They know how to convert those big number games. Just try and do that. Just try and get yourself one big chicken dinner out of the 3 games that you play, and you should be sorted.
So you genuinely think that the lower brackets are going to be aggressive? I think so. They're going to be passive, dude. I think so. It's going to be super defensive start. Everyone's going to be so paranoid because imagine one single bad step eliminated out of the official tournament that you've got a shot to directly qualify inside the semifinals, and that will always be there in the back of their head, and they will just try to play super safe.
Hey, I mean, I kind of agree with you on that part as well. But you know what? I'll kind of summarize this entire conversation for you. Day 1 is going to be a little passive. I think teams are going to be a little bit disciplined. But of course, as the days progress, I'm pretty sure there's going to be some bloodbath happening. Like that has been the case for us for every single round.
Yeah, day 2 is supposed to be the day of comebacks, right? This is where teams do realize that, okay, we might as well have a shot if we go completely aggressive, get a lot of elimination points underneath our sleeves, and then maybe we can bounce back inside the top 4. And they sort of settle down to the lobby as well because they get a chance to go back at their homes, look at the VODs, research a little bit more, and be prepared even more.
But of course, speaking of being prepared, this man from Team Psych, Atlas, in this match, Sanhok, he was the most prepared. He had 4 finishes to actually work with, 40% finish contribution, and a ratio of 4 in this particular game, which is absolutely brilliant.
Team Psych is always sort of there, just causing menace for all the other teams. They're the real troublemakers inside the lobby, if you ask me. Speaking about Gladiator Esports, of course, a fantastic game from their side. Planet Esports 2 is going to be over there as usual. Joker, this man's been like the standout performer for that team all the time. Nestro, too, from Gladiators. And then, for the first time, we see one guy from 4 troublemakers with 3 elimination points secured.
Yeah, I mean, 4 troublemakers, they sort of deserve this spot, not just in this game, but also in multiple games. But it's been like the last game of the day where they actually find that spot inside the top 5 Rebels. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to transition into the match scorecard, which brings us a very good, clear picture in front of us. Gladiators Esports, 23 points. Do you think a bounce back has been completed?
I think so. As I mentioned, they probably should be breaching inside the top 4 without a doubt. They were quite close in the top 4 as well if you did take a look at the overall standings a while ago. And then if we do move on forward on the second spot's going to be GlitchX Reborn. As usual, even this team's going to be in the top 4 without any doubt. 4 troublemakers, they are going to they're going to the depths of hell in the lower brackets. No one's going to be stopping them. Even Team Psych, they're going to be there in the lower brackets.
I like the pun over there. No one is going to be stopping them from going to the depths of hell. I'm pretty sure nobody just wants to be in the depths of hell. But, well, we'll just find out who goes to the depths of hell and who qualifies for the semi-finals, ladies and gentlemen. The overall standings are going to be in front of our screens. And there you have it. Blind Esports with 2 chicken dinners, the only team to have crossed the 3-digit mark, 106 points. GlitchX Reborn, 77 points. Gladiator Esports, 76 points. And Autobot Esports, 72 points. Necro, just give me a fist bump right now.
Listen, we did a fantastic job in crunching stuff down, and this was the perfect top 4 that we came up with. But Team X-Park, you got to give a valiant effort to this team, that's for sure, because they made a big leap from the overall standings. At the start of the day, Team X-Park was what, on the second half? And also on the second last position in that second half of the board. And that's a big leap on the top 6. Massive leap taken. Good job.
Absolutely. It's just been the first day jitters which sort of took them out of the competition. Had they kind of displayed like a similar sort of performance yesterday, maybe they would have qualified as well. But certain big names are sort of missing from the first page as well. Look at this. DMW and Troublemakers inside the first page. But this page, full of certain upsets, aren't it?
Exactly. Velocity Gaming not being able to perform that well in that last game. As I mentioned, for a lot of the teams, it was supposed to be their lifeline on the line, but unfortunately, Hyderabad Hydras, Blood Rose, Stellar Titans, and even Team X-Spark were not able to perform, and that's why now they're over here in the latter half of the board, Salty. As I mentioned, if you are the coach of the teams, what would you like to tell them? Because now they're going to be moving down to the depths of hell, the lower brackets.
You know what? Let me just pick up one specific team. If it is Blood Rose Esports, right? I'd have to tell them, please don't drop near Blind Esports on any map whatsoever. Just try and figure out where they're dropping and just not drop anything beside them.
A big side relief will be there for Blood Rose Esports is that now in the lower brackets, they're not going to face Blind Esports. So that's a good news, right? Maybe Blood Rose can once again bounce back. Top 4 is the way to go. Give 1 slot to X-Spark, give 1 slot to Blood Rose. You're all good to go. Already the top 2 is over there. Maybe the bounce back will be seen in the future.
I mean, that's a very tough prediction, to be honest, because like I said, it's just 12 teams out of the 64 that we're talking about, right, lower bracket is going to be full of teams who are hungry for that 16 position. So it's going to be really massive. And Blood Rose Esports definitely going to be a tough contender. But the fact, just like you mentioned, Blind Esports not being there, it's going to be a very big, benefit to them. But let's just move on from this conversation. Let's just move on to a different group that's going to play. Now, of course, Team Soul, Rivalry, BR Vintage, WSB, all of these teams, the big names are there. But CK Esports, we had a discussion about this right at the start of the day. 0 points. What are they to do?
Exactly. I don't know what's going on with them, but for CK, they definitely need to step things up massively because they've only got 3 more lifelines in their hands. And even if one single lifeline misses out, then CK will be moving down to lower brackets. But a team that's completely on the opposite side of the spectrum compared to CK, Nade Officials, this team's been dominating throughout the entire day yesterday, and I hope it's going to keep on continuing just like that.
And we'll actually find out exactly how much domination did they portray in that particular day itself. Let's just look at this. DWM Gaming right at the very top. 55 points from 3 games and 2 chicken hitters. That's sort of the most surprising aspect about it. And then you mentioned Nade Official, quite a dominating finish. 29 finishes for this team, 52 overall points. And then Night Owls. I think this is the team that I'm going to be watching out for. 33 points in terms of finishes and only 15 placement points.
Yeah, they've got the most amount of finish points too, considering they're on the 3rd spot. That is quite impressive. But then as we move on forward to the latter half of the board, this is where even a couple of more upsets are being seen. Redemption Crew, MetalWings, Rivalry Esports, so many teams rooted out for this team. Rivalry Esports, but them not being able to perform, definitely a big upset. But then we move on forward towards Crosskill, and even there on the 16th spot, this is a little bit tough.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be tough, but we've seen it happen once, right? X-Park almost pulled it off. Hyderabad Hydras pulled it off. Genex FM also pulled it off. It's not impossible, Necro, to come back in the second day with 3 games left to go. It is definitely possible. And CK Esports is a team, who can go aggressive, who can go like all guns blazing. They know how to fix things.
I mean, look, when you're barely on 0 points or barely you've got any points underneath your court and you've only got 3 more games to bounce back inside the top 4, that sounds like a next to impossible. But if you do pull it off, that's going to give you so much fame. It will be like a fairy tale, a Cinderella run that everyone likes to witness. An underdog just coming up, just outshining all the known teams, and now being the underdogs. Would like to see that type of run, right?
Everybody loves to see comebacks and everybody loves to see that Cinderella run. But speaking of undergods, I think this group is sort of made for the undergods. The top 3 teams, they are doing fantastic. And I'm just prepared on what Vikendi looks like as well. Is it going to be aggressive, Necro?
No, I highly doubt that's not going to be the case at all, at least in the first 2 stage. I highly doubt it's going to be any aggressive at all. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Vikendi's on the west. The plane flat path starts all the way from port towards down south. Now, this is quite an interesting plane flat path, heavily tilted to the left side. All the teams that do want to go to the extreme rights, they're going to have such a big struggle.
Yeah, they certainly will have like a massive struggle, to be honest, just like you mentioned. And if the circle does pop out towards the right-hand side of the map, then, well, of course, you just go out and pray to the gods as well. But like I said, why did I pop up that question? Is Vikendi going to be aggressive? Because it's like the start of the second day and teams are desperate for a comeback. Teams like CK, what are they going to do? Are they going to sit and wait? I don't think so.
Maybe, look, if there's some drop collisions, then we can see a couple of actions. But I highly doubt. I highly doubt there's going to be any type of actions, at least inside the game of Vikendi. And if you do try to go for the fights, I would say that's just not really the wise option. Try to keep yourself a little bit more safe inside the circle. All you need to do is just try and close on up a little bit to the centric spot, and you should be good to go for at least the first 10 minutes of the game.
First 10 minutes or probably even the first 20 minutes of the game, we might not witness anything as such. But speaking of drop collisions, we have definitely a cluster right at the very top. You've got Team Fly Esports, and alongside them, you have TWM Gaming as well. And it's not just them, there is a third party involved. So multiple teams in very close proximity. I think there is going to be some sort of a skirmish. We'll have to find that out. But it's not just that cluster. You've got a southern cluster as well, where you've got Team IH, Infamous Hackers, and Team Soul. And these 2 teams might actually brew it out.
As you mentioned, Infamous Hackers too. Quite close to a potential threat. And then Team Soul is one of those teams that has been doing so good inside the games. But Team Soul might just need to step out of that comfort zone because so far they have been playing way too safe. And Infamous Hackers, just challenging them like that, this will be an interesting fight.
This will be an interesting fight, considering the fact that Team Soul is on that 4th spot of the overall standings. Now, Of course, we know as a matter of fact the Team Soul always has been consistent, especially in the last 3 games that they've played. They've always tried to go in for those top 3 finishes, not really looking for finish points as such. They want to kind of reserve those placement points for themselves, but it seems like this time around, their guns are blazing right from the get-go. Hector, he only has like 12 bullets to confirm that finish, but will he be able to do so? Let's just place some bets on it.
No, it's going to be a little bit too tough. Now, go for the shotgun shots, please.
Shotgun?
It'll be fun. Please? No? Okay. It's going to go back in the house, try and scavenge for a little bit more loot. And then when he gets his hands on a little bit more weapons and some bullets, that's when he'll try to chime back inside the fight once again. But Team Soul, they've already managed to close on that distance. They're here to claim all the elimination points that they can lay their hands on. Infamous Hackers, not really a good start for them. But can they bounce back, though? That's my question. If they can't, just move away from this spot. That'll be the best part for you guys. The best option that you can grab right now. Just disengage.
And that is what they're doing. I think 2 players from Team Infamous Hackers are already on the move. We can see that the vehicle icons are popping up on the map feed. It's just one guy who is being sort of caught off guard in that situation, right? And he was picked off. And it seems like, yeah, Infamous Hackers, they are being traced down by the crosshairs of Team Soul, but it seems like they will get away. So, well, they did get away from the situation, but losing out on a comrade.
Infamous Hackers, out of that dead zone. At least that's a good thing for them. They would have definitely got taken out of the game if they stayed there even for a couple of more seconds.
100%.
Team Soul, they were on a prowl. They were on a hunt.
And it felt like Team Soul had the better inventory out of the 2 teams as well. They were really quick in dropping down and getting themselves the better guns. I just witnessed that Neo was actually pretty good in terms of having the DBS, having the AKM as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah. So when you've got such early loot and when you know that you've got an opposition who is just dropping in, you know they're basically like free finishes.
Exactly. I mean, I know what you're trying to say, but once again, we did not even get a chance to look at Infamous Hackers' inventory. They just straight up ran away from the fight, disengaged.
Exactly right. They did not have the chance to loot, so I'm just assuming that they'd had no weaponry to actually work with as well. But,
yeah.
Well, Team Soul, they've got one finish. They're going to be going on their main route as well, just trying to loot up this regions of winery and then trying to make that late entry inside the circle. We've seen them pull that off, Necro. I mean, even though I want Team Soul to sort of kind of go on that aggressive route, get those finishes and get those big chicken dinners, the strategy which they have adopted for this particular round, I think that kind of makes a lot of sense.
I genuinely think so. BR Vintage 2 can be a really good, interesting conversation starter over here. Because if you speak about this team, they're pretty good at figuring out the rotation pathways, but they're really struggling when it comes to the fights.
Yeah, and it's been mostly the placement points which they have in their arsenal right now. It's not like they shy away from fights, it's just their team communication and the team formation, especially when it comes to multiple situations, that sort of crumbles, right? That is not entirely good, but via Vintage, for them a comeback will require at least one big chicken dinner, of course, and that might come in these off maps. Vikendi, you never really know who's going to win. Anybody who actually gets that central position might just be able to get themselves the big numbers as well. WSB Gaming have been pretty aggressive, but this team, they kind of struggled in the final stage of the game, could not really get those big chicken dinners on board.
Still there in top 5, though.
Yeah.
They've got a really clear shot to breach inside the top 4. All they need to do is just play a little bit more safe. And the map of Vikendi allows you to do so.
Oh, yeah,
they're quite close to the centric spot as well of that circle, so these guys can just stay over there, pinned down, because we know the first 2 stages, barely any move. Even stage 3, hardly any move. So Spy Esports and WSB, they can just stay pinned down in that spot. Even Team Fly Esports yesterday, they had some moments of brilliances.
Yeah, they definitely have some moments of brilliances, but I think they need some here as well, because MetalWings, they are looking to make their MetalWings fly. But which one actually prevails on top? That's something which we'll find out. Some Nade and some explosions were definitely heard in the background. But I think it was MetalWings who is trying to close in the distance, who are sort of interested in this particular fight. Will the other team Fly Esports right swipe or left swipe? That is their question, of course.
This is interesting. MetalWings versus Team Fly. Both of them, if they combine, MetalWings fly.
I don't think MetalWings can fly, Necro.
I mean,
oh well.
They're supposed to be wings.
I mean, airplanes do fly and they're made of wings. But do you really?
They're made of wings.
They're made of metal. I'm sorry. I'm just sorry. I kind of slipped up in that situation.
Nice.
But the point is, right? But do you really call airplane wings wings?
What do you call that, actually?
You call that wings,
Yeah.
but wings is supposed to be made up of feathers. That's how nature designed wings.
No, it's not necessarily should be made up of feathers. Wings is something that, I don't know, they're wings. But you know what? Speaking about wings, we've got WASP just taking so many shots against the players of Infamous Hackers. They got out of one tricky situation, and then they find themselves another one. And this time, it's the players of WASP just raining down death and destruction.
Yeah, from the Thompson as well. Just not the ideal weapon to get so much damage from the vehicle just getting exploded. And now there's just one guy who is pinned down.
Oh my
and
God.
he's gonna suffer. He's gonna get taken out as well. It's just sad ending for Team IH, to be honest. And you mentioned it correctly. They went out of one situation and they entered into another. And this is what happens when you try and make that long rotation. You try and just escape from one team. You just have no information whatsoever what is going on around the map, and you just all of a sudden slam onto another team.
I just hope Infamous Hackers, they're able to play a little bit better in that upcoming game. Because you never know. Maybe things can start to slip out from their hands. And speaking about things slipping out, we've got two teams in front of us, Redemption Crew and Team Soul. And both of these teams, especially Redemption Crew, they're not looking too good in the overall standings. So it's better if they do not challenge a fight against Team Soul. They just let them sail away. But it's us who knows that it's Team Soul.
Yeah.
Redemption Crew has no clue that it's Team Soul in the front lines. And Team Soul would not even think twice before pouncing on top of Redemption Crew.
And potentially they will. I mean, had it been the other rounds where they generally play their aggressive game, they potentially could have actually converged upon Redemption Crew. But the fact that it's a round where they've sort of decided to actually go the passive route, I'm not really sure. But yeah, this is the early stage of the game where majority of the teams who had sort of dropped down on the outskirts of the map will start to move in. These spot shots, Necro, will be taken. But I think when once this entire fiasco sort of dies down, when majority of these teams find themselves the real estate to work with, I think that is going to be the signal for us to like start our podcast hours.
It's already started, my friend.
Oh, it started?
Yeah, you're late to the party.
Oh, is it rolling?
Yeah.
Oh.
It was. Live, on air, roll in, roll out, call it whatever you want.
Hey, wait, there's no call outs as roll out.
I made it. Right now, just sitting over here, exclusive. But speaking about exclusive stuff, Nade officials too. They've got some exclusive utilities in their hands. And over here, we've got one player just looking for to toss that utility inside that building. Not really finding the perfect marker, but hey, Nade officials this time. Team Soul is definitely able to find some return nades to perfection. Another man is just down to a single HP. One single nade, and maybe he will be taken down out of the game as well. Nade officials, not really the position they wanted to be in, but now, this guy in the clotheslines, it's better if he moves away from this spot.
My boy, it's all fireworks from Nade official as well as Team Soul. This Molotov, of course, is not going to find its target, but look at this. Another one. Actually, the fire trail was very accurate, but he wants to take that last-ditch escape from that situation. Nade official, they are being pincered. It seems like they found another knock. They served another knock. But even Team Soul, they're going to live to fight another day. It was extremely dicey. I kind of felt like Nade official, they're going to take the fight to Team Soul. But that did not happen. Team Soul doing a wonderful job in defending their compound once again.
Nade officials, not a good start. They've already lost out on one player, down a man as well. They've only got 3 players handicapped inside the lobby. Definitely quite tough. The next circle shift's going to be there in our screens. But is it really there, though?
Nah, it's not there. It's just names. Yeah, it's possibly already there. Yeah, it's already there on the screens.
You didn't understand what I tried to make up.
I mean,
in the game of Vikendi, there's pretty much no circle shift in the first 2 stages.
Exactly. That's what the point I tried to make as well.
Oh,
my
okay.
specs and my eyesight power just did not even catch that difference.
Exactly. The circle shift is barely there. Teams, they can sit down, meditate in their icy caves, which is igloo, right? That's what you call it.
Yeah, igloo. I'm not really sure if anybody meditates inside an igloo, but well, we'll find out.
It's okay though. You can if you want to.
I'm supposed to like meditate inside on top of Mount Kresnik though. That's where I would meditate, and not inside an igloo.
Makes sense though, right? You've got the coverage of the entire land. You can see everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
So it's good.
Wait,
so
why
it's
would
a
I
good
see?
view.
Why would I see left, right, and center. If I'm meditating, my eyes are supposed to be closed and I'm supposed
Salty,
to be
you're
focusing.
someone who is always scouting out for a lot of stuff all the time.
What does that mean, my friend?
You know what I'm talking about. But you know what? Team Fly Esports in front of us. Now, they were in a little bit of a disagreement with the players of MetalWings, but I guess they are now in good terms.
Nah, I think the air traffic control just came and kind of dissipated them. They're like, oh, guys, you can't. You're not supposed to be in such close proximity. You just have to move away.
Oh, yeah. The traffic control, air
Yeah.
traffic control.
Yeah.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, it's called the ATC. I wanted to be a pilot.
Really?
Yeah. I would have been a great pilot, to be honest, but my
No.
eyesight did not allow me to.
I would never take a flight where you are the pilot. Never. You would not be taking a look at your own equipment. You would not be driving the plane. Instead, you would be in the outside just looking at all the passengers, scouting out.
Yeah. Scouting out for people like you so that I can actually throw them off the airplane.
Wow.
Yeah. Because,
I
you
mean,
know,
I wouldn't be there in that airplane in the first place.
you wouldn't know who's flying the airplane. My God.
Oh, this is quite close by Esports. They've got the opponents in the sight lines. And this time, BR Vintage is going to be the one. BR Vintage is not really one of those teams that is used to getting in an early fight. So let's see how they deal with that threat. And that too, it's Spy Esports. Spy Esports, they've got some phenomenal firepower.
Yeah, for sure. I love the players from Spy Esports, especially Bunny. But look at this Team CK. They have decided to converge upon Team Soul. And it seems like they are hitting them with heavy hitters.
Oh, that shot from Akshat. Nicely done. Drops down from that second floor and bops those two players that were in the front. CK, once again, they get eliminated so early from the game. Team Soul, this team is doing such a great job. They do not even need to go out hunting. All the other teams are just coming to them.
CK invited this upon themselves, and Akshat just doing exactly what it did yesterday as well. I still remember that clutch on the map of on the first map itself. Beautifully done this time as well. Akshat just dropping down and slapping two players dead in that situation. Beautiful utilization of the DBS as well. But look at this, WSB Gaming in such a prime spot off the map itself. Once again, holding that central spot, trying to gatekeep MetalWings coming inside that mainland as well. This is nice stuff. This is something which I like.
Redemption Crew in a really good spot inside Villa.
Oh, yeah.
As the next circle shifts came into play. WSB Gaming too. Now they would want to be on a move instantly. Considering they're two barely in the outskirts, barely on the edges, playing around. Raiden moving out in the open. This is not a good position to be in if you are getting scouted by a couple of enemies, but this is how the fight really extinguished. And CK, they just got eliminated by Akshat. Look at this. Finding the first man, drops down from that second floor, and then instantly turns around and slaps the other player down too.
He's called Clutch Shot for a reason. I mean, this wasn't really a clutch situation, but look at this. His individual prowess, every single fight, he just displays that his true potential is in those 1v2 moments, knows how to isolate these fights. And the Clutch Master just shows up every single time. You know, you mentioned it correctly, Redemption Crew inside Villa, they're just completely isolated. There is no challenge whatsoever.
Yeah, they're in a really good spot.
I personally have a feeling that Villa is like one of those posh regions of the Vikendi map. It's like nobody's there. It's completely isolated as well. One of the rich real estate, and Redemption Crew, they've bought it.
I mean, look, makes a lot of sense, right? There's Castle right next to it.
Oh, yeah.
And then there's Villa.
Yeah.
So the castle is where the prince or the king likes to stay. And then Villa is the place where all of his, what do you say, like the main people?
The ministers.
Yeah, the ministers and all the main people pretty much like to stay in. So
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense.
Pretty sure like they are going to be in some in some position of power, at least for a while though. But I want to see if there is somebody who wants to dethrone the princes or the ministers, of course. Team Invincible, they've got a name which shows that they can do it, but then they couldn't really justify yesterday, Necro.
Yeah. Let's see, maybe today they can be invincible. Day 2 is supposed to be the day of bounce back. A day of comebacks. But can these guys make the comeback happen? That's my question. Airdrop out in the open in middle of nowhere. I don't think so anyone's even going to be trying to reach out for that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure what the airplane was thinking before dropping that airdrop over there. I mean...
Yeah, you were the pilot.
No, I wasn't the pilot. I'm sitting here commentating this game. How could I be the pilot?
For now, BR Vintage. Hold on. They've sort of know that there's a threat lying around right on top of them. Want to be a little bit more cautious, extra cautious in this scenario. Gyro just scouting out the compounds once again. Spy Esports, they've got a stacked lineup. Gyro, Bunny, Zap, Hero, all these guys, they pack a lot of punch. The only issue these guys were struggling with in the past was the team play. The communication was a massive issue with this team, but I hope they've got it sorted now, as it's been a while. And speak about being a while, MICI, MICI up against the players of Fly. Shots were taken, not being able to find that knockout though. The man was out in the open. A lot of shots missed.
Hey, it's fine. I mean, it's the G360 and not really a weapon that I like. Johnny likes it. I don't really know why. But MICI Esports, they kind of had a really good game at the ending stages of last day. So if they can pick up the momentum from that and play it out today, then maybe they might have an opportunity.
Nice, a good circle shift right on top of Willow. Once again, RC in that dominating spot. Moves away from Castle. And Redemption Crew. This is where now they're going to start to get swarmed by a lot of teams around them. RC, if they want, they can start wrapping up a lot of information too, and also some elimination points. They desperately do need that, but RC, they need to spread themselves out across Villa, which they're not doing so far, and soon enough, one team will come up and at least try and take up a little bit more part of that Villa. We do see one team closing on up so close.
Yeah. You know, Necro, I feel like before RC being actually pins it down, it seems like there will be a lot of collisions on the outskirts of the circle. Multiple teams trying to make their entry inside the circle will actually force them into particular fights. But we just saw a last-ditch attempt, a big rotation coming in from BR Vintage, and it seems like they are heading towards Redemption Crew.
Redemption Crew, they're playing this position way too passive. There's one team that's closed on up way too close for comfort, and that too is a team that's been doing so good so far inside the competition. They need to be eliminated. If they do get a little bit more chance to showcase their skills inside the game, they can make it hurt. And Redemption Crew, they need to be a little bit more cautious. It's the players of Night Owls, and they've been doing pretty good in the overall standings anyways.
Pretty good. We just discussed it. 33 finish points. Highest finish numbers inside the entire lobby. I mean, just like you said, they have to be careful. And this entire piece of real estate, Redemption Crew, it has so many openings. It's just so easy to actually infiltrate the compounds.
Look at the players of MICI. They're moving in all the way from the castle. They're trying to pave a safe pathway. But the players of Fly, they're going to be the Guardian Angels. And yes, they might just drive into them. And that's what has exactly happened. Surya, he knows that he's getting camped out. Instantly just stops the vehicle and jumps in the water lines. This is quite funny. MICI, this could have been so bad for them, but at least Surya is able to stay alive for at least a couple of more seconds. Team Fly Esports, they spot out another couple of enemies in the front lines. Sagar needs to be a little bit more careful. The foes found himself on the land.
What?
And now pulls out the shotgun too. Sagar misses his opportunity, and this might just be it. Sagar might just be taken out from the game, but then his teammates there in the front lines to provide that cover fire. This is such an awkward fight. The opponent does have his shotgun, but he's still not able to find that clear line of sight onto this player. Team Fly Esports, what's going on? Such an awkward engagement.
This is a comedy of errors at this point. MICI Esports, for them, reinforcements have come in as well, and they've massively failed the gatekeeping opportunity. Fly Esports have no advantage in this fight whatsoever, and also to add to their misery, Nade official from the backlines might just provide them some sort of a third-party situation as well. But I love what MICI is doing. Just land them up with nades and try and desettle them, Necro.
I mean, MICI, they've already found themselves in the advantageous spot. They just needed to cross on over from the bridge, and that's what they've done. They've pulled that rotation off successfully. Nade officials, a third party comes into play. It's the players of WSP knocking on the doors from the back. Fly Esports too. They've lost out of one player, which is Vibro. But at least Sagar's able to get one elimination point. He just steals it away. Nicely done.
Yeah, he did it, but at what cost at this point? I'm not really sure if Fly Esports are coming out of this situation unhurt. There are two teams who are trying to converge upon them, and Fly Esports had the massive opportunity of reducing MICI in the first place itself. But now, they're the ones who have to leapfrog this incomplete fight and just have to escape the situation. In fact, even MICI do that. That was, once again, a comedy of errors, Necro.
Yeah, it was one of the most awkward engagements. I mean, we have seen a couple of them, if you remember, even in the game of Sanhok in the backlines. I don't exactly remember which pair of teams that was. But for now, I'm going to hold on to that thought. As another fight brewing up in front of us. Two teams duking it out. Fly Esports, they get out of one problem, but then they find themselves another one. And this time it's going to be against the players of Team No Ones. And Team No Ones, they're desperately looking for to find an identity.
Two players being reduced, Flying Esports, they are definitely struggling, but it seems like Team No Ones as well. They don't really have the numbers to their advantage, and one man just goes down. This is such a disaster for Fly Esports at this point.
Bro still just pinned in that corner. He went for the reload. They definitely heard that sound. Salty. They know Vibro might just be over here. And this nade is being tossed on the upper floor. But they've got no clue that there's a man just underneath, just next to them. And finally now this man steps out. Still the smoke's providing him a lot of cover, but then Rishi is way too low for comfort. Even the Wall of Death now starting to deal out so much damage. And Fly, they're somehow back inside the game once again. They strike down the foes with no issues. This guy, one thing is for sure, the opponents, No Ones, they're going to be wondering, why, bro? Why did you do that to us?
Why, bro? It's not even him. It's actually the play zone which took both the players down. It's absolutely ludicrous. But look at this. MetalWings in the midst of battle as well. And Fang is going to go down. And now only one player with the massive responsibility on his shoulder. It's going to be Zod up against MICI.
MetalWings, the one player in the front line's way too low, which is Fang. And now Sanchit from the back. This nade, even a little bit damage caused out. It can be such a big opportunity, such a big advantage inside this fight. Sanchit once again looking forward to toss another nade. If it does chip out a decent bit of damage, once again Zod will be way too low for comfort. He already is. One more nade maybe and Zod will be eliminated from the game. But yeah, getting back to that entire situation of Vibro. So with the DBS, he was able to chip out a bit more damage on the opponents. And that's why even the play zone did so much damage that there was no way they were able to heal themselves. So Vibro was technically the one who just spoiled their game.
Yeah. But look at this though, MetalWings. Zod, of course, just trying his best to try and survive and even take down MICI in the process. But this man has just no space to actually work with. There's that little corner inside this particular shack, which is going to be his safe haven, at least for a little while now. But of course, the nade is going to clean him up. But MICI, the damage has been done. They've lost 3 players in the process.
Yeah, they've lost 3 players, and Team INV Invincible in the front. Considering TWM is also losing out on one of the players. This is going to be an interesting one. Sam's tossed out a nade. Not looking too good in this situation. Sam's still looking forward to get another confirmation done. Almost finds it. No, a little bit too tough this time. But still the opponents, they're doing a great job and just dodging around the players of TWM. At least the return knockout is there.
Yeah, return knockout is certainly there, but Team Invincibles, they're doing a good job in trying to press them, but as soon as I say that, Abhi gets blown apart. Invincibles, they held a good position right at the edge of the circle with nobody left. But TWM Gaming, they are at the top of the leaderboard, and for a reason why.
Oh, so many shots are being taken on them. Destiny, if it's in his destiny to survive in this game, he will. If it's not in his destiny to survive, he will be conquered by the demons that are currently in the lobby looking forward to devour him. Because right now, Redemption Crew, they're not going to have any chance to get any type of redemption inside this fight. BR Vintage looking forward to eliminate the last even bit left of Redemption Crew. But then they get shot at from the back lines. The position not really working out that well, but it's completely fine. Killer's there in the front, and he's going to eliminate the last threat that was there from the opponents.
The Rivalry, Esports, as well as Team Soul, they just come together, take down a couple of players from BR Vintage. Like you said, they are going to be knocked out, but they might just actually come back into the mix as well. The circle is way too low, and everybody has proper lines of sight. The vehicle being blown off, TWM Gaming just putting so much pressure. We almost thought the TWM Gaming are just going to get taken out in that initial fight, but this time, not only they have reset back into the game, but they're also taking down Rivalry Esports along with them.
They indeed are. Even Spy Sports is still in the back lines, if you can't see, with all the 4 players. And all they're waiting for is they're letting all these other teams duke it out against each other. And once the field is sort of cleared out, that's when they're going to decide to strike. And now TWM, they start to close on up against the foes. Rivalry, one last man alive, the last glimmer of hope, and even he gets dealt with. TWM, some smooth sailing. These guys are gliding on the ice.
Hey, for sure it's not so smooth sailing. They came in from the trenches of hell, but look at this. Speak of hell, and it arrives. WSB Gaming, the Devils himself, Arman, Raiden, as well as Seraph, they will be leading the charge. One nade. That's it. Lights out.
That's it. WSB Gaming. As I mentioned, these guys have played that big game. They've thought about the big picture. And right now, if WSB Gaming, they do want to move inside the circle, Salty, how can they do so? Because in the circle, in the good spot is Team Soul. And once again, right next to them is Spy Esports. Making it inside the circle sounds like a difficult task.
For sure, it's a difficult task. It's completely out in the open, no cover whatsoever. And I'm pretty sure they don't really have a lot of vehicles to actually work with as well. One of the players did take a long rotation. Zeref, look at his split. He's the one who actually took that long rotation with the vehicle itself. I'm not really sure what the plan is, but I'm pretty sure he's just trying to create that little bit of a flank angle, trying to create the diversion for the rest of the players to walk in inside the play zone itself. This fight was absolutely precise. WSB Gaming played it down to the wire, but now their problems seem to escalate because they have to walk their way inside.
They indeed have to. Soul and Spy right next to each other. But considering they're the neighbors, they do not really need to fight against each other, right? First, they need to take care of the outsider. The uninvited guys inside the party.
Oh,
get him out of here.
Get him out of here. And then we'll just sort out our own issues, of course, later on. But look at this. Team Soul, they're so well prepared, and it seems like it's not just WSB that they're focusing on, they're also focusing on Team Spy Esports as well. But thankfully for Team Spy, they have got that little bit of a cover to actually work with. They've got the smokes being laid out as well. But the fact that we were talking about WSB, the diversion did not actually work out. But out of everything of it all, it seems like Arman from Team WSB and one player from MICI, they are actually doing the heal battle, Necro.
Exactly, Spy Esports. Even they're starting to close on up. But the best part about this circle is that it's no one's. It's right in between. Even the players of WSB, they need to sail in. Even the players of Spy Esports, they need to move in, including Team Soul. But not Team Soul. They're over here to conquer against the players of WSB. Raiden's going to be the second man who's knocked out. The last guy from WSB, even where he is, that's my question. But now Team Soul, they've got a bigger threat approaching them in the name of Spy Esports. And slowly and steadily, Spy Esports looking for to pounce on this last guy that's alive in the front lines, Neo. He pounced back. He finds that initial opening. But then, this is where slowly and steadily, Spy Esports, they're starting to crumble down. Team Soul, they've got a better chance of winning this fight now. But this utility that's being tossed in from Gyro, it connected perfectly. And now even WSB, they stand a chance to win this game.
Akshat, my man with 7 finishes yet again. This man just showing what he can potentially pull off in Team Soul right in the nick of time. They could figure out a way to come back into this game, and look at this, Arban way behind in the back lines. He knew what he was doing. He knew that he wanted to get that second position. MICI as well were in the heal battle. I mentioned it. Arman as well as one player from MICI. They were doing that heal battle, but it seems like Arman just is going to reign supreme. We know, as a matter of fact, that Team Soul is going to get the chicken dinner.
Team Soul knows where the last guy is. They know where he is. Just waiting for that initial peek, and as soon as that's found, maybe he will be peppered down, shot down. And as soon as the next circle shift's going to come into play, there's no way he's going to be able to out-heal that damage. So he's pretty much done. He's screwed up in that position. WSB, they lost out on this one. I genuinely thought they could have stand a chance because in the end, he was just the last guy from Team Soul. And if he was unaware of the last guy's position, which was Arman, then things could have been a little bit bad for Team Soul. Maybe the guy from the Foul Fray could have took a shots and take down Team Soul, but no, that's not the case. Instead, WSB, they get eliminated by the play zone, and Team Soul's going to be the one to come through victorious. Once again, Team Soul having a fantastic start. This is what they exactly wanted, right?
I mean, this is what they wanted, right? Once again, they are going to be toppled inside the very #1 position, which they very fairly deserve. This game was just so brilliant. I mean, they did not really participate in a lot of fights early on. We saw how they were actually moving away from Redemption Crew and the other teams towards that Villa region. They played it out smart, and when it actually mattered, they were like, all right, guys, let's just go guns blazing. Even the fight against CK, as a matter of fact, remember, CK were the one who actually encroached upon their compounds, not them.
Listen, why are you bringing up CK? It's like you're just rubbing salt on their wounds, my friend. They've already been eliminated with 0 points once again. And Salty, I genuinely think so. It's because you had a lot of expectations from that team. Didn't you say that before the game started?
I think so. I mean, CK was always in my top 4, to be honest. I kind of loved the way this team played, and it was one of the underdogs I was looking out for. But it seemed like, it seemed like they have to come back from the trenches of hell.
Now, look, if CK want to make it inside the top 4, Salty, both of these leftover games, these guys need to outperform the hell out of the lobby. And by that, I mean they need monstrous games all the time, which is next to impossible, considering you're just normal human beings. You cannot be too perfect. But ladies and gentlemen, for now, for that game's done, it's time for us to push to a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग, समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला शिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने! खत्म कर दो!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In the break, you guys saw a video which was called BGMI Kiboli. So all you guys need to do to have a chance to win a lot of UC in-game is that go ahead and spot out a lot of Easter eggs in that video that is there in the back lines, and maybe you do stand a chance to win all of that UC. For that, you need to do?
Well, you have to spot out the Easter eggs, as Necro mentioned, and post a video on social media, use hashtag BGMI Kiboli, and the lucky few will be, well, receiving the UC in their accounts. And I mean, you can use that to grab a lot of things. I mean, we were seeing that beautiful new X suit a few days ago.
No, I think that's a little bit too expensive, Jonathan, to be honest. That X suit is quite expensive. It looks quite good, too. But you know what?
Yeah.
Getting back inside the conversation of that previous game of Vikendi, started off quite slow, as usual. Team Soul was up against the players of Infamous Hackers. Not that good of a start for them. For Infamous Hackers, though, now they need some massive games in the upcoming 2 games. Somewhere down the line, even our conscious mind knows that they're pretty much going to be down in the depths of hell.
I mean, it's them, and as you were talking about a few other teams, I mean, as you mentioned, the monstrous performance that's going to be needed. Definitely going to be the case, and also it's going to be quite difficult to actually win the next 2 games in a row in its entirety. But one thing we have to say, I mean, Team Soul, they're consistent, man. They won the first game yesterday, and they won the first game today.
I don't know what's going on. It's like they've cracked the code of the Matrix. They just know all the time that the circle's going to be ending. They perfectly just find themselves in that end of the circle, and somehow Team Soul just able to win a lot of games too, and a lot of the firefights. CK, that fight against him was a prime example of that. Akshut just drops down from that second floor, just bops down 2 players with a DBS, not even a problem.
I mean, we didn't see that right now from the perspective of Fly Esports, but I do want to talk about Fly versus MICI situation. It was such a perfect gatekeeping spot, and yet they failed.
They screw up just because that one guy managed to distract the entire team of the opponents, and somehow they just were not really brilliant enough to know that it's just one guy. And unfortunately, even for the guy who was holding the underlines of the bridge, he missed out on all the shots that he took. That was one of the most awkward fights that I witnessed. And considering the team usually who's supposed to gatekeep, they're supposed to be the one in the advantageous spot. But this time it was the opposite thing.
And of course, it's quite awkward that it is Fly Esports in that situation who failed. Because Fly Esports yesterday were, well, they were kind of decent. They were in that middle pack on the second page of the leaderboard, but still a decent run coming in from them. And I think that is what we expected today. But off to a slow start, I think it's going to be quite difficult for them to recover. Again, this was also another interesting situation. Rivalry, the players from the side of Rivalry Esports take control of that shack, and a few moments later, we saw what happened. They got wiped out.
Indeed, even Redemption Crew, they're trying their best. Clearly, you can see Redemption Crew, they're desperate to get these points. Makes a lot of sense, too, on the latter half of the board. If they have made it till this far, one thing is for sure, these guys do have a lot of individual talent, but if you're not able to follow up on behalf of that, then that's a big issue, right? For now, Redemption Crew, no matter what type of things they're trying to pull off, they've tried to be aggressive inside the lobby. Even that's not working out. They've tried being a little bit passive in the lobby. Even that's not working out.
Correct me if I'm wrong, out of the top 4 on the overall leaderboard that we started the day off with, only TWM was the one who was consistent, right?
Yeah, TWM was the one who's consistent. And in the top 5, if you look forward to it, WSB is also the one who's quite consistent. Yeah, maybe Spy Esports, they've made that leap happen in the top 5. You never know. Maybe WSB has moved forward.
I think WSB moving forward is actually going to be the thing. Because WSB, I think they secured a lot more eliminations. Spy, I'm forgetting how many eliminations they had in this opening game. But still, I think Spy, one thing is for sure, they're going to be inching ever so slightly closer to the top 4. And I think that is what their goal is by the end of the day. What we have to see is, can they be consistent in the next 2 matches? It's going to be super important. If they can do that, maybe they can drag Nade Official, Night Owls out of that top 3, top 4 and take their position, because Soul is not going anywhere.
What just happened to Nade Official and Night Owl?
Yes!
That's my question. I mean, I do understand Night Owl, they were quite close to the Villa spot, if I remember. Redemption Crew was the one holding that. But then later on, we did not even see them on the screen to find out what exactly just went wrong with them.
They just vanished. I mean, it was a magician's act pulled out of nowhere by the players of Night Owl. But talk about being a magician and Akshat, I mean, just like yesterday as we talked about it, history repeating itself, the man was responsible for his team winning the chicken dinner in Erangel yesterday. And today with these 7 eliminations, we can say the same about him on this map of Vikendi.
7 finishes with the finish contribution of 43.7. These guys have been doing good. Then Omega 2 is going to be there. Hector as well. The entirety of Team Soul is almost there. Missing out on one guy, which is Neo, who's supposed to be the assaulter.
Yeah.
This blows, right?
I mean, to be fair, his teammates are not leaving anything for him. I mean, you look at the numbers, 15 eliminations on these 3 players combined, plus with the chicken dinner. That's a 30-point game right off the bat, and I think this will help them build momentum for the rest of the 2 matches. But I'm happy seeing MICI as well. MIC started the day in the top 8, and they'll be also taking a jump in the overall ranking.
That is true. MICI, this might just be a big leap for them. 16 points accumulated. I think so the top 8, the cutoff wasn't too high.
Yeah.
There's a chance MICI might just bounce back in the overall standings. Rivalry Esports, one thing is for sure, at least there's some improvement. Yeah, still not that doing good. Still just 6 points, but compared to yesterday's performance, I would say this is far more better.
Yeah, I agree with you. This is far better from what Rivalry was up to yesterday. And I think, but still we're not going to be satisfied with this from Rivalry, are we? I mean, we know the kind of caliber these players have. We have expectations from these lads. But again, I mean, it's that one aspect of knowing that you have a safety cushion of that lower bracket to work with.
Team Soul secured 16 finishes.
Oh, wow.
Oh, hold on.
Neo had 1.
Yeah, Neo had 1, but what did I just witness? 16 elimination points, 15 positioning points. That was a banger of a game from Team Soul. One thing is for sure, no one's going to be stealing that first spot from them. At this point, I do not even need to take a look at the overall standings. I already know who's on the first spot in the overall standings, man.
It is Team Soul with 69 points. Quite a nice position to be in with a nice number of points to their name. But as we talked about it, one thing has taken a drastic turn right now, Necro. Yesterday, WSB as well in the top 3, but before that, yesterday we saw Team Soul have 9 eliminations in 3 matches. With just 1 game, they have pushed that number to 25.
Spy Esports dropped down? I thought they had a decent game, right? In the previous one? SPY Esports were seen somewhere in that late game scenario, but maybe a lot of the teams were just alive, and that's why SPY Esports sort of got overshadowed by their performance. And the main reason for that has to be WSB moving up.
I do agree with that. I mean, WSB did catch a lot of teams off guard, but I think again, WSB, if they are not consistent, even they can be kicked back. Especially, we know yesterday, Night Owls went super big in that map of Miramar, and that is exactly what's about to happen. But look at that, Crosskill. Did they just get their first point?
No, I think so. Did they get it in this game or yesterday itself? I'm confused. I think so they got that first point yesterday itself.
I have no idea. I mean, this team just keeps getting eliminated on the first.
But hey, at least that's an opening, right?
Oh, yeah.
No matter it be today, no matter it be yesterday, a big round of applause for CK. No one even there on the 15th spot. Indeed, they're looking like they're no ones on that spot, but they definitely need a bounce back. They're going to be looking forward to get that identity for themselves. Team Fly Esports, though, looking forward to fly up.
Why are you letting infamous hackers leave on lighter note? They're there with 6 points.
I mean, their name is quite cool, right? But what happened to them, I would say it's quite unlucky for them, quite unfortunate. But considering they should have also done a lot of research, they should know that Team Seoul likes to drop down on the southern side and you dropping right next to them. That's a big rookie mistake. But at the same time, you can also say that the plane fly path played a big role into that one.
True. I mean, you can blame a lot of things, and that is, I think, what these 3 teams at the bottom of the rankings can only do right now. But then again, I mean, we keep talking about it, right? Lower brackets still available to these guys, especially for players like CK. Because if you remember, in the previous round, we saw CK competing for that top spot in their particular group against some of the toughest teams, toughest opponents they've ever faced. And they performed in a situation like that where qualification was very cutthroat. Only the top 4 teams got to move forward. Now I think it's just the fact that they know they're not going back home even if they get finished on the 16th position. They know they're not going back home. They have that low bracket available. Maybe they're taking things a little too lightly.
I mean, speaking about CK, right? I think so. They're just over here to get a lot of fame, right? This is a known path that they're taking. Go down in the lower brackets, right? Listen to this story that I'm going to be creating in the front, okay? Just listen. Have your ears just to the screens, okay? So they go down in the lower brackets, okay? Then, even on the lower brackets, the first 3 games, not good performance. Then the last 3 games, out of nowhere, just bounce back. In the upper brackets, in the overall standings in the top 4, just to bounce back, a Cinderella run. And then in the grand finals, 2 victory. Champions team.
I mean, that's going to be an incredible story, but I doubt it's going to happen.
Yeah, it never happens. whatever I try to come up with, it just never happens. And I know that, so I'm just used to it at this point. But you know what? Matchup once again in front of us. These teams will be duking it out once again in the upcoming game of Miramar. This is going to be an interesting game of Miramar, considering now Nade officials, they're going to be desperate. They're almost on the verge of getting kicked out. The same thing's going to be with the players of Night Owls too, because they would like to have a good night's sleep.
Yeah, and Night Owls, I mean, we know Owls don't sleep at night.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying, right? So, like, they would like to have a good night's sleep. You get what I'm saying?
All right.
I mean, technically, even I don't get what I'm saying, but do you get what I'm saying?
Apart from that, though, I think I do agree with you. Nade officials and Night Owls, I think the fact that they were in such a good spot yesterday, they would want to showcase that, yes, they can be consistent even against in the toughest group that we have seen in BGIS so far. And along with that, I think one team that since we have been extremely critical for a lot of these teams on the second page of the leaderboard, Redemption Crew. I mean, our expectations from Redemption Crew, let's not lie about it. I mean, were massive. I mean, we've seen this team in the past. They have performed well. We know the players have a lot of mechanical skills in them. But right now, it's just not working out for them.
I mean, look, I understand all of these teams, or at least most of these teams, are supposed to be like the new teams inside the pro scene, but it's now our time to be a little bit more critical on these guys. They have been over here. It's been a long journey for these guys too. Now it's time for us to be a little bit more critical. Give these guys a little bit of taste of how it feels to be in a T1 tournament.
Exactly, and I think that is exactly what is about to happen. But as we were talking about Night Owls, I think this map of Miramar, I'm actually worried about everyone else. Night Owls, they had a lot of eliminations on the board on Miramar, on this map specifically. They don't like to play the waiting game. They're the ones looking for the fights, and if the zone and the flight path allows them, they're going to have a fun time in this game.
And you speak of the flight path, and it's already cursed. I mean, playing flight path starting all the way from El Azhar towards Los Egos, starting from such an extreme right side. This is just so bad. That too on the map of Miramar. This is going to be a full-off struggle.
Yeah, it is absolutely going to be a struggle for anyone looking towards that northwestern half of the map, northwestern quadrant, El Pozo, Creative Fields. Even water treatment is going to be a challenge at this point. Not even going to talk about La Cobriera on the furthest northwestern part. But one thing is for sure, we were talking about Night Owls. We remember yesterday it was them, it was MICI. Rivalry also dropped towards Los Leones, and there was one more team with them.
Yeah, it was like a big cluster
Yeah.
inside Los Leones. But once again, Los Leones is sort of like a big city, so I think so 3 teams can drop over there.
Rivalry actually moved around. Rivalry is now heading towards Campo Militar Tierra Bronca.
Yeah, that's the best spot you can take, right? The outskirts just being isolated. I think so even La Cabrera if they do want to. Ruins, it's going to be a little bit far away, but
Yeah.
maybe Torre Amuda sort of has to be a good spot. La Cabrera, the extension can be there if you find yourself a couple of vehicles to move over there. But in general, we might just be up for some early game action, and I'm down to witness this.
I mean, we know it's going to come from the city of Los Leones. Again, we see that cluster dropping in that massive city. Instead of 4, it's 3 teams this time around, though. In the city
Oh
of
my
Los
God.
Leones, MICI is there, and it's a eastern circle with an eastern flight path. Now, this changes everything, but also another interesting thing, as you were talking about early fights, is that San Martin Hacienda del Patron fiasco that is about to break out in a few short moments.
Even Los Leones, once again, 3 teams dropping in there. But as I mentioned, Los Leones is big enough for three teams, so I'd highly doubt we might just see any fights. But speaking about fights, though, CK once again engaging against Team Seoul. Are you kidding me? Already Team Seoul's wiped you guys out, and now once again, CK just dropped up against Team Seoul. Are they even in their right minds? They've only got 1 point so far. CK should avoid all the type of duels at this point in time.
CK is out to have some fun at this point. I mean, they know they're on the 16th position. They know they're not going to climb up to the top 4 in the 2 matches. Might as well just have some fun or try to get some revenge against the players of Seoul. But the problem is, it is Team Seoul. They're used to these drop clashes. And this time around, they will figure out a way to deal with it. If you remember, even in the previous rounds, there was a team that tried to drop clash Team Seoul in this city of Picado. And Seoul punished them so badly for it.
Speak about drop clash punishments, right? That
Yeah.
blind esports situation that happened in the previous group. They just punished the hell out of
Yeah.
Blood Rose for doing that. Because yesterday, Blood Rose stole blind esports' spot, and today blind esports was like, you know what? We're going to enter in your home turf and take you down. And that's what they did.
Blood Rose came second. Before them, they wiped out another squad. Blood Rose dropped towards Camp Alpha, the Temple Hill, on Camp Alpha Island, and then they dropped down from that hill to take the fight against Blind. Before that, there was a team that directly dropped clash on Camp Alpha against Blind, and Blind first took care of them. And then when Blood Rose showed up, they were like, all right, you too, all right.
So I was speaking of the Erangel as well, right? Erangel was the one they just sort of pushed in Puchinki, shut him down in their own home turf. But I guess like Blind Esports, now they have a personal rivalry with these guys, huh?
Yeah. Soul and CK, is that a rivalry that's building up at this point?
Seeking for Soul. CK Soul. Seek a Soul. Oh, that's actually a good one.
Yeah.
Right? Soul over here to Seek a Soul. And right now, CK might just be on the receiving lines, and that's what just happens. Tony is going to be the one to face that front. But actually, Tony, too, he finds the return knockout against the foes. Tony's taken down quite low, but at least Loki in the front lines, Loki in the upper lines can try and pull things back once again. He's got the pump shotgun, and the opponent needs to be a little bit more careful, stepping inside that house, stepping inside that room. If he does manages to step inside, though, it can be a big opening that Team Soul desperately needs. Loki could have been the one to find the advantage spot, but no, Soul moves away in the nick of time.
Well, the God of Mischief has gained for himself an HP advantage, but all 3 players of Team Soul right underneath him on that ground floor, while Akshat is dealing with Dexter, and Dexter actually catches him off guard. I thought Akshat had his position, but no, that wasn't the case, and all of a sudden, this fight is completely even Steven Necro.
Yeah, down to a 2-on-2 scenario. Hector needs to be a little bit more careful. Considering Akshat, the star player from this team's been taken down. It's down to Omega and Akshat, and what a good fight from Hector that was. King gets taken down, CK. They could have been the one to win this fight, but no, they mess up massively. And even Dexter gets devoured in the end, and Team Soul, they're back up inside this fight flawlessly.
Yeah, flawless execution from Team Soul, but as I said earlier, I mean, they're used to teams drop clashing against them. They're used to dealing with these situations again and again. And we never see them take a back foot against a drop clash unless they lose out on their first play. And by lose out, I don't mean knocked out. I mean the first individual from the side of Team Soul, no matter who it is just instantly finished off. If it's a 3v4, then only they back off. Otherwise, they will take the challenge head on. And this time, I think CK not really having a fun time. Is it even a rivalry if it's only one-sided always? We call it a rivalry.
So if there's love, which is one-sided, and that too is called one-sided love.
Yeah.
So one-sided rivalry should be a thing, no?
I think it's called stalking now in 2023 now.
No. One-sided love is a different thing. And one-sided rivalry is a different thing. But it should be phrased at that. Like for example, there's one guy that you don't like, but then at the same time, that guy doesn't mind you. So that's a one-sided rivalry.
I mean, yeah, I get what you're trying to say, but we'll have to like talk to both these teams. Like, guys, what is happening? Is this a rivalry or not? Talk about rivalry. Here they are.
On a move. In a chill spot. Not exactly chill when you're on Miramar.
It's quite hot.
Yeah, but mentally these guys are chilling. Still in the outskirts though, so they might just have a little pressure of moving inside the circle. There's one more team right next to them. Once again, I highly doubt it's going to be any type of threat for the players of Rivalry. And speaking about Rivalry, these guys need to step up massively. So far, the game's not really looking that great for them.
Yeah, I was just about to ask you, should Rivalry be chilling in the lobbies though?
I mean, they already know.
Yeah.
They're not going to qualify inside the top 4. Let's be honest. Somewhere down the line, our conscious mind knows the teams that are not going to qualify.
I see this situation set up and I have nightmares from what Night Owls did to MICI yesterday.
And maybe that might just happen once again. Night Owls. These guys, they call themselves the Night Owls, but these guys are the Eagle-Eyers. They're the Eagles inside the lobby, hunting down the prey from the top. Got some good line of sights on the enemies too. They probably do know where the players of MICI are too. Sanchit, this is not a good situation. This is not a good position to be taken out. And that's what exactly happens. What was this guy doing? The entire team just moved away. Where's the communication, MICI?
Yeah, MICI, I mean, the Night Owls did a brilliant job of isolating this one individual, cutting the entirety of MICI away from Sanchit. And as soon as you mentioned, MICI moved away, Sanchit also was trying to make the great escape, and he was punished for that. Night Owls had it all set up, had the trap laid out, and, well, MICI, they have just fallen into it. Well, at least Sanchit did. The other 3 players, though, the sacrifice was worth it. MICI, they walk away from Los Leones with 3 players for the first time.
I don't know why, whenever I read this name, Night Owls, I just feel like adding a B before the O, Night Bowls. Because, I don't know, whenever it's night, I like to munch on something.
Oh.
Yeah. Listen, there's no way you don't relate with this. Everyone can relate. If we all get hungry in midnight.
I mean, we do.
Yeah.
Usually at night you're just chilling, relaxing, watching a movie or something, and it's good to have something to munch on, but Night Owl seems like they've been munching on the bodies or the bones of MICI.
Yeah.
Every single time on this map. Spy Esports, let's talk about them for a minute.
Spy Esports is one of those teams that is, as I mentioned even before too, they pack a massive punch. But even in the past, the problem's been the communication when they engage in a fight. The individual firepower is quite massive. But Spy Esports, they definitely need to work out on the team play, which they're definitely trying. I think so. There's definitely a big improvement from what we've seen from this team in the last time.
True.
But they need to improve a little bit more, considering there's a chance they can be dragged down to the hell.
I mean, that can happen to them, and it wasn't a great day for them, and even inside the matches yesterday. Still struggling from the after effects today. At least the first Vikendi was quite decent from their side, though. Although, as we look at the map, we're talking about Spy Esports, and there's Nade officials quite close to them. But look at this. Team Soul, they've dealt with the initial threat, the players of CK, and all of a sudden, they have been spotted in the middle of nowhere by MetalWings. Oh no, getting away from... Oh, he actually does. Wow.
Akshat barely alive. Gotta thank his stars, that's for sure. Hector, though, is still in the front. You can see he's on the edge, he's on the ridge playing around. His position's compromised now by the players of MetalWings. So they know that the Hector's in the front lines. Akshat needs to be a little bit more careful. Omega 2 starting to make move from the back lines. This is quite interesting. Team Soul's already in a defensive stance. They're ready for this push.
Oh. Omega is being spotted out in the distance. Few shots connected by Amy Jot. Not enough to secure that knock, and every single time he goes up that ridge, risk the fact that there's going to be additional damage dropped upon him. Now even Neo shows up. This is a 4v4. MetalWings, they at least have the ridge to work with and the distance in their favor, but over on the other side of the map, Spy Esports colliding against Fly?
I do not have a good feeling about this.
For who though?
About the previous fight
Oh.
between Soul and MetalWings, because they're quite exposed. Maybe Team Soul does have a hard cover to play with, but especially MetalWings, they've got their backs quite exposed, and we even saw a while ago TWM moving in towards that spot, so there's a chance the third party might just happen. But speaking of the third parties, we've got the players of Fly Esports in front of us. And speaking of them, Fly Esports right now in a decent spot. I like the fact that how Fly Esports has surrounded Spy.
Yeah.
So Fly and Spy together.
Well, we're gonna find out if these spies can fly indeed. 3 of them are pinned down, but Fly Esports, Sagar, does not really have the right idea about where the players of Spy Esports are gonna be. Bunny on the flank as well can definitely be the game changer for his team. Has the M249 to work with as well.
Zap is the man. Speaking about Spy Esports, Gyro God is one of those guys that you would not want to mess around with.
Yeah.
This guy is like the star player for that team. But in general, the individual prowess of this team is quite nice. They're quite good. And now Fly Esports, as they have surrounded the players of Spy Esports, but they still are not able to find that opening move, that initial move that they desperately do want to find. Bunny can be the X factor. He can be the one to turn the tables in this fight. But is his position compromised? That's my question.
Now it is, I believe. Bunny did peek from behind that broken wall, and Fly Esports were able to spot him out. We did see a nade being lobbed in his direction, but it did not connect, which was quite lucky for the players of Spy Esports. We'll have to see. I mean, kind of a standstill in this fight. While these two teams are just playing for information, trying to gather information, in fact, of figuring out and trying to figure out how to engage against the opposition, there was another fight that was happening on that eastern shoreline, where WSB were taking on the players of Team No Ones, and they did find that opening, deterring the players of No One and pushing them in the opposite direction. And now WSB, we saw on the map earlier, they have good control of that eastern shoreline all to themselves. The other teams, they're going to be moving from the west now.
It will be, and this is where, once again, the fight breaks out. Rivalry Esports. They managed to take down Hercules in that fight, but once again, they haven't really avoided the threat just yet, Team No Ones. They're quite desperate to eliminate the entirety of Rivalry. This is a big mistake that Yash has made, and he will need a compromise, or he will need to pay for that mistake with his life. And Rishi OP at least able to buy a couple of more seconds for that resurrection. So the Fallen Man's going to be back upon his feet once again. But Rivalry Esports, these type of rookie mistakes, they're being punished so much. And Skrill and Srio Z from the back lines is able to find a perfect opening against Rivalry. They might just be eliminated right here, right now.
So much utility into that smoke, and of course the damage from the spray from the distance. Redemption Crew, they secure those finishes, 2 finishes for themselves, but now focusing the attention on the players of Team No Ones. But No One, I think they're just going to be grateful for that distraction, for that third party. They'd use that opportunity to bring their number back, and also they steal that buggy that was brought to them by the player of Rivalry.
That's nice. Free stuff. Who doesn't like it? Free goodies? I like it. Redemption Crew. I like the fact that Redemption Crew are now waking up and just keeping their pedal to the metal, because they know it's time to go a little bit more aggressive inside the lobby. At least if you want to have even a shot to move inside the top 4. But as I said, right, considering you're on the latter half of the board, you already are way too far away. But then if you end today's day with such a close proximity for that top 4, that's going to hurt you even more. So it's just better to sit back and relax. That's what I would do.
I mean, but still, I mean, they do want to get a little bit warmed up before they head towards the lower bracket. But we saw Fly Esports take a little bit of damage from the players of Redemption Crew. But look at this. What has happened to Team No One? All of a sudden walking, or in fact driving into a trap. They have found the opening, bringing the numbers to a 2v3 situation, which is a little bit more manageable. Little Boy also getting knocked out. Still, Redemption Crew is chasing the players of Team No One, because it is them who are bringing the knocks from the side of Fly Esports, and Fly Esports also getting third party. And it feels like Team No Ones, no matter where they go, they are taking the harbingers of death in the form of Redemption Crew with them.
Rihanna and Rishi, these two guys, they're trying their best to fiddle across the enemy mines. What a perfect opening that was. Reaper, that was a 3-pointer right there from far away. Finds that opening inside the house. Perfect nade toss. And now Redemption Crew 2 slowly and steadily starting to close on up inside this fight. Team No Ones, they've got no one else. These two guys, they need to make everything else happen. And for a second, Team Fly Esports, they were distracted a little bit in that fight, but it's completely fine. Team No Ones, they're going to be the one to tame the Tigers. They're going to be the one to tame the beasts that were in the front. And Team No Ones, they've done a great job.
Team No Ones has gone ahead and flipped the tables on two different teams. First, it was the players, I believe, of Spy in the distance, and now it was Fly Esports and Redemption Crew as well. Look at this. Shreyas was knocked out, Reaper has gone for a revive, and the 2-2 split from the side of Redemption Crew. If by mistake they get caught off guard by the players of Team No Ones, then Team No Ones will have set up another 2v2 for themselves.
Oh no. Redemption Crew. On the other side of this ridge is the foes that you're looking out for.
It was Rivalry
Oh,
that
nice.
was
Once
caught off
again,
guard by.
he slipped down. Nice. Once again, he slipped down from that same ridge.
So my apologies. It was Rivalry who was first sandwiched between the players of Team No Ones and Redemption Crew, and now it was Fly Esports. And Team No Ones, they're being extremely smart about this. They are basically forcing not 2v4s but 2v6s, because as soon as they start to take a fight, they instantly make sure that they take the opposite angle of Redemption Crew and force a sandwich situation against both the teams that they've taken the fight against.
TWM Sam's knocked out. Still Ninja's there. So maybe he does stand a chance, but TWM, they're not going to stop anytime soon. Just keeping on peppering those shots. Lobster. I like his name, right? His name is Lobster. He's the one who's supposed to be eaten. But then he's the one who eats the opponents. He's the deadly lobster that you would not want to face up against, but for now, TWM, the tables are being flipped against them. WSP, once again, they pull things back in their court. And TWM, they're down to just that one last guy alive.
And that Lobster is going to have to run for his life, try and survive no matter what happens. It's going to be such a difficult task, especially with a team like WSB right in front of you. But look at that Necro. Look as close to the center of the zone. Team Soul. Again!
They somehow just find themselves over there. They've got that good tracking. They've got that good knowing of how to just close on into the center lines. They've cracked the code. Let's speak about cracking the code right now. Nade officials, they need to crack open their opponents. Feng taking down MetalWings on the verge of collapsing against that one single opponent that's there on the front lines. And even Night Owls now want to chime inside the action. As Nade, pro in the front lines, he's managed to take down both the players. Even Feng gets eaten alive. MetalWings down to just a two-man squad. Nade officials, that one single guy's taking his own fight, and then somewhere else on the map, these guys are spread out. And the rest three players, they're going to try and accumulate as many elimination points as possible. Right on top of them is WSP. That can be a big potential threat.
Nade official, they will have to wrap things up over here on this cliff as quickly as possible. As you mentioned, if they can't, then their teammate on the other side is going to get picked off in a few short moments. But now, even Spy, look at that. Seems like Nade official, things are not looking good for them. One isolated player caught off guard in the other direction, and over here the three individuals are sandwiched, with WSB having the high ground and Spy just blocking the lower ground for them. And now all of these teams that were in the city of Impala will be looking to take an exit towards the western shoreline of the map, and WSB, they can rack up so many finish points from this position.
Team Soul once again being the zone magnets right in the smack center, even inside the next shift. WSB being the Guardian Angels. And generally, I think so, WSB, they've got a chance to accumulate so many of these elimination points if they do play this situation, or if they do play this position perfectly. Even Nade officials, the same thing can be said. What a perfect nade that was, cooked to perfection. GyroGod's going to be the one to find that opening. And now WSB as well, they've got their own troubles to deal with. MICI might just crumble down, and that's what just happened. They get eliminated from the game, but then even Night Owls, they've got their own troubles to deal with. Right on top of them, it's going to be the players of WSB just raining down death and destruction.
Again, from this high ground, WSB, they can rack up the numbers on that finish counter. So far in the game, just 5 eliminations secured. High ground advantage can come in handy with the players of Night Owls. We've seen them pull off some brilliant moves in the past. Even in this game of Sanhok, there is a potential that they might use the teams towards their surroundings, especially the players from TWM. One last individual from TWM as a distraction and try and make a getaway, but Redemption Crew under heavy fire as infamous hackers, they show up out of nowhere. secure a finish and are now looking for the other two lads. But they've lost one of their players, so even they need to realize that with 3 players, it's going to be difficult to survive the late stage, the end game situation of this match.
Infamous Hackers moving around still. These 2 guys that are in the vehicles. Wait, there's one guy who's knocked out in the back. They want to go for the confirmation. They know he's knocked out. Yeah, maybe here we go, finally. It was kind of weird that there's one knocked guy still alive inside the lobby. That can be free elimination points, and you're not even going forward or even trying to claim that one. But speak about claiming things, Spy Esports, they definitely do claim that elimination point against the players in Nade official. A good return Molotov to force that man out of his comfort zone, but shotgun's always going to overpower any type of SMG in that range.
Pro has just played like a pro in the last few moments we have seen him in. I mean, first of all, how is he still here? How did he regroup with his team? He was the man who was caught off guard, isolated by 2 different teams just on the edge of the city, but still managing to regroup. Absolutely incredible, but look at this, low toss nade from Scream, and even before the nade drops, Scream is going to be put down on his knees. WSB all of a sudden, the surprise knock, how will they deal with this fight?
Another heavy-hitting team on the lobby. WSB with the high ground. Scream's knocked out, but yeah, closing on up onto Scream's going to be next to impossible. That man needed to play a little bit more safely, but speak about playing safe, MetalWings, they're definitely not trying to play safe. They're here to accumulate the elimination points, and they managed to get 1 so far. Not a lot, but at least something they can look back on. And these guys are trying to be those cheeky players who are just abusing this little edge that's being left over by the zone.
It's going to be so tough for them to convert this game. Even making it to the top 3 is going to be such a big challenge, but Nade Pro, look at him. So a few moments ago, we did see Nade official down to their 2 players. I was wondering if it was going to be a 2v2 between them and the players of MetalWings, but that wasn't really the case. Players separated from each other, caught off guard. But look at this, 1v1 Baymax against Shark. From the side of Infamous Hackers, the DBS in the hands of Shark doing wonders, and he secures that pick. The finish point to his name. 3 eliminations by this lad.
At least Infamous Hackers did not get eliminated just like the previous game quite early. So they're able to survive somewhere in the late game. Would you even call this late game? Stage 6? I think so, it is late game.
But
Nade?
there's 9 teams, 8 teams.
Yeah. But still, it was stage 6. I would say it's semi-late, I would say. Not exactly late. Maybe when stage 7 hits, that's when you can start calling it late. But yeah, stage 6 is like the semi-late situation. But still, just to summarize things, I would call it the late game situation. MetalWings, right up against the players of WSB. They did lose out on Scream a while ago, but no, Scream's back upon his feet. So WSB back in full force once again.
7 eliminations already on the board for WSB, but as we were talking about them controlling that cliff, having their name all over it, but they have been forced down due to the zone just continuously shifting towards the left-hand side, so right-hand side towards the east. On the other side, though, Team Soul against the players of Night Owls. 2 players knocked down. Omega is being brought back into the game, but Cleo with the flank can, in fact, ruin the game plan for Team Soul. And if this compound goes away from them, game might as well go away.
Cleo's been the playmaker for this team. Even Akshat over here. The entirety of Team Soul, they're on the verge of crumbling down. Yeah, they were in the smack center, but what just happened to them was that now they're also the center of attraction.
Yeah.
Being in the center in the late game situation is not the way to go. You should position yourself somewhere in the outskirts. It's not going to work all the time, considering this time Team Soul doesn't even have a solid cover to play with.
Leo, wrong man to be spotted by. That's what's happened to the players from the side of BR Vintage. All 3 of them, their positions revealed. Cleo is trying his level best to not allow them to push for the high ground, keep them pinned close to the blue for as long as possible, but Night Owls, they need to realize that their flanks are also exposed.
They indeed are. Infamous. Going for the meds. The guy in the back now, the vehicle's going to be blown up, and Infamous Hackers, that's going to be it. Their fairy tale's not going to be able to stay alive for any longer inside the game. Team Soul, 2 players getting eaten alive by that Molotov. The floor was lava, nowhere to go. Now it's all down to Omega, the IGL, to pull something off. He needs to pull off a miracle, and even the Molotov in the back is he's gonna be caught on fire. This is not the way Omega wants to get taken down. Goes for that first date, but unfortunately he cancels it. No, it was still applying. So Omega, at least he's able to patch himself up, but there's no way he's going to be able to survive. Let's be honest, the realistic expectations, Omega cannot survive, and Dreams already spotted him with that third-person perspective. Cleo peeks out and devours him.
Dreams was just a distraction from that position inside that shack. Cleo from the back lines just went a little bit outside the shack, finished off Omega, and now we're down to the top 3 contenders for the chicken dinner of this game. WSB, I understand. I mean, a phenomenal team, have been consistent throughout the day, even yesterday. Night Owls as well. Surprise entry from the players of BR Vintage in this matchup, though. They're playing so well for themselves today.
If you remember, BR Vintage was the same thing that they try to pull off even today. They have done the same thing in the past as well. That's how they like to play. Play on the positioning completely and let the other teams fight it out. They like to play defensive, passive, and on position-oriented. And this time, too, they've done the same thing. And now WSB, with these 3 players, definitely they've got a big threat to overcome. That's right in the front. And this team, speaking about the players of Night Owl, they haven't really had a good start for the day. But now in this game of Miramar, they once again recovered everything.
They have recovered all of their points. The Molotov overshooting Cookie from the side of BR Vintage, but I believe with that initial peak, Roxy might have spotted him out. But it will be WSB Zeref from the distance who secures the final finish from the side of BR Vintage. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have it. The top 2 teams of this game of Miramar. It's a 4v3. Night Owls, they stand there with a man advantage in their hands, but can they secure the chicken dinner of this game?
2 Alpha Tines fighting for the supremacy. As Scream's going to spot out one of the player out in the open. But he managed to get back into safety in the nick of time. Dream still in the back lines. Now the wall of death, as we did see a while ago, was starting to move in. Both these teams are not desperate enough to fight against each other. They're way too cautious of holding their ridge. Cleo moves out in the open. That might just be a good move. If Cleo is even able to find that initial opening, that can give them such a big advantage inside the fight. Night Owl's Cleo is way too close for comfort against the enemy. Scream is going to be the front line. Stevie is pulled out and misses that initial shot. This is where things might just crumble down for Cleo. And Night Owls, they need to get back, bounce back inside this fight once again. Cleo desperately looking for that initial opening. Misses out on all the shots. Scream, he's still able to do a great job with that movement.
A lot of suppressing fire from his teammates has allowed Cleo to hold on to the front lines, and now the rest of Night Owls are showing up. It's a 4v3 as we talked about it. I mean, even the even trades from either teams are going to work out in the favor of Night Owls. WSB, look at them. They are pushed back, so back. They have to hide behind the airdrop. Raiden is there. Scream holding in the front lines.
Finally, that push happens, and Scream's going to be the one who gets knocked out first. And then the rest of the 2 players as well, they crumble down. Centerfoot's the last guy. He stands no chance against the 4 players of Night Owls. And as I mentioned, they needed this game so desperately to redeem all the points that they lost in that previous game.
Yeah. I mean, this was the only thing that was lacking from their side. They only wanted the chicken dinner, and now they have it in the bag. Yesterday, I think the only one more thing that failed for the side of Night Owls was the fact that they were looking forward to securing that first position on the overall ranking. Today, they blundered the first game just like yesterday, and Miramar, I knew this was going to happen. I mean, they went big on Miramar yesterday. One mistake towards the end, the chicken was it just slipped from their hands. Today, they played it perfectly. They focused on not on eliminations, but on protecting their numbers instead. They might not be high up in the double digits, but still, the chicken dinner was a little bit too important to them. And they finished the last fight quite phenomenally, especially Cleo and the suppressing fire that came after he was pinned on that ridge. His teammates were just emptying clips one by one in order for the other players to move into a similar position as well.
Yeah, not just that, Johnny. BR Vintage, once again, back to the basics. That's how they like to play. They like to play under the radar. They like to play undetected, and once again, that's what they pulled off. If you remember, in the past rounds, BR Vintage, that game of Sanhok, we did not even see them coming in the final 3 moments, and once again, the same thing was replicated, but just in a different map.
But still, I'm happy that this team is bouncing back so nicely.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, considering that previous game was quite fun, there's still quite a lot of things that are going to be upcoming after this short break, so don't go anywhere.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं, यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो क्या मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है और जैसी बात आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने!
खत्म कर दो।
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen. Quite an incredible game of Miramar just happened where Night Owls have walked away with an incredible chicken dinner, beating WSB in the final fight. And it was an incredible fight against, from both the teams, in fact.
Yep.
But now we have Salty joining me on the panel. And I think, would you agree we changed the name of Night Owls to Solar Owls? Because it seems like they do well in sunlight on the map of Miramar.
I think so. Yeah, they don't really operate at night.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure though, to be honest. I mean, if we potentially change the weather of Miramar to, let's say, like a night mode Miramar, I think they would still perform.
I mean, we're going to have to see if that actually happens.
Yeah.
But we know we can't do that. We can't change the weather inside of the game. But one thing we can do, ladies and gentlemen, is talk about what just happened. I mean, it was an incredible match from their side, but a good bounce back from BR Vintage, as well as Necro was pointing out. I mean, not a great start to the day, but still converting a top 3 finish on Miramar. And plus, I believe they have a decent number of finishes to work with as well.
If I remember correctly, they don't actually have a lot of finishes to actually work with, but we'll have to find that out through the overall standings. But considering the fact that they are inside the top 3, we will eventually find out how many points that they have acquired. At least it's better than the previous performance of the last game as well.
Well, and talk about things getting better. Well, things are not getting better for CK at all. One more game, one more early elimination. In fact, one more first team to be eliminated inside of the match, and this time by the hands of Team Soul.
I mean, every single time, CK and Team Soul have sort of become like the Blood Rose and Blind of the previous group as well. CK is just always attracted to this entity, and Team Soul are like, alright, fine, we'll welcome you to warm hands. Not just warm, I think they're pretty heated up when they welcome you.
Yeah, I mean, that is the warm-up game for Team Soul. Like, that is the warm-up fight. But also, since we're talking about Team Soul, I mean, we have to focus on the fact that, again, they were there in the top 5 of this game. we saw 9 teams, and as soon as it was Night Owls pushing on the players of Team Soul, all of a sudden, I think Team Soul were praying for that to happen. Like, hope other teams get eliminated, hope the other teams get eliminated, and it started to happen as well. We saw the number drop from 9 to 5th, and then Team Soul also went up.
Yeah, I mean, this circle, to be honest, is like a completely crazy circle, and the way WSB held it, or the way the other teams sort of moved inside the circle, they were always going to have that little bit of an advantage. And considering the fact that Team Soul could not really find their safe spot or could not really find their safe haven, this was the fight. I mean, not really in a best of positions, right? I mean, there is going to be Night Out. We saw how Mega was spotted through the window as well. Just completely out in the open, laden with nades and molotovs. Nothing to be done in that situation.
I think more than Night Owls, it was just the backstab from the other side that was the reason for Team Soul's demise. I think they did not anticipate it, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
But then again, I mean, building up to that final fight, it was BR Vintage, WSB, and then Night Owls on the other side. BR Vintage, another unfortunate series of events for them as they get sandwiched between Night Owls and WSB, and WSB do end up securing that final elimination from the side of BR Vintage, and then this final fight where it was clear leading the charge, but not in terms of the aggression. His job was to put extra pressure on the players of WSB. He did that armed with the DBS and closing into a point-blank range, and then his entire team just followed up one by one. And once all of them were there on the ridge, that is when they committed to the fight against WSB properly, which was, like, I think, quite a brilliant decision-making process.
Exactly, and I mean, usually we see Cleo to actually get the finishes on board, but this time, like you said, he was rather tasked to actually push the barrier between the two teams even further, and WSB were like pressured. Their front lines, just like you mentioned during the cast as well, I was listening to it, the front lines kept getting pushing their way, and WSB were just packed behind that little airdrop there was. So when you are stuck in that position, there is nothing to be done, and Cleo could also do that because there was suppressing fire from the back lines, which prevented him and his life, of course, in the front lines. It all came down to a tandem, and I felt Night Owls did that perfectly.
I mean, no one's going to win a game alone, right? You can't do it all by yourself. You need your teammates to help you out. And this time it was the entirety of Night Owls in tandem, working together in perfect sync like a well-oiled machine, because of which they do have the chicken dinner. But one thing, who's going to have the MVP of this game?
I think it's going to be Cleo. Oh, wait,
it's
it's
Hector.
actually Hector from Team Soul. I mean, no surprises there. Soul has been popping off left, right, and center every single time. And if it's not Akshat in certain games, it's always Hector.
Yeah.
Right? I've been waiting for Neo to actually pop off in certain games. I want to see this man also pull off some big numbers. But Hector is always there, experienced as always. 5 finishes and 62% contribution to the team. Amazingly done.
Well, Leo is not there for the MVP, but hey, is there in the top 5 Rebels list, and he matches Hector in terms of those elimination numbers. So Salty, you get 50% of the marks for this.
All right.
It was a 2-mark question, you get 1. But still, I mean, Leo, he's going to be followed up by his own teammate Dream. 9 eliminations on these two individuals combined. Quite an impressive pop-off from the players of Night Owls as well. Then we have Nade, official. Nade, I mean, special props to this man, Pro. I mean, as we mentioned, just exiting that Impala City, it felt impossible. He pulled it off, but he went on to secure 4 eliminations in those in the later stages of the game as well.
Exactly, and I think I can kind of pull parallels between Creo and Pro and how they function in their respective teams, of course. But Night Owl, just like you mentioned, just worked in a better, well-oiled machine form than rather Nade officials. And we have the match scorecard, which sort of also depicts the same thing, right? 14 finish points to work with for Night Owls, 15 position points for the Chicken, 29 points in overall. And I'm pretty sure Night Owls, they are aiming for the very top. WSB and Team Soul following very closely. There's not like a massive difference. Nade official as well as BR Vintage, these are the two teams I'm sort of expecting a little more about. BR Vintage, 0 finish points and 10 placement points. Only 10 points to work with. Could have actually made better use of that positioning.
Yeah, my apologies. I thought they walked away with at least a few eliminations in the game, but
it was too chaotic.
Wasn't the case. Yeah, it was too chaotic, but still, even in the end stages, you do expect teams to walk away like at least 1 or 2 eliminations, and combine that with the top 3 finish, 12 points from a match. Not a bad game, right? But I think Redemption Crew, they again put up decent numbers on the board. I mean, in terms of those finishes, of course, there was the early exit for the team as well, but Infamous Hackers, I mean, they are also there with 8 total points to their name. But Team Soul, again, we have to talk about them because I was having this conversation with Necro earlier, and I want to get your thoughts on this as well. Yesterday, we saw them secure just 9 finishes in 3 matches. Today, in the first game, they had 16, and now they have 8 in this one. 24 eliminations in 2 games, and they have 1 more game left.
I think, you know what, in cricket, I think I can draw a parallel between cricket and BGM at this point. You take a couple of balls to get settled in when you start your innings, right? You try and go on the defensive route. You see how the pitch is working. You see how the match conditions are. And when you know, right, you can see that cricket ball by the size of football. You know that you're going to middle every single delivery. You know you are going to hit those big sixes. I think for Team Soul as well, it kind of worked in a similar route. Yesterday, they tested the grounds. Yesterday, they tested out this lobby, how it actually works. Let's just focus on positioning. Let's just not take any abrupt fights. Today, they know, as a matter of fact, I think at least they are certain that this is how the lobby actually works.
Salty, this only works out in ODIs and Test cricket, where you have the overs, a lot of overs to get settled in. I mean, this is T20, baby. This is like a short sprint. You either secure the points or you get nothing, and you're going to be out playing in the lower bracket. I mean, you still don't go home. That is, again, like a happy moment for everyone. You're not going home instantly. You have the lower bracket run available to you, but we do not expect these names to sort of focus on the lower bracket. But still, last game of the day left. Map of Erangel about to pop on our screens. What are your expectations?
I think that Team Soul is going to be definitely in contention for the top 4. They are certainly there, but one team I'm actually more worried about is going to be Team TWM Gaming, right? They ended that first day on the top spot, and today not really showing that best of potential. Even the last game, they just had 1 point to actually work with. CK, for them, the journey has been very tough. It's been like a thunderous journey, so I'm not even considering them. They're at the very bottom. But TWM, what's going wrong with this team?
I have no idea. I think TWM yesterday, the two chicken dinners that they had to their names, did give them a little bit of momentum, but today that slipped away first on Vikendi, and now on Miramar, I think they just got baited a little too much and got picked up because of that. Apart from that, as you said about CK, I think CK, the best case scenario for them is like a 15th or a 14th place finish. That is how far they can go, because even if they win this match, I think top 8 is out of reach.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, definitely considering their performance over there. But hopefully, you know, we can get to see glimpses of brilliance, because again, it's sort of mentality. To me, it's always about mentality. Even when you're moving to the lower brackets, you want to sort of finish on a high. You know, as a matter of fact, that all right, fine, we could not really perform, we were not consistent, but at least we could get one good game out of that entire day itself. So maybe CK can make it work, but I'm not really sure. It's the map of Erangel. I'm pretty sure once again Team Soul will be the zone magnets. I'm pretty sure there will be Nade officials or Night Owl just wrecking havoc. These are like the characteristics of this entire group. Where does CK stand in this whole equation? I'm not really sure.
I'm going to differ on two things. I mean, Night Owls are not going to do that great on this map, because Erangel yesterday, first Erangel, they had decent eliminations, but they took an early exit as well. I think that might just happen to Night Owls, but it also sort of depends where the zone is. If the zone is not too far away from them, maybe they walk away with a back-to-back chicken. Who knows?
So you're basically going against Trend Night Owls. They have form in hand, but well, we will go with the statistics. Ladies and gentlemen, the last game of the day, Erangel kicks off and the Big Bird is in the skies. Our journey starts off from military base and ends on the left-hand side of hospital. A very southern flight path, Johnny. What are your impressions about it?
I mean, I do not like this flight path. It
Neither
is
do I.
quite far away from like a lot of major locations on the map. Like, look at Milta is going to be a little bit of a challenge. Mansion, Prison, Yasnaya, Poliana, Rozok is going to be a challenging drop. Teams that like to drop towards that northwestern half of the map, though, they're going to be quite happy. Hospital, Georgiopol easily available to you. Gatka, I mean, Team Soul is going to be happy. Gatka is right next to the flight path. And of course, I mean, a lot of attention on that military base. We have two teams dropping towards Nova Repnoid, two towards the, well, Nade official taking control of the military base, and I think BR Vintage, they're going to drop to a split drop. One man heading towards the smaller village that is right next to the military bridge.
Yeah.
And the other player is just dropping towards this set of compounds towards west of the military base. I think it's going to be quite interesting. I mean, I know the loot settings are different in competitive lobbies, but still, if it's a northern circle, it's going to be so difficult for them to actually make it through if Nade official go for an early rotation. A lot of hypotheticals in this game.
Ooh.
Oh, it's a Eastern Circle. It's a Central Eastern Circle.
I mean, this is proper, right? Of course, the flight path is completely devoid of all of that real estate. But look at this, Pochinki just turning into a hot drop, ladies and gentlemen. This is what classic games look
Yeah.
like. It's parachutes all along, and WSB, they have rightfully taken the outskirts. But Rivalry and Team No Ones, what are they gonna find out themselves in?
No matter what happens, everyone watching this broadcast and everyone who has played BGMI ever is going to relate to this. As you mentioned, I mean, that was perfect, Salty. This is what happens in Classic. I mean, as soon as you load into a game, you're into the flight path, there's going to be that one man on all chat just challenging everyone. Come to the Pochinki City, come to the Pochinki City. And you know what's ironic? It's always going to be that player who's never going to be in Pochinki. He drops somewhere isolated in the map. He's going to drop towards Query or Feripia or Primorsk.
It's just irritating, right? But he does actually induce a lot of the other players to drop in, and this is exactly the result which happens. You see you see a plethora of parachutes just popping in front of you, and you have nowhere to go, nowhere to hide. But for Team No Ones, I think they are sort of surrounded by the way they kind of dropped in three players in very close proximity. But Rivalry, they will have the option of entering or invading Team No Ones from multiple directions, and that's what they're doing.
I think one thing that WSB has been quite smart about is the fact that they saw the parachutes and just instantly moved towards the eastern edge of the city, completely avoiding a chaotic fight against both Rivalry and the players of Team No Ones. Now, No Ones and Rivalry, they have been fed up against each other. The nade from
Astatine.
Astine was quite brilliant, but the player was quite back in the back line, so he did avoid the damage, but still, the weapons chiming in and Rivalry making quick work of the players of Team No One. I believe 2 of them have been finished off, so it's going to be a 2v4 moving forward.
Yeah, as soon as he heard that shotgun being reloaded, he was like, alright, this is my opening, and he absolutely broke the skull of the opposition. Team No Ones, well, they are sort of split up right now. There's no way they can try and double team a couple of players from Rivalry as well. For them, Rivalry, the priority has to be simple. Just come out of this entire situation a little bit fair, a little bit clean, don't really lose any bodies. And I'm pretty sure WSB, they've done their shopping, they've done their grocery looting as well in the backlines. They're just waiting for this initial skirmish to get over. And as soon as it gets done, I'm pretty sure they will start chiming in as well.
So at this point, all WSB needs to do is match the sounds of the guns to the finish feed. And every single time a man goes down and the guns stop shooting, they realize, all right, there were 8 players there, now there's 1 less, now there's 1 less, now there's 1 less. As soon as they count 4 players from the same team eliminated, they're gonna realize, like, all right, one team is wiped out, now we just have to deal with 4 players, and that is a fight they will welcome that with open arms. WSB, they're just doing that. Look at that, they still realize it's 5 players on the other side, and they're not overcommitting anything. This is actually very smart. And all of this, you learn this from experience. They have made the same mistake in the past, and I think at this point they know just holding back is going to be the best option. You don't want to risk getting caught off guard by one player who's just like in an off position, not doing absolutely anything until you walk in the middle of nowhere.
Experience was oozing from their strategy, especially when they went out towards the eastern side of the compounds. As soon as they saw so many parachutes pop in, that was experience move right there itself, right? Just trying to avoid the initial collision, just trying to avoid all of that aggression right at the start.
WSB just run away from Pochinki entirely. They've abandoned the situation, so all of my thesis is out the window. They're running towards the center of the circle.
Yeah, but I think on the way, they're going to find a team. From the map feed itself, it seems like they're moving towards Fly Esports. Well, we don't really mind as long as there's collisions happening left, right, and center. I mean, I am fine with all the entertainment that's coming.
Rivalry as well. They pick up that car that's available towards the western edge of Pochinki. There's a garage that will, well, majority of the times have a vehicle in it.
Yeah.
And Rivalry just pick it up. Just signs of just showing mercy to that last player from the side of Team No One. They just let him be into that city. Oh, I mean, one man in Pochinki. There were 3 teams.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if that's like showing mercy. That's sort of like, all right, just go out there to the world. You will get eaten up by someone else.
Tell the world tales of what you just witnessed.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, we've heard about shooting the messenger, right? Well, there used to be the opposite of that during wars back in the days where they would just like completely annihilate an army, leave one man send him running back to the city so that he could send basically a message to his entire nation like, all right, there's this big army headed our way, and they're quite strong.
Well, speaking of strong, I'm pretty sure Rivalry, for them, the entire showcase of round 4 wasn't really that strong approach.
Yeah, it wasn't.
It's just one fight. And speaking of the army, for sure, they're like a pretty big army, to be honest. They are a pretty well-known team, but it's all about how consistent you are. And speaking of consistency, I think Nade Official have actually done a pretty good job about consistency in trying to, get those placement points as well as find the balance of finish points as well. But as soon as I say that, one of their players just hits the deck, and BR Vintage, I mean, finally they get one finish point on the board.
I mean, this is like Nade Official actually making a mistake, because BR Vintage were trying to move from down south of that military base because they knew Nade Official would be in the actual control of the base. And Nade Official had the opportunity of taking a straight line rotation either from the No-Rep Bridge or from the military base. Instead, they, for some reason, decided it was going to be a great idea to take the fight against the players of BR Vintage. And now they're going to be down one player. And BR Vintage, what is this team doing? That man is knocked in the middle of nowhere. His teammates are nowhere to be seen close to him. You can just finish him off and move on.
I think they don't have that information right now that players from Nade Official are still in the vicinity. They are still scared of the fact that they might... Why are you colliding your own buggies amongst each other? What is this behavior from BR Vintage and their players?
Oh, but still, aggressive stances are not going to be forgotten. And now, BR Vintage looking to see if they can take on one more player. In fact, take down one more player from the side of Nade Official as Pro. His vehicle was spotted out. He was being chased, but he does manage to make the great escape. Does manage to get away from that entire fiasco.
Very rare sites where BR Vintage is actually on the prowl
Yeah.
and Nade Official falling back. Well,
Yeah.
everything does happen, ladies and gentlemen, on the game of BGMI. But look at this, Team Soul. Water City is a position where they are in, and they've got some sort of company in the form of MICI Esports. Now, MICI, I think they've got a split between Rozok and Water City. They're trying to get as much utility as they possibly can, but I'm not really sure if this split is going to work out, especially if Team Soul decide to engage. Speaking of deciding to engage, Nade Official, they are engaging, finally.
Yeah, against BR Vintage. I think when they realize what team was pushing them, even they are going to be surprised, like, how did this happen? But the nades from the side of Nade Official actually quite phenomenal. They have found the opening, but the return trade is going to be there as Crimson is going to be put down on his knees. Cookie is there with a sliver of HP to work with. Puts on the first aid, brings it back to 75. Pro on the corner. We have Menox on the flank as well. Whose HP chipped away slowly and steadily. What is he thinking? What is he up to? If this nade connects from Cookie, Nade Official down to their last player, and it is going to be perfect. Running forward with the DBS. Cookie, is he aware of that player on the flank? That is the actual question now.
I think he heard him. He heard the explosion coming in from the other side, and now look at this. No way! Cookie!
Oh, he's still on his feet. Murnox is there. He has the shotgun to work with, but even Cookie has the DBS. Who will win this fight? And it's going to be Murnox, but Beyond Vintage down to their last player. Killer is going to be there. Running forward with the DBS. Murnox down to around 20 HP, and in the middle of the air, he's going to be swatted down like a fly. Killer living up to his name.
Oh, for sure, right? BR Vintage, they are going to celebrate this fight, but they've been reduced to a two-man squad right now. I mean, they definitely did not invite this, but what went wrong for Nade Officials, I am not really sure. Just a shallow version of themselves at their prime yesterday. Once again, losing out in the opportunity. And I'm not really sure, Johnny, after this game, do they stand a chance to be inside that top 4?
That is actually a very difficult question to answer. I don't think so.
Because there will be teams from the bottom half of that first page who are pushing up. And Nade Officials, they haven't really set themselves a statement today after that good game yesterday.
Yeah, not just the bottom half. BR Vintage was in the top 8 at the start of today. And the previous game, top 3 finished. That pushes them up a little bit. So what has just happened is basically your direct competition picking you off. And if BR Vintage again survives, then they will for sure outperform Nade Official in the overall rankings. But I think they have basically what they've done is just dragged one more team down with them.
Yeah.
Quite a brutal move, to be honest, but I mean, hey, it's only a game.
For sure, it's only a game, but I'm pretty sure like their entire life is actually at stake at this point. Everybody wants to be a part of BGS. Everybody wants to actually progress towards the semi-finals. And those 4 slots which give you the direct tickets to the semi-finals. One of the teams who would want that desperately is Team TWM. If you end a day at the first spot and you squander that opportunity at the end of the second day, then there is nobody to blame but you.
Yeah, it's going to be so brutal if TWM. I mean, from the first down to, we have seen that happen before, Zod. From 2nd to 7th.
Oh, yeah. From 2nd to 7th.
Yeah.
That was brutal. We know what we're talking about.
It's the truth. Yeah. And there's a reason they call it the ugly truth.
Yeah. Agreed. For Team TWM, though, I hope they actually come up. I think any decent performance should actually push them towards the 60-point marker, which, you know, almost always, like 80% of the time, secures your position inside the top 4. It's just that one good performance or that one decent performance which Team TWM need. And from the map feed, from the way they are sort of positioned, it seems like they are well stationed. They're coming off a good rotation. The circle is sort of decent as well. And they will find an easy entry. They don't really have to take a fight. Try and survive until the late game stage maybe. And then firepower is decent. It's not really bad.
Yeah, I mean, TWM have been quite phenomenal. Yesterday we saw those 2 chicken dinners that they were able to secure. They have good eliminations to their name. So everything that you just said does make a lot of sense. But one thing that you also need to consider, this is the last game. This is the last game for this group. I mean, this is where all the tactics, all the norms, basically, you know what people call the textbook plays.
Yeah.
Well, that entire textbook is just ripped apart and thrown out the window because people, especially the teams at the bottom of the rankings, will do whatever pleases them. Also, another thing that we need to take into account is not extremely harsh consequences for not performing in this particular round. I mean, the lower bracket is still there for every single team that fails to make it into the top 4.
Exactly. And this is one of the reasons why I think they will be sort of given the opportunity to take those extra risks, take those fights to the teams at the very top. And it seems like MetalWings, they are looking to do something of that sort. Team Spy is going to be one of those teams who still stand a chance of actually brute forcing their way inside. But MetalWings, with their MetalWings, will they be able to slash the next? That's going to be the question.
Oh, I mean, Spy Esports securing the opening knock in that fight, just proving that MetalWings are going to be a difficult tool to use to take the flight. But look at this rivalry with the third party, actually looking to turn things around. But it's going to be Phoenix put down on his knees, and Spy Esports handle the entire situation so beautifully. They are taking on both these 2 squads at the same time and still coming out on top. Spy have just lost one of their players. And even not completely. Zap was knocked out. He can still be brought back into this game. And MetalWings, they realize that if they do not escape this now, they will never even make it to the late game stages. Fang on the flank is caught off guard. And if this nade from Gyro connects, it's quite close. Oh, it is a little bit off, so Fang does manage to survive. But if that connected, MetalWings, they were done in this match.
Team Spy, of course, have to be very careful at this point. They are being pincered. They have the blue zone on top of them as well. And they have no exit plan right now. They will have to fight it out and they will have to survive. And considering we already set the stakes that this team does have the opportunity of making it inside, I'm pretty sure Team Spy want to qualify for that end game stage. But look at this. MetalWings, they haven't exited the fight altogether. They just moved to a much more safer spot. Again, back sitting in a trifecta.
Yeah, but Hero from the side of Spy Esports just got baited. Baited by the players of Rivalry, as 3 players from the side of Rivalry tried to make a great escape. But Yash was left in the backlines, and as soon as Hero went for that Hero play, he was picked up. Oh, this is so brutal for Zap. No first aid. No first aids on him. He's trying to heal. He's going to have to go for a revive all at first. First aid is dropped, so Zap can bring his HP back up, and then he'll try to bring Zap back on his feet. Spy, they're looking, and they're trying to survive with all 4 players, but it's not going to work out. Hero falls. Zap is going to fall next. Bunny taking a lot of damage from the blue as well. No healing utility on him. This plan of theirs just backfired, but still a valiant effort from Spy Esports, taking on both those 2 teams, MetalWings and Rivalry, and still securing 6 elimination points. Good job, lads.
You know what's brutal? Spy and their condition right now. It's basically like you pick up a fish out of the water and put him on land. You're just trying to get back to his life once again, just doing everything that he potentially can. That's why Esports, it just feels bad, to be honest. They're just scrambling for those pieces of utility. They're scrambling for that little bit of healing utility as well. And it's just sad. The way they kind of handled that situation was brilliant, but then it was stage 4. You have to make those good movements, and they were just caught off guard. It's not really they played the fight wrong. It was like they were completely pincered from every single direction. No exit strategies left as well.
You know that fish analogy fits perfectly because it's a knock and a finish.
Oh, yeah. Well, knock and a finish. Why doesn't it work for CK, though?
Because CK is an extraordinary team.
You've been pretty brutal these days. I'm pretty sure CK.
Hey man, I mean they did so well in the previous round, and now in the 16th position, that is unacceptable from the side of CK. I mean, to be honest, it was, I believe, just all 6 of us who had massive expectations from CK.
Oh yes,
we
for
did
sure.
not even talk to them about lads, what are your plans? Should have asked them first.
We have that written as well. Everyone's prediction for the top 4. But of course, speaking about predictions, I think MICI and his positioning, I think that kind of gives me hope that this team might actually perform really well. Kunal in the right spot does manage to bring down the HP of a couple of players from Team MW. MetalWings in the fray, but this is such an open circle, to be honest. MICI and the split that they have, I don't really see any sort of trade potential working between them, but I hope they have this line of sight covered.
Hey man, but from the flank they do find the opening. So that is something they had working for them, and MetalWings all of a sudden, Zord. Ooh, getting shot from the distance. It's going to be TWM who found that second knock. Fang is finished off. Zord is on his knees. Amy Jord and Gonu. 2 players surviving, and Gonu in a very uncomfortable position, quite close to the players of MICI. In fact, at an off angle, his teammate is trying to get close to him. It's going to be too easy. TWM also covering that shack. This is just brutal on the players of MetalWings. That vehicle blown up. So mobility is going to be quite difficult for them.
There is no mobility in this circle whatsoever. It's completely out in the open.
Yeah.
And with all the teams just gathering every single piece of real estate or every little piece of rock there is, I'm pretty sure teams will have to move by foot. Speaking of moving by foot, Team CK want to establish a split between themselves on foot, and they tried to wrap around Team RC, but that's not really working out, is they?
And that's not working out also is TWM. They're down to their last player. That is what I'm worried about, because if TWM is out of this game, there is a potential. They might be out of the top 4 as well. A little bit worried about that, but we'll find the answer to all of that, all of those speculations after this game is done. CK, well, at least for the first time, they've kept all 4 of their players alive during the mid-game stages, so they have that going for them. Team Invincible quite close to them. Abhi getting out of that buggy. He's going to try and take a few shots, but from underneath that buggy, shots connecting on his head. He's going to be knocked out. Not so invincible, Rao, are you?
Yeah, not so invincible. And for the first time, I think things are going according to CK's plans, because they haven't really met Team Soul in the process so far. I think that's going to happen sometime later. Team Soul will be the one who will wipe them off. No, nobody else.
I think it's going to be a while before these 2 teams meet.
Yeah.
I wonder if CK is going to be surviving that late in the game. Because Team Soul right now, so CK is on the northwestern edge, northeastern edge of the circle, and Soul is playing from the southwestern, or polar opposites. But I think CK's main focus at this point are the players of MICI. They have HP advantage at least against one of the players, and MICI also in a 3-1 split. But CK not looking to back off. Loki, the frontliner from the side of CK, is leading the charge yet again for his team. His helmet is almost gone. Armor 50% shot up. Ammo running out on that M4, forcing him to back off. Tony extremely close with the DBS, switches to the Molotov, and MICI Kunal pushes in. That is just brilliant timing on that push. Nothing else. Brilliant timing.
Brilliant timing for sure, but MICI, it seems like the heat wave is just spiking up right now, because there's just so many teams trying to pressure their position. They are almost at the smack center of the circle, and we witnessed that entire convoy in that northern end of the circle itself. Team CK Esports also trying to push in. You've got Team RC trying to push up as well, and MetalWings, they were almost always in contention in that fight against them. So multiple teams will try and challenge MICI. At least they've got hold of that sniper tower, which I think they've sort of given up at this point. But CK, they've lost a player in the process, And I don't really see them having a lot of cover to actually work with. They are basically scrambling for those pieces of real estate. And RC, they have basically spotted them every time.
Well, RC, once again, as you mentioned, just like every time, this time as well, spot out the players of CK. But Redemption Crew trying to redeem themselves, taking 2 fights at the same time. It's not going to be an easy task. Shrios pushed in the corner, goes behind that vehicle, pinned down. Has to rely on his teammates now. Baymax knocked out in the distance. And MetalWings, look at them, realizing how perfect this opportunity is for them to secure those finishes. Nades being lobbed on the opposition. They're putting additional pressure on the players of Redemption Crew, but the path of Redemption looking so solid for the players of RC as they go ahead and trade out knocks against the opposition. Going for a revive onto Zod. Is that going to work out? Because one nade from... Oh, Shrios is out of throwables. That is the only thing that works out for the players of MW.
And now it's all down to Reboroji once again. And this entire fiasco between MetalWings as well as Redemption Crew just gives Team CK that enough of a breathing room. But look at the finish feed. Out of nowhere, it's Infamous Hackers and they wipe out Team CK off the picture. Team Soul and Team CK could never meet on this map journey. It seems like Universe had other plans for them.
Yeah, we were talking about awkward fights before this game, right? Well, this entire game was awkward. It is just about unorthodox timings of those team fights. Third parties, not even perfect, imperfect third parties, but just at the most weirdest times, and it's working out because teams walk away with just like one elimination from those third parties and then they're just forced on back off.
Yeah.
Because they are getting third party from a distance, and that has been the case for every... Oh no. Oh no. He thought he was going to go for a hero play, jumping on top of that vehicle, but no. That wasn't the case over there.
He's been taught a lesson over there. Sit down, kid. It's not time as of yet. Team Soul, out of all this commotion, Team Soul entered the picture. They are at the smack center of the circle. Even MICI, as a matter of fact. Now, they definitely are being challenged by Infamous Hackers, but I think Kunal has a prime position, as well as one player. I think it's Mids who is throwing down the throwables, trying to stop Team Infamous Hackers down their path. And look at this, out of nowhere, MetalWings just pop off, but they've been slapped down once again.
Beautiful drop shot connected by Kunal. Amy Jord, last player left standing for the side of MetalWings, trying to take the 2v1 against Surya and Kunal. And Surya and Kunal just juking this individual, running circles around him, or in fact around the shack, wasting a lot of his time and eventually coming out on top. But hey, we're talking about things out of the norm. There are a few things that never change, like Earth revolving around the sun, and of course Team Soul in the top 4.
Oh, for sure. We were talking about it once again. They've just got that man advantage, and I'm pretty sure they are going to spread their wings in a while. But before that actually happens, we'll have to find out if Infamous Hackers can use their magic trick against this team of MICI. Nades being lobbed in, and of course, you blink it and you miss it.
Yeah, they had 9 points on the board before this game. In the last game, they step up. In the last game, we are seeing a lot of teams, in fact, from the bottom half of the leaderboard step things up quite nicely. Infamous Hackers, the only thing they have going against them is the fact that they just have 2 players remaining in this final fight. We're down to the top 3, ladies and gentlemen. Infamous Hackers is going to be there. Wait, what? Destiny from TWL? How is he still alive?
That's what my reaction was, right? Out of everything, he managed to enter the top 3. We were talking about getting that consistent positioning. He secured 12 points for his team, 2 finish points and 10 points minimum, and he is just going to wait out behind the scenes. No way he gets picked up by Infamous Hackers.
I think even they forgot about him, and then they realized, oh wait, what is this guy doing here? Finish him off. We're down to the top 2 now. Infamous Hackers against the players of Team Soul, and Soul still has the circle.
Oh, for sure they have the circle. They always have the circle. It's sort of their proprietary at this point though. And Infamous Hackers will have to push them out. They have to do something different. Not really a lot of throwables in the entire team, to be honest. It's just 1 nade and 1 molotov, and apart from that, it's just been smokes. And teams will possibly have sort of understood that, and they are trying to close in the distance.
One more thing we didn't talk about is Goblin being back in the playing 4 in this match in particular. But he did secure 2 eliminations for his team. As soon as he went for the third one, he got picked off. And now it's a final 1v2 between Shark from the side of Infamous Hackers and Hector and Akshat from the side of Team Soul. We know Team Soul, they're good at clutching out these comfortable fights. They have the advantage of the zone as well. The blue zone is going to be closing in on Shark's position in a few short moments. He's trying to connect the spray. Shots right on top of Hector, well, right on his head, in fact. He's going to be put in a pin down position, but Shark trying to put on that first hit, and he fails. And this is an anticlimactic finish for Team Silver. It's not even going to matter. It's still their chicken dinner. They started with the chicken on Vikendi. They finished with the chicken on Erangel. And of course, there was the chicken on Erangel yesterday. So 3 chicken dinners in total for Team Soul.
Yeah, absolutely. And sometimes, their style of play just to not go for finish points actually works. I mean, they were not even included in that whole fiasco which was happening on top. They were, I've been using this term backseating for a while today.
Yeah,
I think I've just learned it recently. I've been looking at it in a couple of memes. But it seems like Team Soul just personified backseating in this whole picture.
I mean, hey, what's the problem in that, right? They can just wait it out like, yeah, you guys fired it up on top. We have the circle. We don't really care, right? And that has been the playstyle for Team
VIP
Soul.
seats for the whole thing.
I don't think they could actually see anything. I think they were just like hearing all the commotion and reading the feed. They could see the feed though. But I think still, incredible game, incredible performance. And especially in the last game, I think that should give them the first position on the overall rankings. Again.
I mean, technically should give them the first position on the overall rankings. TWM as well with that performance also should kind of propel themselves inside the top 4. A lot of ifs and buts, Johnny.
I did not think Destiny was going to make it through, but I want to see, does that secure the top 4 for them? That is what I want to focus on. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the overall rankings on our screen, but all of that is going to happen after this very short break.
आपने कहानियां कई भाषाओं में सुनी होगी, पर कभी किसी भाषा की कहानी सुनी है? तो स्क्वाड, लेट मी इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू मी। एक लैंग्वेज जो लाखों लोग बोलते हैं, सुबह शाम बोलते हैं, दिन रात बोलते हैं। यहाँ फिर भी नो एंट्री का बोर्ड लगा है। स्ट्रेस नहीं रे बाबा, स्ट्रेस नहीं। अपन प्ले में है, पर प्ले में नहीं। क्या शाने लोग समझे कि नहीं? लिटरेचर आउट, ड्रामा आउट, फिर है क्या इस भाषा में? Sit back, zoom in and watch out. इस भाषा में एक्शन है, इस भाषा में बूम बाम है, गूज बम्स है, धूम धाम है।
वो कैब मांगोगे न्यू वर्जन मिलेगा, ग्रामर को पट से हेडशॉट मिलेगा, मेटाफोर हमेशा आउट ऑफ साइट मिलेगा, फन मांगोगे सीधा बैन मिलेगा।
स्ट्रेंजर्स को फ्रेंड्स और फ्रेंड्स को भाई बनाने वाली भाषा मैं ही हूँ, जो हर टाइप के, हर जगह के, हर एटीट्यूड के लोगों में शांति तो लाती है, पर सबसे ज्यादा युद्ध भूमि बोले तो बैटल ग्राउंड्स पे बोली जाती है। क्या समझे?
वेला वेला चिकन लेला।
इंडिया में चाहे कितनी ही जुबान, इंडिया के दिलों पे राज करती है आपकी बनाई हुई बोली, BGMI की बोली, इंडिया की बोली।
सर, सीन सेट है, एक सॉफ्ट रिहर्सल कर लें क्या?
यस, लेट्स गो।
सर, तो सीन में आप थोड़ी सी सैड हो, हीरोइन आपके पास दौड़ी चली आती है, और जैसे ही वो आती है आप कहते
यार लीडर को पहले फिनिश करो ना यार।
और ये आप कौन से डायलॉग्स बोल रहे हो?
बैटल ग्राउंड्स चल, दिखाता हूँ तेरे को। आ रहा हूँ मैं BGMI की दुनिया में अपने स्क्वाड के साथ। गेट रेडी टू प्ले प्योर।
अब तुम्हारी बारी।
साथियों, आगे बढ़ो,
खत्म कर दो।
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back after a very short break. And well, we have a lot to talk about, especially after that game. I mean, it was chaotic. I had to like take a breather after that game.
Dude, my heart is still racing.
Oh,
I can't speak after that.
अब तुम्हारी बारी.
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो. शक्ति दे.
खत्म कर दो.
Oh my goodness, Johnny,
Yeah.
did you just recover back from that heart?
Yeah,
like-
now I'm doing better. I've caught my breath.
Oh, I mean, I almost felt like that was a shocker. That game was very big of a shocker, ladies and gentlemen. But wait, let us tell them that there is another big shocker. I mean, we've been telling them for the past 2 months, but an Indian faction just got added to our TV, man. Just go out there, download the game, and play it on your devices. It's pretty interesting. And then maybe we won't really get these shockers ourselves.
Yeah, I have a challenge for you if you guys do in fact download RTV. So Spero on the Hindi desk is in fact like top 500 in our region.
Yeah.
You guys should challenge him. Like challenge him to a game of our Road to
He
Valor
is
Empire.
pretty
See if you
good.
can beat him. Yeah, he's very good at the game.
He always keeps playing RTV. But we always keep playing BGMI. So let's get back to the conversation of BGMI. I mean, it did give us a little bit of a hard situation over there. But that game, in fact, like for MICI, the way they kind of held one shack against multiple teams, I don't know how they pulled it off.
I mean, towards the end, it was, I think, that 2v1 that they clutched out, which was extremely hilarious to watch, but it was important for them as well. MICI is going to be quite interesting to look at in the overall rankings. MICI started the day, I believe they were in the top 8.
Yeah.
Then after the first game, there was a little bit of a drop, and then there was a bounce back in the next 2 matches. So I doubt if they'll be in the top 4. I think it's going to be very difficult. But also talking about the top 4, who is in the top 4? TWM. They did not have finishes. They had 2 finishes in the entire game, but they finished on the 3rd position.
Exactly.
Seoul is going to be on the 1st, that is for sure. But even,
Night Owls.
Seoul is going to be first. 2 chickens in a day.
I think straight up Team Seoul, I think it's going to be Night Owls. If not Night Owls, then maybe Nade official.
Yeah.
I think these are
Really?
the two teams who are sort of like, competing for that second and the third spot. I'm not really sure, man. Even Team TWM Gaming, they had like good points at the start of the day itself. 10 points, 12 points added to it. It's not a bad tally, come on.
Yeah, it's not a bad tally, to be honest. And I think, again, BR Vintage, they also did try to put up big numbers on the board, but unfortunately, they lost 2 players in that initial fiasco against the players of Nade official, and because of that, they weren't really able to pull off the similar move that they pulled in Miramar. Not a top 3 finish in this game.
We completely forgot about WSP though.
Oh, yeah. That is a big name we forgot about.
We completely forgot about WSB, and they've been consistent throughout, yesterday as well as today. And considering the slip-ups from Nade official, well, does that mean that WSB have found the cut?
WSB was on the 5th position, not too far away from the qualification bracket. I think WSB is going to be in the top 4. I think Seoul WSB is going to be in the top 4. TWM is going to be in there. But who's still the 4th? Who's in the 4th spot?
Don't ask me the question. It's not like I'm sitting with the results right here and I'm going to announce it in front of the entire audience. So I am waiting, to be honest, to find out who are going to be the second set of semi-finalists. But it's been crazy, to be honest. This entire group was like the group of undergods. And yesterday, I felt like Team Seoul, even they are going to struggle to actually qualify. They stepped up pretty well.
I think at this point, I have much better odds of spotting out the Easter eggs in that BGMI ki Boli video rather than figuring out who's in the top 4 of this group. This group was very tough. Teams were so closely contested against each other in terms of the overall rankings, and even in the games, the inconsistency, let's not just call that inconsistent performance from the top teams, but in fact rather a brilliant bounce back from the teams that failed to perform games prior, because every single time you would see the top 8, top 4 teams just go up and down amongst themselves, and it was absolutely phenomenal, the level of competition all these 16 teams put on display, except CK. I'm a little bit upset with them.
I mean, I'm pretty sure their fans as well are going to be upset. But, well, this is the good part about round 4. They have another shot at glory once again. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about this really weird game right from the start. It turned out to be a classic match in Pochinki, where WSB Rivalry as well as Team No Ones just dropped in. There was another clash happening at military bases when, and all of these collisions did result in a lot of finishes early on in the game, Johnny.
Yeah, WSB first they vanished from Pochinki and then they vanished from the game entirely. That's what happened to them in this game. But I think they put in a lot of legwork before this match even began. So I think they're not, well, they did need to perform in this game, but I think they also sort of figured that, hey, if this happens, if things go our way, we'll be in the top 4 no matter what. I think that is what they were counting on. But this first move of this match, this first fight of the game was absolutely phenomenal. The first jump shot was brilliant, the next one an absolute fail. Towards the end though, I think we have to focus on those compound fights, especially this one between Spy, there was MetalWings, and the players of Rivalry showed up. Rivalry, they just poked the players of Spy Esports and then just left.
Yeah, exactly. And to be honest, I think this game is going to cost Spy. I felt like Spy and WSB were sort of pretty close. Not just them, even Nade officials. If they have not done the legwork before, just like you mentioned, maybe it's going to cost them as well. We have Invincibles in front of our screens. They certainly do not have any opportunity of even being on the first page, if I'm not mistaken. But MICI, this team has sort of consistently showed us that they have signs of brilliance. Where do you think they stand on the overall?
I think they'll be on the first page for sure. I think on the 5th or maybe the 6th position. That is where MICI will be. But still, as you mentioned, one thing to focus on is that MICI, they have big potential in there. They have what it takes to, in a few weeks, like by the end of BGIS, if everything goes well, MICI will be considered a tier 1 team. I mean, they have shown brilliant moves in this round 4 matches. They have performed well. They have shown that they can fix their mistake, not just on a whim. They realize their mistake, what it was, and fix it instantly. If they need to play slow, they'll play slow for the placement. If they need those finish points, they'll run towards those fights, figure out a one way or the other to get those points, even if it is just third parties after third parties. And that is, those constant improvements in our teams are what will make them tier 1 eventually. And MICI is just there on the door knocking on these big names and just asking them, hey guys, can we join you?
I'm pretty sure they're going to be knocking. And I kind of felt like the rebel of the match also should be somebody from MICI, considering they had a lot of finishes. But, well, no surprises there. Infamous Hackers as well. Talk69 with 5 finishes and 45.4% finish contribution. Good job done, young lad. And then you've got MetalWings as well. Finally, you can say Kunal. I felt Kunal sort of did enough with 4 finishes. But, well, he was just a little short.
Yeah, I mean, also always going to be Kunal. I mean, we all remember day one yesterday as well. He was quite critical for his team, putting up a lot of points on the board. And even in this day, even in the last game, quite important. He was the man who finished off that 1v2 clutch for his team around the Shack. But Infamous Hackers, before this game, as we mentioned, just 9 points were there on the overall rankings for them. In this game, they racked up a lot of points, but still, qualification to round 4 is not even going to be a question. They're out of that top 4 position. They will bounce back in the lower bracket. These were signs of life from this team. MetalWings, a brilliant game from them. MetalWings is also another team that I'm going to be quite questionable about, like whether they make it or not, because I don't remember where they were in terms of the overall ranking. I think they were on the second
they were
page.
on the second page. Yeah, they were on the second page. So no real chances of qualification over there. But ladies and gentlemen, man, scorecard in front of our screens, and Infamous Hackers at the very top, courtesy to their 11 finishes. 11 finishes for this team. The only team that actually went bonkers inside this game.
Yeah, Infamous Hackers, I mean, absolutely phenomenal. 12 position points as well, 23 points secured. Then you have Team Soul with 21 points, MICI 14, MetalWings with 14, TWM 12 points. I think TWM also make it through on the other side. We did talk about
Big
them.
question marks on it.
Big question mark. Because WSB, look at them. They just finish off with 1 point.
Oh, yes.
You were right. They vanished from the game after vanishing from Puchinki.
And now, well, of course, all that conclusion, all of that question mark is going to come to a conclusion, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to witness our second set of semi-finalists, and it seems like it's been a very tough competition. We start off from the very top. Team Soul, another team to crack the 100-digit mark open. But look at this, TWM Gaming. Consistent performances yesterday land them on the second spot today. Completely unexpected. A tie happening on the third spot as well. One chicken in for Night Owls. But 47 finish points is why they are through 78 points as well.
Yeah, and it will be priority to the placement points in that tiebreaker for TWM and Night Owl. But it doesn't matter. They are in the top 4. You qualify for round 4. And these two teams are going to be celebrating. But WSB, look at this. So, Salty, we always talk about how tough qualification was in the previous group, right? And even in this group, we were assuming, like, all right, it's going to be, like, somewhere 60-plus points. But 76 points was the cutoff to be in the top 4. That is so brutal. Nade official with 67 points, 38 finishes. They failed to break the top 4.
And this is why I said, right, that fight where they got taken down by BR Vintage, that was where they kind of end their journey, at least in round 4. Though they are going to come in the lower brackets, and will the teams from the second page of this standing CK Esports. Let's start from the very bottom. 4 points overall from 6 matches played. Not really the best of performances, hoping that they can bounce back. Let's not really talk about this team anymore. Team No Ones, 10 points. Invincibles, another team who sort of showed signs of brilliances, but could not really make it through.
Yeah, I mean, this is what it was about. I mean, not being consistent enough. Because Invincible, just like Rivalry, just like Fly, Redemption Crew, MetalWings, just popped off one game. Infamous Hackers. So first of all, my apologies to Infamous Hackers. I mean, right before we jumped into this match, I was just like putting them down. I mean, they had 9 points in 3 games, and now they are there on that 9th position, like quite high up in the rankings, 31st point secured. So good job done, lads. But again, consistency was required if the top 4 finish was what you were looking for. But again, I mean, why are we blaming these teams? I mean, lower bracket is still there.
Yeah, lower bracket is still there. And you mentioned it very rightly. 76 points was the cutoff for this entire group. This was possibly the most competitive group out of everything, especially with so many underdogs chiming in.
Yeah, I mean, it was so difficult to qualify. I mean, we saw the matches, we saw the underdogs popped off as well. I mean, good job done from Night Owls, because I was a little bit worried about them. Because remember, I said Erangel wasn't going to go their way, and it did not go their way. They popped off yesterday on Sanhok, on Miramar today. They played well on Miramar. Vikendi wasn't great. Erangel wasn't that great. But it was the level of aggression that they bring into their good games that have sort of kept them inside of the top 4. And that is the only thing Night Owls have going for them. Nade official, I mean, it was a valiant effort from Nade official. Not gonna lie there. I mean, Nade official, I feel like just a few things to be changed, and this is going to be one of the top contenders for the grand finals.
Well, one of the top contenders for the grand finals. They still have a chance, though, from the lower brackets. All the 12 teams who could not really proceed from this particular group, they are still going to have an opportunity inside of the lower brackets. Now, considering the lower brackets, we've got 16 teams coming in from round 3. We've got 48 teams coming in from round 4. It's going to be the trenches of hell, Johnny. I can't wait. I mean, I know we still have those 2 days of round 4 remaining, but lower brackets is something which I'm really excited about.
I was just going to say that. I mean, we are excited about lower brackets, but round 4, it's not done yet. These were just 2 groups. We have 2 more groups left. And I think they might have just like observed and made a lot of notes with how these 32 teams have played in the last 2 days.
Exactly. I think one of the most crucial input which other teams can actually take from Team Soul and their performance is the way they manage their aggression, the way they sort of manage their entire output of performance when it actually comes to the games. Try and be as stable as you can potentially on the first day. Then when you have information, just go all out. Team Soul managed to crack the 100-digit mark with only, I think, less than 10 finish points yesterday.
Yeah, 9.
Yeah.
9 finishes yesterday. 9 finishes on the day. And today, I think they did like 30 plus. They just destroy that finish counter. And it was quite incredible. And they were being quite smart about it. And this is that one lesson that you can learn from these experienced teams. Play for survival up until stage 6. And stage 6 is when you start to take those fights. And Team Soul, their rotations, I mean, I get it, they are extraordinary, but even they have said it, I mean, themselves, like they did take a page out of the textbook of Gladiator Esports. This is what Gladiator Esports were known for. Play slow, play for the zone, and then take the fights late game. Soul does it a little bit differently because they add their own little mix to it. Soul rotates to the zones a little bit early compared to Gladiators. But hey, I mean, we have talked a lot about what has happened. What do you think is going to happen tomorrow?
I mean, I'm pretty sure there are going to be some phenomenal groups, some phenomenal teams coming up as well. I mean, we still don't have the groups as of yet. I'm hoping there is like the right mix of Tier 1 as well as underdog teams. Well, at the start of round 4, I've said that everyone is equal at this point, but we still talk about past experiences and new reinforced vigor. I'm pretty sure it's going to be a mix of all of things. And ladies and gentlemen, for all of those updates, for the schedule as well as other things, do not forget to actually go and follow Crofton India Esports on their socials as well. And do follow this man on his socials. He's a little inactive. Why are you inactive?
I'm not a man of like built for social media. Like, I do not enjoy that aspect.
All right. Well, actually pretty active on the mic, but the activity is going to continue on the other side of this show as well. Same place, same time tomorrow. We'll see you. Bye-bye.